Uh, Today we are here, and first of all, I'd like to introduce members who are going to make a presentation. I have Sisi here. Sisi Kicho will be giving us a paper on the second part of on treatment. I have Christine. Christine will be my deputy, my co-assistant, co-chair. And we're also expecting Mudiope from the Ministry of Health to give us a presentation on legal aspects of provision of services against legal limitations. To thank God and also to pray that the rain disappears to enable us to do our work. Reverend Gideon, is that enough? Is that a very big... First of all, my friend here has a few words to say.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome to day 2 of the National HIV Symposium. And our program, I think we all have the program with us. If you don't have a program with you, you'll raise your hand and the team shall pass it to you. And yes. So I'm going to take this opportunity to invite Reverend Canon Gideon, who will give us an opening prayer, and then we shall have our day 2 session chair, who is Dr. Okware, and he is the Director General of Uganda National Health Research Organization. Thank you for braving the rain. I know it's not easy, but it shows how committed you are to the HIV response. It shows that you have a responsibility to end AIDS by 2030, which is our theme of the symposium. You are most welcome.
Thank you so much. Gideon, God is great. God is good.
All the time.
All the time.
God is good. Assalamu alaikum. God is good. And all the time. I was telling my friend whom I'm sitting with there that in Botswana, the word for blessing is pula. Pula. And the word for rain is pula. And the word for their precious money is pula. So whereas for us we complain here, there are people who take that very precious blessing. Dear Lord, we thank you that you have convened us for the second day. We thank you that you enabled us to pass through the program that included the official opening. Now we are here for the second day. We thank you for the rain and the provisions that come with it. We ask for your grace to persevere so that we don't complain when others need the rain as their blessing. Said and done should be for your glory and for the betterment of the lives of your people. Bless the eat, the drink.
Sisi makes her presentation, and also, I don't know who is going to be. Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Protocol observed, I'm going to take 10 minutes or less. Those are the 2 plenary sessions and breakaway sessions. So in the morning, we had the JAR being presented. Just to recap, the number of people living with HIV is about 1.4. That the highest number of new infection is in the young people between 15 and 24 years. And the AIDS-related deaths is about 17,000. And this, we moved from 22,000 the last year. Then we had a panel discussion featuring 4 discussants, and Dr. Watiti talking about stigma and discrimination and aging with HIV and living positively. Then we went to breakaway sessions. From the discussions, we had very good papers. I personally attended care and treatment, good papers, well selected, and we're looking at issues which were arising from there. And from the HIV epidemiology and prevention remained here. And one of the issues which were coming out was fast-tracking the rollout of PrEP and other technologies. We know the ring, which has been approved, but then we also need to fast-track the approval of the injectable antiretroviral, that's the Kabla. Then from the researchers, we also had self-testing as a good initiative, but then among the KPs, but we need to address the issues of linkages. If you self-test and you are HIV positive, what do you do? Do you stop there? Do you run away? How do we link you to service delivery? Then we need to embrace and expand peer-supported service provision. This one's focusing on men. They have their own demands and preferences. They think that weekend is better, by which we can address them in terms of, address it in terms of implementation, how we can reach out to them. SMC, we circumcised few men, and you know the Shang ring. It's not very popular, but then the supply is also limited, and then the lack of information. We need to address this because it's a better technology, a new technology than the usual one, the surgical procedure, the usual surgical procedure. And then scale up of access to differentiated combination of HIV prevention services to KP and key populations. Key populations, yes, there are services, but we need to scale them up and give them a variety of services. Basic science, care and treatment. What came out clear was integration. We cannot afford having HIV service provision as a parallel intervention. We need to integrate, of course, to leverage on the human resource that we have, and then the funding. And then we need protocols everywhere in terms of integration. We also need protocols, simple protocols, which can be adapted by the different healthcare workers. Then there was a problem of the turnaround time. Collect samples, ship them to CPHL, and then the turnaround time is long, and sometimes the results don't return. We need to address that. Then the gender inequalities, stigma and discrimination in the service delivery. We're talking about mitigating the effects of stigma and discrimination, but then we need to be to move faster and address that because it affects service delivery. Social support, human rights, and gender. We need to address the illegal environment and access to HIV services for the vulnerable populations and the key vulnerable and key populations. An issue came about confidentiality. Our disclosure is good, but we need to remain confidential. We don't have to disclose to everybody. So it was an issue during service delivery. Gender-based violence, even from the report, is still high. We need to address it. Then food security. Food security for people living with HIV and those vulnerable populations was also a problem which we need to address. The law, the AHA law and its effect on service deliveries, population viewing it as punitive. I think there are gaps there which we need to mitigate. And of course, Dr. Mudiope is going to talk more about that. System strengthening. We are looking, there were gaps in linkage to services, lack of capacity for mentoring for upcoming students and scientists, service integration to minimize parallel implementation to leverage funding gaps. That even came out in the prevention. And then, of course, everywhere we are talking about the legal environment. We need to address the gaps in there. The second plenary chair, as I go to the tail end, we had the PLHIV, people living with HIV representative, and what came out from what he did present, we revisited the laws that criminalize HIV, the aid trust fund. We need discussions, more discussions about it and how we can raise domestic funding. Also need talked about more engagements to address stigma and discrimination, and then of course at last talk about a meaningful engagement of people living with HIV. The young people, these were more thankful. They were just saying they need more engagements and we need to build more capacity. We need to give them more guidance so that they are able to implement those interventions targeting young people. The keynote address came from the UNFPA country rep, and he, of course, pointed out that the progress was made in the response, decried the high number of new infections among girls and young women, teenage pregnancies, and then the need to focus on those and address the knowledge gap among the young girls and women, use every applicable platform to provide information and address inequalities that affect service delivery amongst this population. And then, of course, the most important here is that the commitment to continued support by the aid development partners, the group. This is the chair of the ADPs. This is the last slide. His Excellency the Ambassador. It was a long one, but these are the few issues we captured. They need to address equity issues and the legal environment. He also informed us that COP3 has been approved, and the focus will be in 4 areas, broadening HIV and AIDS beyond the health sector, which is encompassing the multi-sectoral response, strengthen support to health, strengthen health support systems, commitment to evidence-based, data-driven programming, and then invest in equity, addressing the negative gender norms. And then, of course, he also reiterated the commitment to support the HIV response. Chair, the last presentation was from the guest of honor, and he continued to mention strongly about the call for more action so that we don't lose the gains that we have in the response. So it was call for action and commitment by the government of Uganda to provide leadership and resources. And of course, she did open the symposium, and that's how the day ended. Thank you very much, Chair, and over I submit.
Thank you very much. That was quite a very good summary of what was captured yesterday. I was just wondering whether the IT people have can give us a small glimpse of what happened yesterday. If they have anything, any clips for yesterday, I give you 2 to 3 minutes to.
HIV/AIDS Symposium. This year, the JAR has been organized as a symposium that features the following: the National HIV/AIDS Exhibition, that will create an opportunity to showcase the country's achievements.
I think then you can come later. Give it a blanket.
Clear recommendations and undertakings on implementation during the 4th year of the National HIV/AIDS Strategic Plan.
When we followed the National Strategic Plan, our baseline was at 0.32%. And we set a target to reduce this to 0.2%. Our review for this year shows that we are at 0.22%, meaning that we are remaining with a 0.02% to hit our target.
Someone intentionally with HIV and using a condom of the two. What is a sin and what is a crime?
We tested more people, but even after testing more people, the positivity rate is slightly lower than what it was last financial year.
As we are designing these programs, we need to make sure that young people are at the forefront, telling you what you want.
Client satisfaction surveys on the different ESD approaches so that we can get feedback from the clients on what is working and what is not working better and improve service delivery.
To map HIV groups, specific incidences, and harvest the low-hanging fruit first, where benefits are highest. A few countries, especially small island states, are about to eliminate mother-to-child transmission.
The challenge is how to inspire these children to be able to solve their medicine and tell them that they can grow and be like any other child. And then one child, actually, they saw me running the medicine. Asked me, can I also become a doctor? Of course, at that time it was difficult. I told him, yeah, I believe you can solve your medicine well.
Together, we have the power to empower adolescent girls and young women. By working together, we can provide them with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed, advocate for what works, and be informed by the data to scale up our successful efforts efficiently.
The U.S. will continue to be committed to serving all people without discrimination. We will continue to ensure that principles of non-discrimination are upheld in all PEPFAR programs.
The government of Uganda has, since the outbreak of the HIV epidemic, recognized its role as a leader in this fight, and will continue to actively support all interventions aimed at ending inequalities among adolescent girls and young women and boys, and to enhance our efforts in the battle against domestic violence. It's now my honor and privilege to declare the second National HIV and AIDS Symposium officially open.
That's all. Thank you very much. The report was a fantastic job, and the IT people had a fantastic job. Now we would like to take you back to the program. As we did agree earlier, we said we would modify the order of presentations and also have one discussion after two presentations. There was no objection, and that's what is going to happen right now. So before I ask the first speaker to make a presentation, I would like to request somebody in charge of sign language to come over so that all of us can benefit. Is there someone in charge of sign language? Please come over here so that we can see. Our colleagues online, please, if you have any problem, alert us on the chat and we shall be able to rectify it. No, but it should be near there. Yeah, you can even be on the podium, on this side. Okay, but you sit there first. Yeah. So you're most welcome. Yeah. I think now we are almost set. I hope the rapporteurs are active and are somewhere. I want to be sure that when we do evaluation, the rapporteurs are around here. The rapporteurs are available. Eh? Can you raise your hands up, the rapporteurs? Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, now, so what we are going to do now is we are going to have two major presentations. One from Sisi Kitio, the Executive Director of JCRC. She will talk about updates on new HIV treatment technologies. I'll give her 20 minutes. That will be followed by a presentation by Dr. Diope from the Ministry of Health. Topic will be continuity of HIV and AIDS services under the prevailing legal environment. I'll give you 15 minutes, but I'm flexible either side, depending on how you make your presentation. With that correction, are there any objections to that suggestion? I see none. Therefore, it's my pleasure to invite Sisi Kitio to make her presentation. Sisi Kitio is well known to all of us. She's the Executive Director, she's a public health specialist, she's a researcher, she's the Executive Director of the JCRC, and she's very conversant with these new technologies, gene therapy, and long-term treatment of HIV/AIDS, especially for PrEP. It's my pleasure to invite Sisi to make her presentation. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I know it's raining and cold. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give a brief talk on the new HIV treatment technologies. And I think these are important, especially with the theme of this symposium, ending HIV by 2030. I think what we have, we need to build on so that we can stop the new infections and stop the deaths. Okay. So this is a schematic of the timeline of the current and future treatments and eventually the cure for HIV. That is how we can stop the HIV epidemic, by curing. And currently, we are, of course, in 2023, but we still have the combination antiretroviral therapy. And we are moving into long-acting ART. This has already started in the developed countries. We are looking at broadly neutralizing antibodies, which can also extend the treatment, the period between treatments. Then we are looking at first-generation HIV cures, and the goal is to get a single shot that can cure HIV. The future options available on this schematic may happen in the next 1 to 3 years, especially long-acting ART. But the timing to our optimal goal will depend on us. on how aggressive we are, how proactive we are, especially for low and middle income countries. If you remember, it took 17 years for the first antiretroviral drugs in the Western world to get to low and middle income countries. So it is up to us how we move forward. So this is just a summary of where we are today. These are guidelines that were approved by WHO in 2018, and we have adopted them as a country. Our first and second line ART as of today is a regimen based on dolutegravir, which is an integrase inhibitor, which is a new class. And we have had to change because of development of resistance, wide development of resistance to non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors, which we are using as first line. And today we have to thank our ministry and all implementers. This is where we are with the optimization of dolutegravir in Uganda. We have reached very high percentages, especially for the 15 plus years, which is 96.5. And the last column is actually not 6.4, it is 96.4 overall. So this is very good performance. We are doing much better than many countries in low and middle income countries. So as we optimize this new regimen, we are now looking at long-acting injectable antiretroviral therapy. This possibility offers reduced dosing frequency, available 2 or 3 drug regimens, which we are using now, which is based on dolutegravir. Currently, what is available and approved on the market is an injectable long-acting formulation of reprievrin. This is developed by Janssen for intramuscular injection in combination with cabotegravir, which is developed by Viv Healthcare. And we think that long-acting injectables will offer improved adherence. I'm sure in your programs, you know how we are all struggling with adherence long-term. But also we think this will provide more treatment satisfaction. Again, I think they talked about this in the recap. Injectable cabotegravir is already approved as an alternative for PrEP in Uganda. Its availability, I think, is another question. So this is a summary of what is happening around the world in terms of research and clinical development program. And as you can see, most of the work has been done in adults, as is usually the case. We have from phase 2 to phase 3 trials that have led to the registration of these drugs. For pediatrics, and this is below 20 years, we have fewer studies, only 3. What you see in green is what the research that has happened in sub-Saharan Africa in particular. And I'll talk about these studies. So most of the work, again, has been done in the West, but I think we are catching up much faster than we did for the antiretroviral therapy. This is a slide that just shows the studies, mainly 3, that registration studies that demonstrated that this combination of cabotegravir and reprievrin was working, was safe, and all these were done in the Western world. And they compared taking monthly injections to taking oral or taking 2 monthly injections compared to taking 1 monthly. And it was established that taking these injections every 2 months was non-inferior to monthly dosing or to taking oral antiretroviral drugs that we are doing, like we are doing today. So this combination, it's called Cabenuva, that is how it is marketed in the US, is the first and only complete long-acting HIV treatment regimen that was initially approved by the US Food and Drug Administration in 2021. This slide just shows a social science study that was done in these studies to show, to ask the participants what their preference was, to either taking oral or taking 1 monthly injection. And as you can see in green, overwhelmingly, the patients preferred to take the 2 monthly injections compared to oral. But all this is in the developed world. And then in March 2022, following some initial work in pediatrics, but also using the adult studies and doing pharmacokinetics, these 2 drugs were also approved for children aged 12 years and above. And as we speak today, the injectable long-acting ART has been rolled out in the West, including children who are 12 years and above. So all this work was done in the West, and those are the countries where the registration trials were conducted. So should we, as Uganda or Africa, adopt these results for our population? There are key differences between the populations we have here and the populations where these trials were done. And as I already indicated, we have a lot of resistance in our population to the non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors. And one of the drugs in this regimen is Reprievrin, and it is from that class. That is why, because of the resistance, we have moved to dolutegravir-based regimens. So that is a major difference. Our viral subtypes are different. We have different other illnesses, including tuberculosis, that happen in our populations. We have very frequently patients taking drugs like rifampicin, which may have cross reactions with these drugs. And the regimens that we are taking here in Uganda or sub-Saharan Africa are different from the regimens in the developed world. So we cannot just take the results from the developed countries and transpose them here. And hence, that is why we are doing our own studies to replicate what was done in the West. The first study, which is in adults, is called CARES. And we are, this is a randomized trial. We have recruited 512 participants across Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa. These are a total of 8 sites. And the JCRC is coordinating this first trial on the African continent to look at long-acting ART. These are the sites I talked about. And this is the total number of participants that we have recruited. And as of August this year, everybody has completed 12 months of follow-up. I can't present data here because we have submitted an abstract to CROI, and we are waiting to see if we are approved to present. But this is, the study is going on excellently. And another study also that is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. So for the CARE study, we have recruited patients who have virologic control. They are suppressed on the regimens that they are taking. In Impala study, which is also taking place in sub-Saharan Africa, we have included patients who have problems with adherence, who have had high viral load before. And this study is also ongoing. I think recruitment is nearly done, but we'll be able to get data now from people who are virologically suppressed and also those who are having problems with adherence. But this is another study that has looked at patients who had problems with adhering in San Francisco. They were given these injections every 2 months, and the results were very good. So at least there is some precedent to what we are doing here. And because children are always left behind, we are again part of another study that is looking at adolescents. I'm sure from the presentations in this meeting, you'll see that adolescents have the biggest problem with adherence and virologic failure. So this study has started, and it's happening in Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Again, this is a randomized trial where we have the control arm is taking oral therapy taken every day, and then the injectable, which is given every 2 months. I've already talked about the participating sites in this trial. And so we are generating data from our populations, and I'm sure WHO will need this data before they even make any recommendations. And as you know, we usually follow recommendations from WHO. So we are generating data that will help us in modifying treatment. But injections also have their side effects, and many groups are looking at different ways in which long-acting ART can be given, including implants, being given subcutaneously, or being given as a microarray patch. So this work is ongoing as we generate data on long-acting ART. So this is the in thing now in terms of treatment. It is already happening in the developed world. What are we doing to provide long-acting ART besides prevention in Uganda and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa? So that long-acting ART is given every 2 months. Right now, there is new therapy that can be given every 6 months. And this study called Capella has evaluated a new drug called lenacapavir in patients who have multi-drug resistant HIV. I think we've been providing ART for a long time, and you know that we are getting more patients who are resistant to the drugs that we are giving, even now, although we have switched to dolutegravir. So this is a group. It may not be very big, but it is growing, and we need to find something for them. So this is the Capella study, and I will not go into the detail, but it had 2 aspects. This was a registration study for the lenacapavir, and this one has also been approved by the US Food and Drug Administration to be used for people who have multi-drug resistance. So in Uganda, at JCRC, we are going to repeat this study also for patients who have resistant to at least 2 or more classes of the available antiretroviral drugs. And, but this drug can also be used for actual treatment, so that instead of giving injections every 2 months, you can give injections every 6 months. So that is, for us, very exciting. A new area that is coming up is using what we call broadly neutralizing antibodies. And we have one study already planned in sub-Saharan Africa, 10 sites, and JCRC is one of them. And these broadly neutralizing antibodies can be used also every 6 months or even longer. And these could be combined with lenacapavir that I was just talking about, so that instead of giving a daily pill, we can give our patients drugs every 6 months. Once every 6 months. So this study is happening in South Africa, and this group already had a cohort of patients whom they caught at very early infection. And you have heard about other studies elsewhere where the hypothesis is if I catch you very early, when you have HIV infection, you have not yet, the HIV has not spread widely in your body, so we have a small reservoir, and there is also a limited viral diversification. We can cure. So some of the cure prospects are looking at catching people early. But we know that most of the patients we have, we do not get them early. So this is really for a limited group. This study has started in South Africa, where they are giving broadly neutralizing antibodies, and then they will stop the ART and see if these people rebound. And this is the fresh cohort. It has recruited 25 women, and this study is ongoing, and we are all looking to see what kind of results we can get from there. Now, after broadly neutralizing antibodies, we need to get to the cure for HIV. We know it is going to be a long journey, but we have to be involved now. Otherwise, we will not have access if we don't get involved. And you've heard about these people who have been cured from HIV. Total is now 6. And most of them have been through bone marrow transplant because they also had a cancer of the blood. But to replicate the successes from bone marrow transplant, HIV cure research using cell and gene therapy has emerged as the front runner. So we are aggressively and proactively engaging the experts in gene therapy so that we can bring it here and also bring it to sub-Saharan Africa. And people may ask why gene therapy. We are talking about epidemic control by 2030. But even after epidemic control that we are talking about, people have to continue taking antiretroviral therapy for life. Funding trends, I don't know if they were presented yesterday, they are either stagnant or decreasing. Adherence is a problem. We can talk and cancel and do everything, but it's still a problem. And there is development of HIV drug resistance as a result of non-adherence, and this is a real threat. And we do not have a vaccine in sight for HIV prevention. So I think cure is our next goal. Gene therapy, sub-Saharan Africa has been excluded from this work because of lack of expertise in gene therapy on the continent, but also we don't have the necessary infrastructure. And so at JCRC, we are engaging experts and we are putting infrastructure in place in phases. And last month, we launched we laid the foundation for the gene therapy building at the JCRC. And we already have possibility to collect specified cells from the body without providing a transfusion. This is called apheresis. And this is has been in place since 2017. We also use it for red blood cell exchange for sicklers. But the first step in gene therapy, especially that one, is done outside of the body. You have to collect specified cells, and we can do it now locally. We have already started training, and Lois there is the first trainee. She's done a postdoc for 2 years at Fred Hutch. She has also developed a very shortened and cheaper way of manufacturing gene therapy, and she has come back now to translate that. And we are also applying a patent for that process. We are engaging community, and we have developed a a gene therapy brochure or booklet to educate, but we also do many community meetings to sensitize the population about the possibility of HIV cure. The policies for gene editing had been rejected by the president twice. Now it is back in development with the Office of the Prime Minister, and we've also engaged the World Health Organization, who has selected Uganda as the case study to implement the guidelines that they have developed. So what we are saying is that our best chance to be part of the front runner in HIV cure is being involved as African scientists and researchers and developing gene therapy on the continent. And that is the summary of what I have and where we think we should be going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sisi. I think let's just give her another clap. And thank you for making sure that JCRC is in the lead of all these new technologies, gene therapy and long-acting injectables. I think you've done a fantastic job, very inspiring updates. It's now my pleasure to invite the next speaker, but I think the next speaker will be introduced by my co-chair, Christine. Christine, you take over. But before I hand him over to you, let me just give a short introduction because he's my very good friend. We work together with Peter here. I know Peter very well. He's a perfect person. And a scientist, and a public health specialist with experience with everything. So you can see, Peter, I've given you 15 minutes, but flexible upwards if necessary. I'm now handing you over to my co-chair, Christine. Christine, you take over from there.
Yeah, Dr. Peter, you are very welcome. You are very welcome to take us through this session where you are going to speak to us about continuity of HIV and AIDS services and the prevailing legal environment in our country. Peter is a very renowned researcher, health worker, and also a leader in this area of HIV care and service provision in our country. So Peter, you are welcome. Please go on and address our audience.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The audience, I happen to have a very big opportunity to present because I am not the Director General of Ministry of Health, not the Program Manager of AIDS Control Program, but I stand here to share the podium with my teachers. So that's a big opportunity for me that I didn't throw away the chance, even when I was called deep in the night to stand in for my bosses who have another engagement. And they were not able to come, but they told me to stand in. So my topic is on continuity of HIV services under the prevailing legal environment, and I would like to proceed. I was going up. Thank you. So we have witnessed a positive trend towards achieving our targets. That is the global 95, 95, 95. but also ending HIV as a public health threat. And they just concluded joint review mission. We presented the health sector performance report of 2022-2023, which showed a declining incidence and improvement in uptake of our services and increasing rollout of the HIV services to the general population. The response has, however, not reached certain populations adequately, like you heard in the presentations yesterday. That is especially the adolescents, the children, men, and key and vulnerable populations. I am happy that the way these presentations were arranged, I think they are following each other in terms of the discussions. So currently in our strategic documents, we prioritize to reach such populations with appropriate interventions based on their needs and preferences. So in the last decade, a number of interventions and innovations targeting these priority populations have been adopted and soon will be adopted, as the presentations from yesterday on HIV prevention technologies, PrEP, and today on the care and treatment prevention technologies and treatments have been presented. These populations are engaged in behaviors that are considered illegal under the Ugandan laws, but also culturally and socially there are issues that drive them into shying away from seeking services. Specifically, we all know the Anti-Homosexuality Act that was passed by Parliament that further criminalizes homosexuality or any person found to be abetting it. So it heightened the AHA, Anti-Homosexuality Act, heightened the prevailing political, social, and legal environment, and directly impacts on the uptake of services by the affected key populations. So they are likely to avoid critical services, including HIV prevention treatment, and this undermines the achievement or the responses that we have achieved over the years. So in a bid to ensure continuity of services under the prevailing legal environment, Ministry of Health came up with the adaptation plan in the context of the current legal environment. And the plan defines targeted measures, strategies to be undertaken, targets to be undertaken at the different levels and to facilitate continuity of service delivery to all users, including the key populations that are affected by these legal provisions in the AHA. So the plan, a bit decreasing uptake of interventions like ART, PrEP, and other prevention interventions, but also mitigates the impact and ensures continuity of services to all these populations. And it also is cognizance of the rising incidence of GBV and against these populations, stigma and discrimination that resulted from the AHA and the fear, most importantly, the fear among the health workers to provide a service or even to report the clients, the law requirement to report clients and penalties associated. Recently, I was in one of the meetings and National Council of Science and Technology. There is a document that is requiring all researchers to report any cases of the populations that the law identifies as engaged in illegal behaviors to report them to the National Council. And I think the discussions that are going on to address how we shall go about that. So the other area is community members openly pointing fingers at service providers also can scare away the service provision, and some health unit management members in the different facilities were also sending away peers thinking that the police may incline on them. So we aim to engage, the plan aims to engage critical stakeholders in regarding continuity of services and also ensure the provision of services to all Ugandans, including these populations affected by the AHA. And this has been clearly stated by the President. And we also reassure the service providers and provide confidence and assurance to key populations on the availability of services. So the strategy is in itself an evolving strategic document with approaches and adaptations to mitigate the impact. And these recommendations are not, they can be changed continuously and at all levels. National, regional, and community and individual levels. So I won't go into the details of the different levels of the adaptation plan, but I will rush down to discuss so far what has happened. So this is at national level, and the key actors at the national level entities like the Minister of Health. We have the Uganda AIDS Commission and other sectors and what they are supposed to do at the different levels. Also the district levels, there are key responsibilities that are supposed to be done. I won't go into the details. And also the facility level, the implementing partners and the CSOs and community. So what has been done or achieved so far, we all know that the Ministry of Health issued some guidance on how service continuity should be to the health workers, and this was very strategic. And the unfortunate bit about it, that there was misinterpretation on the guidance vis-a-vis the Act, but with continuous engagement, this was clarified. This followed on another letter that was issued to the public on continuity of services, and I'm happy that these letters have at least been able to address the issues that were rising in the country and driving away key populations from accessing services. Additionally, we had a national task force to coordinate the adaptation activities, and we set up a multi-stakeholder response team that has been moving around selected districts based on incidences of cases of violence against these key populations and engaging with the stakeholders, including the enforcement agencies, the RDCs, the district leadership, and we are seeing a lot of changes. Capacity building and reassuring service providers, including health workers and peers and at DICs and at health facility, has also been ongoing and coordinated by the National Task Force, both by the ministry but also by the implementing partners and the civil society. And I thank the civil society for coming up to work with the implementing partners to make sure that the services continue. There has been ongoing engagement, I've already mentioned this, with the different actors, and also the Department of Health Information within the ministry worked with PEPFAR. The report, especially on the drop-in centers, on how, because we were getting frequent incidences of DIC break-in, and we put up some guidances after that assessment on how that data is being handled. We are also tracking incidences of any violences that are reported, and I'm happy to report that these incidences have been reducing. I think in the last week, we only had 2 incidences that happened, a break-in in one of the DICs, and also arrest of a health worker somewhere because they were giving out lubes, but this was also resolved because there was, this is a service that is reported in the guidelines, that it is an intervention component, part of the condom interventions. So these are some of the meetings that have been going on. The rapid response team met with parliamentarians in Busia when there were reported the incidences, and they assured us that actually what was happening then was probably people were misinterpreting what was in the AHA. So since then, there has been a lot of mobilization and engagement, and many issues have been resolved. This is the rapid response team again at Busia and also in Gulu, and they have been going around especially in towns that have hot spots. So the challenges, as I end, there have been the valid understanding and interpretation of the AHA vis-a-vis the need for service continuity has really affected the services initially, but this is not the first time we are getting this law, Mr. Chair. In 2013, we had the same law and it was repealed, and we are applying the experiences that we went through, and as a ministry, we think that we have handled it the right way, and the storm has really cleared. The multi-sector coordination of the different actors, at the time when this law came into place, there was a lot of confusion, but with the teams coming up, with the national task force coming up, the storm has really settled. We have been able to engage the different actors, and issues are now resolved most of the time, most of the issues that were coming up. However, the scale and intensity of the activities are not yet to the required levels, but this was even the pre-AHA levels we had here yesterday, that PrEP is only given in 45 out of the 145 districts. So we still were below, but now the law came and even pushed us further down. But we have plans to scale up these services, especially starting with January. So we are on a positive trend. Lastly, the subnational engagement by the local government has also not been adequate. Most of the time it has been the national task force going down to engage with the different stakeholders, and that is not sustainable. There is also persistent stigma and discrimination, especially in the communities that affect the service delivery at the DICs and community level. And up to now, the DICs that had closed, some have not yet opened up. And peers, some are still fearing even to go back to work. But we hope that with capacity building and engagement, this will change. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you very much, my co-chair, Christine. I think that was fantastic. You had 1 minute extra, so that one will be for question time. Christine, I was suggesting that we handle the discussion together. You'll identify members of the audience who would like to raise questions to any of the two, and I'll also be taking a few notes here. But before that, You want to say something?
Thank you, Chair. To my co-presenter, the first one is a comment, and I don't know how we can collectively address it. When people talk about AHA, it is in blanket terms. People don't understand the details in this act, and so everybody interprets it the way they want. So how are we going to disseminate the contents? Because the contents don't stop us from looking after patients. But everybody misinterprets, including the law enforcers, the police. So I think this is a question to everyone, not only to you. Then the second comment is on the adaptation tools that you've talked about. I know you've put it in your challenges, but really, how are you disseminating this? You have so many partner implementers in different regions. You also have partners in USAID and CDC who are funding a lot of this work on the ground, and then the Global Fund. How have you utilized them to disseminate? In fact, to disseminate to them so that they can disseminate further. Because if you have adaptation tools that we don't know about, how can we adapt?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sise, for that comment and question. Now, the discussion is open to the audience. Please, can we have more comments, questions, both to Dr. Sise and also Dr. Peter? Dr. Sise took us through the different technologies in the care for HIV/AIDS, while Dr. Peter took us through the continuity of HIV and AIDS services under the new prevailing environment of the new law.
Maybe just for the benefit of those who came late, the main issues which were raised by Sisi basically is the issues of adherence. She gave her presentation on the future cure for HIV/AIDS. And this arose out of the concerns for poor adherence, poor preferences for oral treatment, and also the fact that now we have opportunities for long-acting treatment and also for actual cure. But again, there were concerns of comorbidities like tuberculosis and also costs which were not very easily available. So I think for the AHA bill, they just wanted clarity. Clarity, implications, misdirection, connivance, misunderstanding, and also where are we now? Maybe I should have asked Gideon. This is also a moral issue. I think Gideon might also give an answer to some of this. If you can just give us a gentleman's understanding, a religious understanding of what the Bible says about all these things. About the AHA bill, for instance. Because you remember Deuteronomy chapter something, I think 23. There's something about AHA bill there in Deuteronomy. And so on and so forth. Just to appraise us, because we all don't know. Nobody has any values, any understanding of AHA bill, actually, when it comes to morality. Gideon, you think you can answer that question, or you will just try?
Yeah, now, thank you, Prof. My senior, my mentor. I really want to thank the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda for struggling and trying to say, what can we do in the circumstances. It reminds me of what is happening in Gaza, that we can give you a pause before we bomb you again. We give you a pause where you can get some food and some water, but that will only be 4 hours, and then we begin bombing you again. So these are issues that are tough, like we have said. But at least we've moved from complete denial, and that's why I'm thanking the Director General and his team, sorry. And Uganda AIDS Commission and all of us in this symposium to say, in the circumstances, there is a bad law or there is a challenging law, there is a tough law. What do we do? How do we make sure that God's people continue doing some things? But which gives me hope, because as you see the AIDS struggle, the first 10 years were in complete denial. We lost that decade. You remember Prof. Okwale, 81 to 91, you know, very little. But from 91, with Uganda AIDS Commission being born in 92 and others, that decade gave us hope. Testing started, people begin opening up. Bishop Kauma came to chair the board. I remember working with you and the others. I think Dr. Chitio was there on that face of where we were putting our faces, telling people, condoms work, and they can, and they are effective. They are not promoting morality as you take it. And then we entered into another decade that actually began showcasing best practices. Now we are in a decade where we're talking of last mile. So that gives me hope that even this tough thing, we could really enhance our imagination, because these conflicts that don't go away are just a challenge of imagination. Whenever you see a conflict that is toxic, you know that the mind hasn't gone far deep to imagine how to resolve that. So it reminds me, Prof, of what I saw I think in Animal Farm. Animal Farm, where there is this cow. The cow is Animal Farm. That there is a cow that was complaining that God created flies to disturb me, but God also created a tail to take away the flies. And then the cow is imagining, you know what I'm talking about, imagines and says, but there is a better way. God could have not given me the flies, and I wouldn't have needed the tail. So, the adaptation thing, we could say, yes, there is a bad law, or a tough law, or a challenging law, but we can adopt. The next step for Minister of Health is to say, how do we move from retributive law to transformative law? A law that doesn't look at punishing as the first step, but looks at empowering people at risk, giving them all the love and the grace and the support they need, and then putting there some laws to say, but if you go beyond this love and grace, and you can't take the equity and the services were put.
Thank you so much.
Then we could do something.
Thank you, Gideon. I think just give him a clap for that. Sorry for interrupting the discussion, but...
So my conclusion is that we have a law, but we could have the best law.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us continue. As we mentioned, Dr. Sisekitio took us through the journey towards getting the cure for... Sorry? Yeah. Okay. She was taking us through really the journey to the cure for HIV/AIDS. She first talked about the available drugs and medication that is being used currently. She shared with us about the studies that have been carried out, especially in the Western world, along this journey. But she also shared with us that there are studies that are being done in sub-Saharan Africa in several countries, including our only country, Uganda. And JCRC is at the center of this together with other partners. So thank you so much. And maybe before the other comments, I would request Dr. Sise to just say as a comment about maybe as we take the comments, I would also like you to comment about these studies along with the pregnancy, because I think most of the studies, as you mentioned, they are in adults. Some have started recruiting children, but we know that pregnant women at a center is a very important population, and maybe you'd have to tell us something about this key population of pregnant mothers. Now let me invite some comments and questions. There is one.
We're requesting, we have 5 more minutes, and I was requesting that you become as succinct as possible. And we can take 4 more questions, like 4. Let us start from there. Your name and why, your affiliation and why you want to ask the question. Start from that side. Please be succinct. Succinct. And then there was the next one there.
Thank you, Chair.
Your name, affiliation, and why you want to ask the question.
I'm called Dr. Wakoba Peter from Uganda AIDS Commission, and thank you, Dr. Sise. That's inspiring, very inspiring presentation. Just a few things, kindly throw some light about the study is going on excellently. What did you mean? Then secondly, are there studies, probably they could be out, but maybe done in a black population, which can be replicated here in terms of to faster implementation. And then thirdly, yesterday there was a question about the injectable ARVs, and we're saying they are expensive, but then somebody challenged us and said, but here you are just injecting once in two months. Is it cheaper? Kindly something about the cost in terms of implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Please make your question within 1 minute maximum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Flavia Chomukama for Action Group for Health, Human Rights and HIV AGA. I also coordinate the Women at 40 campaign, and the Women at 40 campaign is women living with HIV in the leadership of HIV for the last 40 years. I just wanted to comment on the AHA. I think the AHA has retrogressed some of the work we have done for looking out of the last mile persons, the people who are highly infected and who are at risk of infection. For instance, we have a small program we are working with lesbian, transgender, queer women. A number of them are underground, and we already say there is no statistics, but we realize that lately, because of the AHA, a number of them are starting to get pregnant. I don't know how we can support these communities to feel safe in an environment when we have had AHA. The AHA that even proposes to arrest some of us who are working with these communities. Even when we were starting, we came to AIDS Commission and we told them, are we safe? We were assured of safety. But we can be safe as individuals, as advocates, because we make noise. Yeah. But those communities of LGBTQ down there who are HIV positive, are still in dire need of
Thank you very much.
And
Thank
we
you.
need protection
Thank you.
and safety.
Thank you so much.
The AHA won't be a solution, but we need to see how to go around it. Thank you.
Peter, you have, that's your question. That will be your question. Can we take two more from here? That our friend down there, the lady, and then anybody on this side? Yes, straight on. So we start from there, and then and that is 2 minutes. Please make it 2 minutes as short as you can, so that you can get answers, because we are almost closing down here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sisi. I'm called Stella Tugonza. I work with Japaigo, and we've been supporting the Minister of Health to run the virtual platforms that support the review of the third line meetings. So my question is to you, Dr. Sisi. We've been having instances where we are having clients that are failing on DTG, and this is our magic drug, and this is cutting across all age groups. So my issue is, do we have a backup plan that is research informed? I submit. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Henry Magala is my name. I work with Uganda Cares.
So, Sisi, you have that question is for you.
Yeah, mine is to Peter. Dr. Peter, thank you so much for the engagement and that strategic letter that you provided from Minister of Health. However, it may not reach to as many institutions that are involved in implementing the law. So I think we need to move it forward. The law has created some ambiguity, and I think even in the course of your interaction or coming in to help out, there are some gaps that could have been, notified, come to your attention. So I think moving it forward, we need to look at what are those areas that perhaps we need to take back to the Parliament and be able to amend. I submit.
Thank you very much. I think now we hand over to the presenters. Presenters, you have four serious questions. The first one is, do you have any studies on pregnancies and these new drugs? Two is, do you have, has this been done among black people? Three is the question of costs. The injectables, they say, are very expensive. Any comment on that? And the AHA bill, that's number 4, is, Peter, they want your comments on this one. Why are you suffocating those who have, who are suppressing activities? And finally, Japaigo, you are saying that DTG is what? Is ineffective. Do we have a fallback position for this, an alternative? And finally, my colleague was saying ambiguity in the AHA process. Coverage of your letter, where has it reached? Is it possible for you to expand understanding of the implication? Over. So we start with Sisi. Yours is simpler. The AHA one, you don't have to answer all the questions. They are more than complicated. But we start with Sisi.
So thanks for those questions. The question about pregnancy is very important. And while we do not have a trial happening right now, we know that Janssen is planning a trial specifically for pregnant women. So I think as a research fraternity, we are thinking of that, because these are the groups that are usually left behind. There was a question here, what did I mean the study is going excellently? There are many things, results I can't reveal right now, but we recruited across 3 countries, 8 sites in a record time of 9 months. We had recruited 512 participants. Up to now, follow-up is 99%. And so far, there is safety that we are seeing with this drug. I will stop there. I think those are enough excellent pointers. You asked whether there is other research being done outside that is not being done in African populations. That is why we have engaged in all these other trials, because we want to replicate those results here. So we are following up closely, and certainly we are going to be proactive in getting that research here in our populations. The cost of injectables is, of course, not cheap. But if you remember where we started with antiretroviral drugs and where we are today, it will be a progress, but you also decrease costs because you only give, if you're giving every 2 months, you give 6 times of injections in a year. But the costs certainly are being discussed, both with the inventors, but also us as providers, as governments, as implementers that support us as PEPFAR. So the costs will come down. You know, anything that is new is usually very expensive, but these costs will come down. There was a question about patients who are failing on dolutegravir. As you know now, all patients, whether first line or second line, we will do a resistance test, and we will find drugs to which these patients respond. We know one drug for sure in the protease inhibitor group called darunavir, which many patients will respond to. We also find that some of these background regimens, the patients may show resistance, but they will still respond when you add a new drug like darunavir. So I think that is fine. In terms of backup research, I think now as we have enrolled 96% of patients on dolutegravir, there is need for another study to see those who are failing, how are they doing on these new regimens that we are putting them on. We can actually even do operational research, not clinical trial, to just follow up those individuals whom we have switched to other regimens. Thank you.
Expert for AHA, can you make a few comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions raised. In case I don't respond to your question now, we have another breakaway session looking at prevention and focusing on key populations after this session. So please join that breakaway session. It will be in this room. All questions will be discussed and answered. But for those I can answer now, the issue of AHA, I agree. There is a lot of misinterpretation. And often the lawyers tell us, do not interpret the law. Just do what you're supposed to do as per your mandate. And that is the route we took, that we are supposed to provide services to all patients within need and based on their preferences. And that's what we are doing out there. But also, if you remember that the Director of Public Prosecutions also issued guidance on how to handle cases of AHA. So this is not something in health alone. I only presented the component of sustaining health services, but it is handled at all levels, including the multi-sectoral level of Uganda AIDS Commission and also the sectoral level. Thank you, Reverend, for that clarity. The flies are disturbing, but at least we have the tail, and we are trying. The tail is beating. The ministry is trying to do this. I really expected that question, but after your comment, it didn't come, so that was really very good. And that also talks to Flavia's question, the lesbians and transgender. Yes, we accepted that the law is retrogressive, but we are the tail as he described, and we are doing all effort to make sure that services are sustained. And if you look at the incident reporting of violences, last week we only, I think last week we received those 2, but the week before we only received 1 case that was not even related to AHA. I think was a sex work client who was somehow got a misunderstanding with the with the client. And the cases really, if you look at the reporting dashboard at the IDI, they have really gone down. Working with the different actors, this is what we have been doing. The National Task Force on Adaptation, which I chair at the ministry, we have representation from all stakeholders, including development partners, IPs, and the UN agents, PEPFAR, and this task force really has tried to create buy-in from the different stakeholders, but it has been a little bit low. Actually, if you look at the events now, is that even some people are losing interest in attending the committee meetings because the activity is really reducing, which is a very good thing that the activities are reducing. But as people noted here, the law is still there, and we need to keep the pace, build the capacity of the service providers, make the peers back, ensure safety and confidentiality of the data, and make sure that we reverse the restrictions that were put across. It is a collective effort, and I think there is a case in court, not really Ministry of Health, but by civil society to repeal this law. This is from a different angle, but I only limited myself to sustainability of the essential services to all the people of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now there are some lines, some questions from online. As our colleague said, there is another session on just AHA bill, which is going to take place this afternoon. So I suggest that you send your questions online, and then we should be able to respond them in the afternoon. In the meantime, I think we are behind by 15 minutes. I was proposing that we stop, we end here, and we must put our hands together and clap for the presenters, Sisi, and we must also thank, clap for Gideon for his wisdom. And the participants would like to thank you all. And finally, the co-chair, my co-chair here has been very good. I think we better also clap for her. And finally, the chair of the National Adaptation on AHA, Peter here. I think he's a key man for everything. So I would like to thank you very much. The meeting is closed, and I will now handing over to the Secretariat. Over. I handed over, yep, thank you. I think we have gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our session chair, Dr. Okware, and his co-chair. Thank you so much. This was a very wonderful session. And what I pick is science is revolving. And I implore you to, we have a lot of tents, exhibition tents. If you want to learn more about the injectable for PrEP or ART and other long-acting technologies, you can visit the FHI 360 tent. It's a US-side supported project, and it aims at maximizing prevention options for young women. And looking at what Dr. Bagambi presented yesterday, we have to find ways of increasing uptake of HIV services among adolescent girls and young women. So please visit that tent. And we also have our partners that are exhibiting. We have Reproductive Health Uganda. We have the AIDS Information Center right behind you. We also have other private partners like Casita. And we have the Makerere University Walter Reed Project right behind you, and other partners that are supporting the HIV response. And maybe without wasting time, we shall have 10 minutes break. I'm so sorry that we began quite late due to the rain. It's not our own making though, but we shall catch up with time as the day goes. And after the health break, we shall have breakout sessions. So there will be a little change, especially with the track two. Track 2 was basic science, HIV care and treatment. So because of the rain, our tent was damaged. So track 1, which is epidemiology and HIV prevention, is going to stay in this tent, the main tent. And in this category, we shall have abstract presenters who will be looking at how we can optimize HIV prevention for key and priority populations. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Flavia Matovu from Muju. Muju is Makerere University Joint HIV Program. So track 1 for epidemiology, we shall return here after the health break. And for track 2, which is basic science, HIV care and treatment, we are moving to the second tent because of the rain. And this session will be chaired by, I don't know if we have Colonel Dr. John Lusiba from UPDF. Oops, sorry. Yes, so Colonel will be chairing this session. And I don't know who is representing Dr. Cordelia, but we shall find out after the break. And for track 3, which is social support, human rights, and gender, I'll ask you to join the Philly Lutaya corner. The Philly Lutaya corner is right behind us, opposite this main tent. That tent is in honor and memory of Philly Lutaya, who was an icon in the HIV response, and he was the first to declare his status and fight stigma, but also promote information regarding prevention through his songs that we all know. So please join the community village, which also serves as the Philly Retire Corner. So we shall have the social support and human rights team joining that tent. And this will be chaired by Dr. Patricia Intege from Baila, Uganda, and co-chaired by Inid Wamani from Uganda AIDS Commission. The other team is the system strengthening. So we also have a challenge with your tent, but I would kindly request that we move to I think you can see the poster session area. So we shall be convening from that tent, and we will be chaired by Mr. Garoma Akena from USAID and co-chaired by Mr. Richard Ankunda from the Uganda AIDS Commission. And we shall have a session on HIV mainstreaming and how we can optimize synergies and efficiencies to have a sustainable HIV response in Uganda. We have the main speakers on our program. I think we all received the program, so feel free to pick on a different track area that interests you. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best. About the health break, if you feel like having some coffee, tea, or juice, or a bite, we have our service providers at a very minimum cost. So you're most welcome. Thank you. If you have more questions for Dr. Sisi and Peter, I think they're still around, so feel free to reach out to them on a personal level. Thank you.
Glad to welcome you all, our dear key stakeholders, to this national organized as a that features the following: the National HIV/AIDS exhibition that will create an opportunity.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, a new development. So today lunch is on the house by Uganda AIDS Commission. Thank you so much. Apart from break.
When we followed the national strategic plan, our baseline was at 0.32%. And we set a target to reduce this to 0.2%. Our review for this year shows that we are at 0.22%, meaning that we are remaining with a 0.02% to hit our target.
Infecting someone intentionally with HIV and using a condom of the two, what is the sin and what is the crime?
We tested more people, but even after testing more people, the positivity rate is slightly lower than what it was last financial year.
As we are designing this program, we need to make sure that young people are at the forefront, telling you what to do.
Client satisfaction surveys on the different ESD approaches so that we can get feedback from the clients on what is working to improve service level.
To map HIV groups, specific incidences, and harvest the low-hanging fruit first, where benefits are highest. A few countries, especially small island states, are about to eliminate mother-to-child transmission.
The challenge is how to inspire these children to be able to solve their medicine and tell them that they can grow and be like any other child. I remember one child, when he saw me swallowing the medicine, asked me, can I also become a doctor? At that time it was difficult, but I told him, yeah, I believe if you can swallow your medicine well.
Together, we have the power to empower adolescent girls and young women. By working together, we can provide them with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed, advocate for what works, and be informed by the data to scale up our successful efforts efficiently.
The U.S. will continue to be committed to serving all people without discrimination. We will continue to ensure that the principles of non-discrimination are upheld in all PEPFAR programs.
The government of Uganda has seized the outbreak of HIV, recognized its role as the leader in this fight, and will continue to actively support all interventions aimed at ending the inequality among adolescents, girls, and young women and boys, and work to enhance our efforts in the battle against AIDS, domestic violence. It's now my honor and privilege to declare the second national HIV.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can we please have the presenters for this track at the podium? Can we have the presenters here, please? Dr. or Mr. Epoku, Solomon Musitwa, Peter Mudiope.
We must stop HIV.
Morning.
The best way for young people to avoid HIV is to abstain.
Why you had to have sex at 16, at 18, at 20, and then you die, or you start having problems, which you live all your life? Why don't you wait, hold on, study, finish your degree, and then you look for a partner at the right time?
Protect yourself. Abstain from sex until you're ready. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
If you are pregnant, go for antenatal care services at a health facility. Take the HIV test with your partner. If you test positive, take ARVs to protect your baby.
Because if they take those medicines, then the baby is born HIV-free.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today.
Fellow men, support your pregnant partner to go for antenatal care services.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
We need to start. Here are the presenters.
My husband.
Oh, yes, my dear.
I have a problem.
What problem again? I told you I'm going to buy your phone tomorrow. Not mine.
No, not that.
Then what?
My husband. I need a housemaid to help me the housework. Because you see, we are from work. I have to prepare supper.
Yes?
I have to wash clothes. I have to wash utensils.
Yeah, you can take upstairs.
I understand.
How are you? Liz. Liz who? Comhans. Okay.
This is Komhanji. She's the one who co-authored with Dr. Mlyope, so she's the one presenting.
Okay. Nice meeting you.
So Boniface, take a seat.
So where?
Sit anywhere. When people had been asked to go for break.
Yeah.
I was happy that I was actually anxious that you would not come because of the rain. I was like, the rain is going to keep our people. But some people have tried.
That would be change.
Yeah.
When you've committed.
Come. The chair. Come and take a seat. So the third one, Soa House in Boko.
So I
think
I'm more conversant with the club.
So the second one. So I do the first part, I do the second part. So, Citra. Boniface. It's good you've carried your book.
Miska? Sorry. Here. And Dr. Sheila.
Dr. Sima told me it's there.
I leave it to the second session. We shall break into sessions. The one of, I think, 10 minutes is break.
Okay. Yes.
What are you going to do?
Yes. Student says join 8 program. We are offended. So sorry. Even yesterday, someone said Moju.
Hey, they like mistaking for MJAM.
MJAM, yes. We were there years before.
How are you?
Okay.
So today,
So where are the people?
Good for you. They are all, this is, you know, this was some of the place, by the way.
Yeah, okay. Okay. But let's not forget people online. I know we said that. Yesterday you forgot us. I had questions.
Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
Keep reminding that. Someone, they can forward on the group. They can
Most welcome to the epidemiology track, and I'll straight away introduce the session chair, Dr. Flavia Matovu, and she works with Makerere University John Hopkins Research Institution in Uganda, and I'll invite her. She'll be able to introduce to you her co-chair and the panelists before you. So you are most welcome.
Thank you so much, Winnie, and good morning, everyone. We are privileged that you have chosen to stay with us and that the conference has given us much attention. HIV prevention is one of the most critical issues for our country. We know we are having so many infections per day, per year, and cumulatively both in Uganda, but also in other resource-limited settings. So as we get excited about cure, you saw how Dr. Chitio talked about treatment, long-acting injectables, and possibility of cure through gene therapy. As we get excited, let's not forget that we are still at the peak of the epidemic. Let us put in as much effort into linking people to prevention services as we do for treatment. So we hope that by the end of this session, everyone will be motivated to do their role in linking up adolescent girls and young women to prevention services, but also other key populations, as we shall hear. So the first session is going to be chaired by my co-chair, Dr. Daniel Byamukama. He's the head of the prevention program at the Uganda AIDS Commission, and we happen to be classmates and friends. Dr. Daniel, you're welcome.
So, good morning, colleagues. Welcome to our session, the first session of the prevention thematic area this mid-morning. We have 3 papers to be presented, abstracts. The first one is by Boniface Epoku from the Ministry of Health, who will be sharing about the condom needs assessment tool. What is it, and how is it simplifying and making our condom programming more efficient? The second one is from Solomon Musitwa. Dr. Musitwa works for civil society, and he will be sharing about the civil society perspective of the HIV situation among prisoners. What do they see as civil society? Where are the gaps? What more do they want to do? And the third presentation will be about a very unique program, the Premier Medication-Assisted Treatment Program, the opioid substitution therapy, the only program we have in the country, hosted at Butabika Hospital. And the presenter will not be Dr. Mliope, it will be Dr. Liz Komhanji, who was the co-author and is the lead, the chief clinician at Butabika Hospital in charge of that program. So 30 minutes, each will have 10 minutes, starting with Dr. Boniface Epoku from the Ministry of Health. The floor is yours, and I take back my seat next to my former classmate.
Thank you very much, my senior colleague, Dr. Dan, for ably taking on the mantle to bring us this far and for handling the prevention component of HIV in the country. My task here today is a sharing of what is happening in the condom program. My name is Boniface. I work at the Ministry of Health, and specifically I do coordinate the condom program at the ministry. So I'm going to share with us about the condom needs estimation tool. This is basically a simplified tool that is helping us to be able to quantify near to actual number of condoms that we require. Next slide. Okay, so basically that's what we're going to be looking at. I'm basically going to highlight to us what is the condom needs estimation tool, what is our goal of adopting the condom needs estimation tool. I'm going to share with us a brief architecture of how the condom needs estimation tool looks like, and then some of the quantification assumptions and the forecasts that we have been able to utilize, and then some of the key achievements, the lessons we've learned during the implementation so far, and then what are our next steps. Okay, maybe just to give us a brief background, we know condoms still play a very critical role in the prevention of HIV, unintended pregnancies, and other STIs. So it's still very cost-effective among all the other prevention combination approaches that we have. So we still realize that the need for condoms surpasses actually the availability of condoms at community level. Over the years, the ministry has been utilizing a set of Excel sheets to do quantification for condoms. And this has come with a lot of issues, including errors in quantification. So why have we considered the condom needs estimation tool? Maybe just to give us a brief background, UNAIDS and UNFPA, having realized the challenges of using the Excel sheets that we formerly used for quantification, realized there were a lot of errors, so they came up with this tool to support countries, especially with the high burden of new HIV infections, to be able to have a simplified tool that gives near actual but with minimal errors. So that's why we came up with that. And the tool is really a data-driven tool, and it's population-specific. So we look at the different population segments. And that data is what is input into the system to be able to give us actual number of condoms that we require. So through the Condom Strategic Initiative, that was the support we received from the Global Fund, the ministry was introduced to the Senate, and the staff within the ministry, that is the pharmacy department, were taken through the tool, and we were able to utilize the tool already. So in terms of our goal, basically the main focus of the Senate is make sure that we have sufficient number of condoms that are accessible and available to the different population targets. So that is it. And then why do we require the Senate? What is the scope? The scope, Senate has been able to help us come to the actual number of male condoms, female condoms, lubricants, as well as help us to quantify the programming needs for the condom program. So basically, that is the architecture of the Senate tool. So Senate has a component of condom needs based on the different population segments. It also provides us with the demographics of the different population segments. And then through the demographics, we are able to come up with the requirements that we require. Also, the tool has also helped us to be able to quantify other condoms that we require using the total market approach. We have the free-to-user condoms, we have the socially marketed condoms, then we also have the fully commercial condoms. Previously, the Excel sheets would basically just quantify condoms for free-to-user, but now we're able to do a complete quantification. As well as the costs, at the end of the day, we have dashboards that are able to give us the actual costs of the condoms that we require. So when we're able to implement, the first time we utilized the Senate tool, we're able to generate some of the data from the distribution that has been going on. And then also we have the key demographic data for the different population segments. These are the important points that we require to be able to input into the tool. And then in terms of the marital status, we're able to use age category of between 15 to 49 years as being the category that was considered. And then for the PL, HIV, and HIV data, we're able to utilize the available reports that were available within the AIDS control program. I think we're having challenges. Okay, achievements. So in terms of achievements, we have been able to utilize this tool to do the gap analysis for the Global Fund application. So this time we're not really struggling. We had all the information available. And then also the tool is able to give us a good estimate of the condoms that we require for HIV, for STI, and family planning. And then the tool is also like a one-stop data center now for condom programming, because all the data has already been established in there. The tool as well gives us default data for the different population segments. Sometimes where we as a country don't have data, but within the tool there are benchmark data that we're able to utilize. So it's also able to prioritize the complete total market approach for condoms. So we are not only just we're doing a quantification for the free-to-user condoms, but we are able to do a quantification for the entire market, including the private commercial condoms as well as the social marketing or the cost recovery condoms. In terms of lessons learned, so we're saying that it's key to make sure that the stakeholders are trained. So far we have done the training at Ministry of Health level, which I think we want to be able to cascade across to all the other partners and at the subnational level. The tool is able to give us automated calculations, unlike the Excel sheets that you have to link here and there. But this one, once you put the population, the number of condoms that you require is auto-populated. And then you're also able to do different coverage for the different populations. Previously, we were just looking at the general population, but now we're able to go into nitty-gritties of all the other population targets that we require. So basically, in terms of TMA, I've already talked about, it's able to break down how many condoms you require for the commercial sector, how many condoms you require for social marketing, and then how many condoms you require for free-to-user. Yeah, in terms of our next steps, we want to make sure that we have resources that are able to be utilized to cascade this tool to a subnational level, because we want a bottom-up approach whereby the quantification should be coming from the district, not the team at the national level sitting to give us the data. And then also we want the Senate to be institutionalized. Already we are using it as at ministry for quantification, so the institutionalization has already started. And then, of course, continuous capacity building for the staff that are engaging with the tool. Yeah, I think that is it about the condom needs estimation tool. It's an approach that has simplified our work.
Thank you. Thank you, Boniface. You can have your seat. You can keep your questions. So after the first phase of the 3 presentations, we shall take your questions and clarifications. Dr. Musitwa, the floor is yours. And don't forget you have 10 minutes.
Yep. Thank you so much, members. I'm Dr. Solomon Musitwa, team leader for the Uganda National Medical Alliance for Prisoner Support. This research was done this year, depicting HIV in prison situation analysis. It's a research-based, clinical, and actually it's a research-based program. I'm Dr. Solomon Musitwa, the team leader for the Uganda National Medical Alliance for Prisoner Support. This is the background of the research. People in prisons and other closed settings are disproportionately impacted by HIV. According to UNAID, report of 2021, it shows that HIV prevalence among female prisoners were at 5.2 and male prisoners were 2.9%. Uganda Police Service also participated, whereby in their financial year 2021-2022, the annual performance report showed that HIV/AIDS prevalence rate were at 15% and 14% among men and 24.2% among female inmates. Above all, the national prevalence rate was 5.8. That's in the community. And Uganda has a total of 264 prisons and 158 health facilities, of which 103 health facilities are health center tools and not accredited for art. The purpose of this is to describe HIV situation analysis and interventions in prisons settings. Description of the research. The Uganda National Medical Alliance for Prisoner Support, in partnership with relevant ministries and private actors, provides a medical and non-medical services to prisoners in 13 prisons in the area of Greater Masaka and Ankole regions. Mbarara prisons, these are now the prisons that were sampled. We had in Mbarara prisons, Lyantonde prison, Masaka prison, Lushele prison, Kachika is in Mbarara, Mpiji, Chigo, Kabula prison, that's also in Masaka, Rakai prison, Kabira prison, Rengo prison, and the Kabale prison in Chigezi. Services provided were HIV testing services, linkages to health care for ex-detainees, especially HIV positive, and social support. Rapid assessment of HIV services was conducted in October to December 2021 to identify the service delivery gaps and inform appropriate interventions. These were the findings from the research, from the interventions. We found out that HIV positives were at 22%, making a total of 378 out of the 1,712, of which 82 HIV positive female prisoners, 10 and making a percentage of 12%, and 2 making a percentage of 2% were breastfeeding, feeding, and pregnant women, respectively. We found out that 36 children aged less than 5 years of age were positive women living in prisons, of which 13 prisons were not accredited for ART. Linkages was to nearby health facilities which were accredited, that's now nearby government hospitals. ART refills and viral load monitoring depended on availability of transport to and from ART sites. None of the prisons had established PMTCT EID programs. So those are some of the statistics. HIV positive among ex-convicts in that month. Those are the new releases. HIV positive among ex-convicts, it was 19%. What would be this? We found out that they were difficult to ascertain whether these clients got HIV infection within prisons or outside, or they were in prisons when they are HIV positive. We found out that HIV positive among children, what could be this? It's interfering my presentation. Only 12% were continued to be initiated on ART. The reasons for not reaching other referral facilities were main concerns was socio-economic survival, self-fear, and stigma. Conclusions and recommendations. These were our conclusions and recommendations. We found out that HIV prevalence among prisoners is very high. There is need to implement about a robust HIV prevention, care, and treatment, including PMTCT, EID programs within prisons, establish linkages with community for psychosocial support, continuum of health services for ex-offenders. Research needed to establish collections of crimes and risk factors for HIV. We acknowledge Uganda Police Services for medical team, Minister of Health, the Lyantonde District Local Government who participated, Office of the Prime Minister who were there during the implementation process, Minister of ICT, Prisons Department, and Uganda AIDS Commission, particularly Dr. Dan and Maureen Kwikiriza. Thank you. See, one author said that, this was John Maxwell, he said that the best way of attacking an enemy is by communication. And for us, we don't want to call it an enemy. We want to call it a challenge. So the best way of intervening this is to communicate to you so that we can engulf an enemy together. Thank you so much, Dr. Dan Biamukama and Dr. Maureen Kwekiriza. Thank you so much, DG.
Okay, you are within your time. You'd have quoted even Karl Marx. You had your time. Thank you, Dr. Msitwa. I think the last presentation is by Dr. Komuhanji from the MAT clinic in Butabika. Please queue up the presentation of Dr. Komuhanji, co-authored with Dr. Mudiope. Come, you're there. No, don't worry about this. You go.
Thank you very much for the audience. I'm so delighted to be here, and I stand on the protocol previously established. I'm Dr. Liz Komuhanji. I work with Reach Out Mbuya in the nascent MAT clinic, which is in Butabika National Referral Hospital. Allow me present the retention of people who inject drugs enrolled in medication-assisted treatment, called MAT program in Uganda. And my co-authors is Dr. Mudiope, Dr. Mutamba, Dr. Nangendo, Dr. Stella Lamo, Mothers Bradley, Professor Frederick Makumbi, and Rhoda Wanyenze, Professor Rhoda Wanyenze. So the background to this is substance use problems are increasing in the country, Uganda, and injecting practices are also on the rise here. And substance use is a key barrier to adherence to antiretroviral therapy, as well as prevention of HIV and adherence to other medications, psychiatric, medical comorbidities, and so on. So a response to substance use, addressing the stigma, social exclusion. Finally off. Sorry about that.
You go. Okay, go. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Addressing any hindrances to better healthcare as well as other social services is important to address. In Uganda, in 2020, PEPFAR with the Ministry of Health Uganda established the nascent MAT clinic in Butabika National Referral Hospital, and we analyzed the 12-month retention and associated factors for PWIDs enrolled on MAT treatment in Kampala, Uganda, and the results may guide rollout of this service within the country. So, it's back. Thank you. So, a retrospective cohort analysis of 388 injecting opioid users enrolled in the nascent program between 2020 September and July 2022 was analyzed. Retention was defined as the number of individuals still in the MAT program divided by the number that were enrolled in the program, and was computed at 3, 6, 9, and 12 months with corresponding 95% confidence intervals using the Kaplan-Meier life tables and survival analysis. So the methods the methods here, I'll mention the study setting. This is the refurbished MAT clinic existing in Butabika National Referral Hospital, and that's a snapshot of the measure, which is used to dispense the medications in the pharmacy within the facility. So the methods, data analysis, we use survival analysis, reporting hazard ratio, to establish the relationship between predictive variables and outcome, which is retention in care. Cox proportional regression analysis were conducted to assess factors associated with retention to the MAD program within the first 12 months. And 95% confidence interval levels outside the null or the p-value of less than 0.05 was considered significant. Ethical clearance was sought from Makerere School of Public Health Rec, UNHCST, and permission from the hospital. So overall, 243, accounting for 71% of participants, were enrolled on a high-dose methadone. This was established in previous studies within LMICs and HICs, considering something equal to 59 and below, less than 60 milligrams of methadone to be low dose, and greater than 60 milligrams to be higher dose. This is also guided by WHO and UNODC guidelines on medication-assisted therapy. Majority of the clients were males, accounting for 82.8%, and the median age was 31 years. Most participants lived greater than 5 kilometers from the clinic, and we can understand how much effect this can have to a daily treatment where a client is expected to move from wherever they stay and come to the program. 30% were HIV positive, 52 of the clients, which accounts for 15.7, had major mental illnesses, and 27.9% had history of taking alcohol 3 months prior to enrollment. So clients presented in opioid withdrawal, and as per the clinical opioid withdrawal scale, 5.8% had severe opioid withdrawals, 48.7%, which is the majority, came in with moderate, and 34.7% came in with mild opioid withdrawals. Cumulative retention significantly declined from 83.4% at 3 months to 55.2% at 12 months, through 71.9% at 6 months and 64% at 9 months. The 12-month cumulative retention was significantly higher for clients on methadone doses of greater than 60 milligrams, and clients residing less than 5 kilometers from the MAT clinic were 4.9 times likely to be retained at 12 months compared to those residing greater than 5 kilometers away from the facility. Other factors predisposing, needs, and enabling factors were not associated with retention in this study. Our study demonstrates acceptable 12-month rates comparable to studies done elsewhere in developing and developed worlds, South Africa, Tanzania, within East Africa, and Iran, and so many other countries world over. Sustaining and improving retention will require enhanced and scaling up of the methadone dose to optimal levels in the first 3 months, as well as decentralizing MAT closer to the patient. I acknowledge Butabika National Referral Hospital, Ministry of Health Uganda, CDC, Infectious Diseases Institute, clients benefiting from the MAT program, and support from Fogarty International Center and NIH. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have come to an end of our first part of the session this mid-morning. The first part, which had 3 presentations, The first one was about the use of the CNET tool, the condom needs estimation tool. And the presenter clearly showed us that it's a recent tool developed. In the past, we must have had extreme condom stockouts because we don't not have a tool that could accurately or close to accurately quantify the condom needs. And he showed us that by instituting this tool, they are able to accurately quantify the condom needs, thus solving the problem of stockouts. I'm very sure you have condoms stockouts where you come from. If they are not, we shall clap for him. But I'm sure you have questions for him. And when I go back to my seat, I also ask him a few questions. The second presentation, which was by Dr. Msitwa, shows us what happens in prison settings. Prisoners are key populations, which are a high priority population for targeting for HIV prevention services. But he described what he found in certain hospitals, in various districts and various centers, high HIV prevalence, challenges with, I didn't know, there are children, mothers who are imprisoned, they carry their children to prisons, or who are pregnant, they give birth, and there is clearly gaps, including PMTCT, but he also linked the interventions, the gaps, to discharge from hospital, from the prison setting. So I'm very sure you have questions for him to clarify on the findings and the implications of the findings. The last one, of course, is from Botabika, a novel program, the first of its kind in the country, that is helping us with people who inject drugs. It is a medication-assisted therapy. Treatment of people who inject drugs. We have known since time immemorial that injecting drug use is one of the key modes of HIV transmission. The transmissibility of HIV through that route is higher than sexual transmission. So, and you can easily see from her presentation that people, their clients, they have a relatively higher HIV prevalence than the general population, though in research setting, we find it's actually much higher than the number of their clients. And they found that actually with follow-up of people started on this treatment, which is supposed to help them recover from the addiction, from the dependence on this drug. She showed us the retention at various times, at 9 months. It looks like the retention reduces with time, and she clearly shows us that the distance from the facility, from the only established facility, is a key determinant factor, including the dose. So those are the 3 presentations for the first phase. I want to open the floor for the next 10 minutes for your clarifying questions before my co-chair, Dr. Flavia, takes us through the next phase of the presentations. Questions now for the 3 presenters. The first one on condom programming and condom estimation to make sure we don't have stockouts. Thank you, sir. Your hand is up. Okay, start with you.
Thank you.
Somebody to help us move the mic, please.
Thank you to our presenters. Yeah. My question goes to Dr. Msitwa. In your conclusion...
You tell us your name, please.
I'm called Justin Faye Katwesige. I work for the USAID sites. In Dr. Msitwa's conclusion, he seems to indicate that there is no support for HIV services in the prisons. However, we have a whole implementing partner funded by the CDC, known as UPS, Uganda Prison Services, is a distinct implementing partner supporting HIV services for all prisons in the country. So is it that in those facilities, in the prisons you visited, UPS does not work there, or there was an oversight of their contribution? Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand is here.
Thank you very much. I'm John Maokole. I work with Kabaramaido District of Government. My question goes to the prison's presentation. There was a recommendation on psychosocial support. It is still beating my mind how to implement psychosocial support, yet in the prisons, they use it as a punishment. It is social disconnection and psychological torture to make sure someone is maybe changes from the behaviors they are deviating from. So how is it effective to apply psychosocial support to make sure HIV services being taken up well? Yeah. And also I saw you touched on there is good linkage, diagnosis and linkage, they were all at 100%. I don't know, were they being linked to the nearest facilities or from the home facilities? If it is home facilities, it means they were considered as lost for the time period of their serving of their punishments. So I think there's more need to look at the linkage bit. They are either lost to follow up because of the disconnection still.
Thank you. The chairman here. Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question goes to the first presenter. First of all, thank you for coming up with that tool, which shows the need of the condom in the target population. But have you considered the uptake of the condom use among the key populations, especially when it comes to female condoms? Because you find that healthy facilities have these female condoms, but they are not used by the people. Actually, people have very, very many myths and misconceptions about the condoms. So have you considered the uptake of these condoms among the key populations?
Thank you. You bring it here for the chairman.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. My question goes to Boniface Epoku, the first presenter. I was happy with the tool that he came up, which now helps the health workers to quantify the condom requirements and lubricants. And that brings me the question, especially at a health facility. How are they adopting it so that in their quantification to national medical stores or wherever they get their condoms, they make a proper quantification of their needs so that we don't get condoms that are not used and we get false shortages across. I'm therefore proposing for your consideration, is there an opportunity to integrate this CNET with DHIS2? Because as far as we know now, DHIS2 has reached every other facility, and where they have digital equipment, they can actually do their own quantification. And the basic database is within the DHIS2, which they can use to make those quantifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I am going to close at the next two questions. Okay, three. Those three will be enough. So start from here. There's a shake here.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My question goes to the first speaker, the doctor, about the condoms. We have seen very many occasions you come out our schools,
thank you.
You show our students how to use those condoms. But I don't know, I will just ask you as a parent, are we allowed to take these people at school, maybe a border student, with that thing, with that condom? Because you have showed us how to use it in a secondary school, then I'm sending my child at school. Am I allowed to take that child of mine with that condom? Because we have seen cases in school, students are infected, even some of the teachers. So how are we going to go with that? We have educated them how to use it. They are going to use it maybe at the beaches. They have gone for the tours. In the buses, we have seen them. are we allowed to take those children or those students with those condoms? You have given us a what? A topic about.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Rebecca Chivumbi, and my question goes to the last presenter. Just for programming part of it, not really research, what is the average recommended retention period for the drug users? Then also, did you consider supporting the people who are not retained? Like, did you consider taking services closer to them? Maybe they have an issue of transport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last question is here. For the interest of time, we shall stop with this as the last question. You never know, some of the questions you want to ask will come in the next session.
Thank you so much. I am Maria from Lago. My question goes to the presenter who presented about condom assessment tool. I like the tool. It is really going to do a great work. My concern is about when we look at research and we look at the condoms, for example, the condoms that are being sold, the condoms for sale, we see that most people and most youth prefer those condoms for sale. And I'm now looking at these other people who cannot afford to buy. And that is when the government of Uganda comes in to provide those condoms which are not for sale. And we've seen it that most youth and anyone else do not prefer the condoms which are provided by the government. So, remember our plan is we want to end HIV by 2030.
Hit the question. Hit the question.
Yes. So, as the ministry, are you thinking of improving these condoms of not for sale for government of Uganda so that we can enter a new plan with a modified thing? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I invite the presenters. You can answer from your seats, really. Starting with you, Boniface. You have a couple questions.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all these questions. It shows the interest that we have in the condom, which really makes me happy. The first question was the uptake of condoms among key populations. I think when you looked at the tool, the tool considers population-specific data. So within that tool, we have data for the different population segments, including the key populations. So already the tool has considered that, and definitely we're working to make sure that the key populations are provided with the condoms. And we're also working with a number of key population organizations that we routinely supply with condoms. How is the tool being utilized at subnational level? As I presented earlier, this is still a new tool. We've just got it at ministry. We started using it last year at the national level. Yes, there is a plan to have it integrated into DHIS. It's still work in progress, but that's exactly where we want to be. As I shared earlier, we want a bottom-up approach. We don't want to sit at ministry and then quantify, but we want an aggregate which is coming from the grassroots. Are condoms distributed in secondary schools? Apparently, based on the guidelines that we have, we don't distribute condoms in secondary schools. But we do provide information, making sure that in case maybe a child is at risk, he should be able to know where to get a condom from. We have condom dispensers which have been installed across the country and at different hotspots where condoms can be accessed. As I said, the guidelines do not allow us to distribute condoms in secondary schools, but other tertiary institutions are fully taken care of. We want everyone to be safe. Youth do not like free condoms. Maybe what I want to reassure us that the free condoms are very high quality condoms, which partners, Global Fund, USAID are spending a lot of money to procure. It's, I think, more of like a perception issue. When you think something is free, you think it's of low quality. But all these condoms, before they are released to the market, undergo mandatory testing by National Drug Authority. And it's the same testing that even the commercial condoms go through. And when you look at the material which is used for making this public condom, it's the same material. So it shouldn't really, I want to lay your anxiety that this condom is a very high quality condom and we need to embrace it. And still, in terms of, we're having challenges with branding, but we are going to improve on that based on the feedback that we are getting as well. The program is implementing a people-centered approach, so whatever you share with us, we equally improve. Soon you'll be seeing an orange condom on market. I mean, in place, so don't be scared. That is still our new brand. So please take it up. Improving on the, we're also looking at a total market approach, really. At the end of the day, we actually encourage us to be able to procure, to buy a condom than to get a free-to-use condom. As I said earlier, most of the condoms that we have at the moment are really donor-funded. But in order to have a sustainable condom market, we need to have commercial condoms in place. We need to be having socially marketed condoms, which is really a subsidized condom, whereby that who is not able to afford the 10,000 should be able to get a condom at 500 shillings. That is work in progress, but we are cognizant of the challenges that exist. But we think we shall do better. We also have a female condom still being supported by partners. Yeah, so within the Senate is able to quantify the female condoms as well. At the moment, we were taking at 0.1% of the male condom. That is the quantification that we are able to do.
Thank you, Boniface. Dr. Msitwa, you have a couple of questions also. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Colleague from USAID, you raised the question, services that you are supporting UPS and the house, that service, how sure are we that services are not reaching to those people? It's good that a colleague, Dr. Kakolachi, is here. I think Dr. Kakolachi would extend here and you listen to these questions very well. You see, delivering services, and these are technical services, and this is a research that was done, and it's a practical research, clinical research. So what comes out from the research is what's on the ground. A questionnaire was taken from inmates, and these findings that we are giving is from questionnaires, from inmates directly, including prison warders. So what is in this research from our investigation, findings, they are actual evidence from the ground. It's not deliverance, but it's actual, practical research based. So what we are saying is a practical findings, it's a research, and in research, they don't do errors. As like
Dr. Msitwa, let me answer that question for you. From your presentation, you clearly showed that there were services ongoing.
Yes.
So it's not that you showed that there are no services. It's not true. And some of those services are implemented by UPS.
Yes.
With support from CDC. But you showed gaps at the same time, and I think those are the gaps you're advocating for to address. I think go to the next question.
Yes. The next question is about recommendation on psychosocial support. Someone raised a question and said that he saw that psychosocial support is a what? It's a way of punishment. No, it's a right. Everyone has a right to all services, mental health, other health services, including food, water, and sleep. So it's a right, it's a right-based approach. So psychosocial support is a right. Everyone is supposed to receive psychosocial support services. Thank you.
Where were the prisoners being referred?
Fine, good. You talked to us about linkages, linking ex-offenders. We link them to the nearby health facilities, that's government, while others who are not HIV positive, we link them to their families. You see, sometimes it's hard for someone who has been in prison to be received in the community. There's hate, there's insecurity, there's so on, a lot of things. So we tried our best to link them to their families, those ones who are not living with HIV, while those ones who are on continuum of care within their prisons, we tried to link them to the nearby health facilities, which were possibly accredited for art and other health services. Thank you.
Dr. Liz, you have 2 questions.
Dr. Kakolach, you want to say something?
No.
Good. Okay, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Switch on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dan. In response to Dr. Rebecca Chivumbi, what's the average recommended period for drug users to be on medication-assisted therapy? The goal of medication-assisted therapy is to help people with opioid use disorder either get off opioids, which has a number of implications, or those that continue with drug use to live a normal life, to be productive, and to be healthy. So depending on the goal being achieved, medication-assisted therapy can be for a time, or it can even be lifelong. However, we are a very enthusiastic program that hopes to help patients get off drugs within 1 to 2 years. Thank you about that. And then, did we consider taking services closer to the patients? Yes, this is a very intensive program requiring a lot of funds. And we hope to roll out the program very soon to reach clients closer to the hotspots within Kampala Metropolitan. Additionally, there's a PEPFAR partner in Eastern Uganda in the final stages of establishing and rolling out a MAT program. Thank you very much. And Ministry of Health plans a phased rollout all over the country where the need is. Thank you.
Our panelists, as the co-chair, as the chair, invites the new panelists.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Byamukama, and we continue to thank the audience for being engaged. You can tell from the quality of questions. We are going into our next session on HIV prevention in children and adolescents, and I'm going to call the presenters to come to the podium, please. We'll start with Ms. Kabavidya from the Makerere University, Johns Hopkins University Research Collaboration Module. We are an HIV organization. I'm declaring conflict of interest here. We are an HIV organization that is committed to preventing HIV, but also treatment and care of mothers and their families. So Miska is going to present on challenges that are faced by adolescent girls in Uganda that are affected timely delivery of HIV prevention services, and these are observational findings from the HPTN 084101 study that was conducted at Moju. After Miska, we shall have Mary Mugabekazi from Baila, Uganda, our neighbor in Mulago, and sister organization. Mary will present on using less support staff to increase utilization of early infant diagnosis, stroke point of care, DNA PCR testing services at Chenjejo Hospital in Chenjejo district. And then we shall have Peter Chris Kaungezi from the Uganda National Institute of Public Health, and he'll present on predictors of exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months among HIV-exposed infants in Uganda, providing insights from prospective study cohort that was conducted between 2017 and 2019. And we shall end with Dr. Sheila Bamweyana, again from Mojo Research Collaboration, and she will tell us, she'll give us updates on injectable drugs for pre-exposure prophylaxis, specifically cabotegravir. So thank you so much, and now I'll let Ms. Ka make her presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Flavia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Like I've been introduced, I'm Ms. Kababidie Otim from Mojo Research Collaboration. Highly honored and privileged to be standing before you this great afternoon. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this symposium for giving me this opportunity to present this piece of work. Challenges faced by adolescent girls in Uganda that affected timely delivery of HIV prevention services. These are observational findings from the HPTN 084-1 study at Muju Kampala site. This one. This one. Anyway. Okay, I don't have any conflict of interest to declare. The background, adolescent girls, like we saw yesterday, they continue to be at high risk for HIV acquisition. Consistent use of efficacious biomedical HIV prevention products like oral PrEP is key to reducing HIV incidence among adolescent girls in Uganda, in addition to the behavioral interventions like the risk reduction counseling. The HPTN 084-1 study was a study conducted. First of all, HPTN 084-1 is a sub-study of the main study, HPTN 084 study. So this was a sub-study of the main study. And it was a study conducted to assess the safety, tolerability, and acceptability of the long-acting injectable cabotegravir, which is Cabla, for HIV prevention amongst cisgender adolescent females aged below 18 years. We described the Kampala, Uganda site experience on challenges faced by adolescents, that's from 16 years to 17 years, that affected timely receipt of their Cabla injections or oral PrEP. The methods, the girls aged 12 to 17 years were enrolled in 3 sites, which is South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Uganda. The HIV, for anyone to be enrolled in this study, in this sub-study, one had to be HIV uninfected. They had to have reported sexual activity with a male in the last 12 months, had to weigh 35 kilograms and above, and they didn't need to be pregnant or to be breastfeeding, and they were willing to provide assent, and their parents or caretakers to provide consent. In this study, giving Cabla, we first started with oral Cabla to ascertain the tolerability. So after that, that went on for 4 weeks. And from the 5th week, we started giving the Cabla injections, then went ahead to the 9th week, to the 17th week, the 25th week, and 33 weeks. Thereafter, for the next 48 weeks, they took on oral TDF, FTC, which is Truvada, at quarterly visits. HIV counseling, risk reduction counseling, and adherence support, individually and in group sessions, was given to this vulnerable population. Telephone calls or text reminders were used to remind and trace the participants. And once traced by the study staff, which are our health visitors, participants who did not adhere to their visits schedules shared their experiences, which were now documented in the health visit report forms. For the results, I'm happy to note that of the 55 adolescent girls that were enrolled across the 3 sites, in Muju, we enrolled 17 girls, and we registered a very high retention rate. Like you see in the pie chart, we registered a high retention rate of 82.4%, and only 17.6% they either missed 1 visit or more visits of receiving their oral PrEP or Kabla injections. Now challenges that greatly affected the study visits or PrEP use were as follows. Mainly, we had family disputes that led to relocation. Within these families, like the mother would not agree with the father. It was really hot and made the girls either leave town, go to their village settings, and thereby they could fail to come back for their visits. Then mistreatment from stepmothers that motivated participants to run away and decide to marry early. Like I mentioned earlier on, these girls who had not come back, once stressed, they came and shared their concerns with us. So some of them reported mistreatment from their stepmothers. When it became so hot at home, some of them decided to run away and got married to their partners that they had, because this was already a high-risk population. They were really at high risk. So it was easy for them, I think, to get themselves to a partner who was willing to have them. Then another thing, there was urge to be independent from tough parents. This age group is so interesting. Some of them are really unstable, and they're mobile. So to us parents who are a bit strict, you're asking, where are you coming from? At this part of the night, this part of the day, where have you been? What have you been doing? To this age group, surely they tell me, you're really tough, you're a tough parent. Parents will bear witness with me. So some of them who couldn't stand such strict orders from their parents decided to run away from home in search. They really needed their independence, move to clubs as they wished, go to their partners as they wished, and so on. Then another one was negative rumors about oral PrEP in their communities. Some girls came back and informed us that they had been informed from their communities, their peers, that PrEP introduces HIV. Some of them imagined it will not be sustainable, they can't hold it, so it was really hard for them. And some of them thought oral PrEP will make them not have babies. And yet I think every person wishes at one time to have babies. So those rumors really affected the communities and hindered the girls to have their timely, to have their PrEP delivered in time. Then some of them, as they went away from home, went to look for jobs up country and in other places, because some of them became waitresses, some of them engaged in singing, dancing groups, and so on. So their employers could not really permit time off to attend the study visits. So in conclusion, HIV prevention services providers should tailor services to accommodate the socioeconomic challenges that female adolescents face, which may hinder their adherence to PrEP provision visits. And community rumors, myths, misconceptions about PrEP products also need to be addressed. Acknowledgements I would like to extend my appreciation to the study participants and their parents, stroke guardians. I've already seen this group is really, it needs attention, it needs love, it needs care. So the girls really came back for their visits. Their parents gave us the girls. We are appreciative. I want to extend my appreciation to the module leadership for all the support and the HPTN 084-1 study team. I also extend our acknowledgement to the funders. Those are our funders. We extend our appreciation to them. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Miska. A great presentation. I would like to assure all the participants that we are going to have lunch at the end of the session, so please don't be in a hurry to go. We have 3 more presentations to go, and let us sit all through and have an engaging discussion at the end. So the next presenter is Mary Mugabakazi from Beila, Uganda, and she'll tell us about using lay support staff to improve early infant diagnosis of HIV in Chenjejo district. You're welcome, Mary.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mary Mugabekazi. I work with Beila, Uganda, and those are my co-authors. I'm here to share the best practices that we had in one of our high-volume health facilities, that is Chenjejo General Hospital in Chenjejo district, about using lay support staff, what we termed as EID champions, to increase utilization of EID POC, DNA PCR testing services at the said Chenjejo General Hospital. As part of the introduction, we all know that our Ministry of Health is fighting so hard to eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV, and among the many strategies that they are employing, they are recommending that we do periodic tests known as the PCR tests, and these are at specific intervals, having the first PCR between the 4 to 6 weeks of age, and then the second PCR at 9 months, and the third PCR at 1.5 months after cessation of breastfeeding. All these are interventions that are aimed at making sure that we have zero transmission of mother-to-child transmission of HIV. Before the year of 2020, to remove these tests, facilities would have to transport their samples to the hub laboratories in their specific districts, which samples would later be sent to a central public health laboratory, that is CPHL, on a weekly basis. And then they would be expecting results back on a weekly basis as well. However, this was associated with delayed return of results, and this was estimated between 1 to 3 months at the said Chenjejo General Hospital, and this would delay the health workers from making informed decisions. So after analyzing and realizing that there was this problem, in March 2020, Ministry of Health introduced the use of MPMA machines, and these were supposed to be placed at peripheral hub laboratories, Chenjejo Hospital inclusive, and these were meant to ensure that there is processing and testing of DNA PCR samples on site and have timely results and have timely feedback for the mothers. Despite introduction of these MPMA machines, there was slow uptake of these services and utilization of the EID POC services in Rwenzori region and Chenjejo Hospital specifically. So what we did to improve EID utilization, we used the CQI approach. and we did a root cause analysis. And we looked at the several causes through brainstorming why we are having low utilization of the EID POC services. And we realized that after ranking the several causes that we got, we realized that the biggest cause was because we were not screening for eligible infants at all facility entry points, that is in OPD, IPD, YCC, and during community outreaches. So other services would be given, but there was no screening for those infants that were eligible for testing or for DNA PCR testing. And so this problem was prioritized and we focused on it. As a project, by then, Baylor Uganda was implementing the SC Fort project. We planned to support recruitment and orientation as well as placement of the extra support staff, whom we are calling the EID champion in this case. And this champion was placed at the POC sites. This EID champion was trained, oriented in his key roles, and was attached to the facility PMTCT focal person for daily monitoring and supervision. And his main roles were mainly to screen, identify, and refer eligible exposed infants to the POC testing point, assist in sample collection, and support spoke sites to bleed and refer samples to the hub. Now, the spoke sites were looking at these other health center 3s attached to the hospital and health center 4s that didn't have a POC MPMA machine to make sure that they bleed and send samples to the hub for processing. Now, these were our results. As I earlier mentioned, we realized that after implementing POC services for almost a full year, from March 2020 to June 2021, there was low utilization of these services, as you can see in that run chart. So after introduction and recruitment of the EID champion in the month of January 2022 and orientation took place, we realized an improvement in terms of utilization of the services. And on a weekly basis, we would see more than 50 samples being run at this hub site. And we also realized that there were several improvements in terms of timely PCR uptake, especially with the first PCR. Of the total PCR tests that were done, 36% were first PCR, 34% were second PCR, 30% were third PCR, and 99% of the first PCRs were bled within the first 2 months of the infant's life, which was key to us. All the PCR samples that were run on site were, after recruitment of the EID champion, all the PCR samples were run on site, and we did not have any samples being referred to CPHL. There was also an observed improvement in turnaround time. Like I earlier mentioned in my introduction, when we were sending samples to CPHL, results would come back within 1 month to 3 months. But after the introduction of recruitment of the EID champions, we started getting back our results within 7 days to the spoke sites. And then on site, sometimes on a daily basis, even before the mother leaves the clinic, they would have their results, or even 1 or 2 days thereafter bleeding. In conclusion, we think that deploying the EID champions greatly improved uptake of EID services at Chenjojo Hospital, and therefore engaging less support staff at high-volume health facilities can improve utilization of critical health services. Those are the acknowledgements I have for the co-authors, Chenjojo Hospital staff, Chenjojo District Local Government, Baylor Uganda, and CDC. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mary, for that great presentation and the innovation by Baylor Uganda. The next presenter is Peter Chris Kaungezi from the Uganda National Institute of Public Health, and he's going to talk to us about predictors of exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months among HIV-exposed infants in Uganda, sharing insights from a prospective cohort. Peter.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peter Chris Kaungezi, an advanced field epidemiology fellow with the Uganda Public Health Fellowship Program. Attached at the AIDS control program, I'll be presenting to you a study on predictors of exclusive breastfeeding among HIV-exposed infants for 6 months. So over the past decade, there has been global reduction in new HIV infections among children. This decline has been from 320,000, which was in 2010, to 160,000 in 2021. Despite this progress, it is still short of the target which was set for 2020, and that was less than 20,000 new infections among children under 5, as per the Super Fast Track initiative to combat AIDS by 2030 and eliminate mother-to-child transmission. Children under 5 years commonly are infected through vertical transmission, that is from the mother to the HIV-exposed infant. And this is usually when mothers have not started on ART or they are not adhering well on their treatment. Also, the HIV-exposed infants get infected through mixed feeding practices that increase the risk of acquisition of this infection. It is therefore important to identify the need of interventions targeting infant feeding practices. According to the World Health Organization, the 2016 infant feeding guidelines was to be exclusively breastfed, provided the mother is adhering on ART. And this is no exception, even in other settings that may compromise access to ART treatment for the first 6 months. At 6 months, there can be introduction of complementary feeding while continuing breastfeeding for 12 months. This recommendation has still remained unchanged, as I said, even in situations where there is compromise on access to ART. However, non-adherence to exclusive breastfeeding has been reported among HIV-exposed infants, especially in developing countries. This poses a threat to the infant survival and increased risk of HIV acquisition. Therefore, in this study, we assessed the predictors of exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months among HIV-exposed infants in Uganda between 2017 to 2019. HIV-exposed infants were defined as infants born to HIV-positive mothers who tested HIV negative by DNA PCR at baseline. This was a secondary data analysis of a prospective cohort of HIV-exposed infants that were exclusively breastfed for 6 months. We also did multivariant modified Poisson regression to determine the adjusted risk ratios. All statistical tests were performed at 5% level of significance, and all this was performed in Starter 14. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now present to you the findings. Out of 17,520 infants enrolled in the impact evaluation study, 799 were excluded due to missing information on HIV exposure status at baseline. Out of the 1,804 HIV-exposed infants from cohort 1, which was for the exposed infants, those were screened for eligibility. 277 of those were excluded due to missing information on feeding option at 6 months. Finally, 1,527 HIV-exposed infants were included in the analysis. Of the 1,527 HIV-exposed infants, 50% were male, and 93% had a birth weight of less than 2.5 kilograms, of 2.5 kilograms and above. These are the baseline characteristics of the mothers. Of the 1,516 mothers, 70% were aged less than 25 years and above. Of the 1,013 mothers, 88% were virally suppressed at baseline. Of the 1,278 mothers, 16% disclosed their HIV status to their spouses. Of the 1,527 mothers and HIV-exposed infant pairs, 43% received PMTCT services at Health Center 2, at Health Center 4, or hospital level. Of the 1,527 HIV-exposed infants, 30% were exclusively breastfed for 6 months, 66% were on mixed feeding, 3.3% were on exclusive replacement feeding. I will now present you the predictors of exclusive breastfeeding. From the multivariate analysis, HIV-exposed infants whose mothers were virally suppressed at baseline were 1.8 times more likely to be exclusively breastfed for 6 months, compared to those whose mothers were not virally suppressed. Infants born to mothers who attended PMTCT at Health Center for hospital level were 1.6 times more likely to be exclusively breastfed for 6 months, compared to those who attended PMTCT at Health Center 2 or lower level. Those born to mothers who disclosed their HIV status to spouses were 1.4 times more likely to exclusively breastfeed for 6 months, compared to those whose mothers did not disclose the HIV status to their spouses. In this study, there were some limitations. First, we excluded some infants, as I explained in the methods, and we think this could have introduced bias, which might have led to the underestimation of the exclusive breastfeeding rates. As the excluded infants may have had different feeding practices or other factors that influence that. Second, the study relied on self-reported data at the follow-up visits, especially on the feeding practice, and self-reported data can be subject to social desirability bias, which may have resulted in an overestimation of the exclusive breastfeeding rates. However, this does not nullify the finding, but we need to put them in consideration. In conclusion, HIV-exposed infant 6-month exclusive breastfeeding rate was low. Factors known from previous studies to be associated with adherence to HIV treatment were also associated with exclusive breastfeeding. And mothers who attended PMTCT at high-level facilities, there was an association for them to exclusively breastfeed for 6 months. We therefore recommend that we need to ensure antiretroviral treatment access to pregnant mothers and support them to adhere to enhance the viral suppression. And the point of care that provides periodical testing for the viral load needs to continue and provide results to mothers, as we saw that those who were virally suppressed were more likely to breastfeed exclusively. There is need to provide psychosocial support for HIV-positive mothers to facilitate disclosure in a safe manner to their partners. This could enhance informed family decisions and family support. There are several interventions that have been done in other countries which we could borrow, like home-based couple counseling could support this disclosure. There is also need to strengthen lower-level health facilities for comprehensive PMTCT services. We've seen that task shifting of the lower-level health providers has enabled provision of HIV care services. However, they need continuous mentorship and support to enhance the comprehensive PMTCT services. We acknowledge the following institutions. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Peter. Great presentation, and we look forward to the discussion. Yeah, the next presenter and the last one is Dr. Sheila Bamweyana, a colleague from Muju Research Collaboration. She coordinated the HPTN 084 study successfully, and she's going to share findings from that study and other related studies. Sheila.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Flavia. I'm called Dr. Sheila Bamweyana from Muju Research Collaboration. I'm pleased to be here with you today just to share some updates from the HIV Prevention Trials Network, which Muju is part of. So I'm still waiting for... Sorry, this is not my presentation, but I will keep talking about the HIV Prevention Trials Network, that is HPTN, for those who have not heard about it. So the HPTN Prevention Trials Network has several studies within it, and one of the studies that we conducted at Muju is HPTN 084, and we also had within the 084 the sub-study that my colleague Miska presented about. So HPTN 084 was looking at the long-acting cabotegravir injection. I don't know if, I think you have heard about it. You know, right now for HIV prevention in Uganda, we have the oral cabotegravir, which has been approved and is available within the different PrEP centers. So we were comparing this new drug at the time, which is the long-acting injectable cabotegravir, with the oral Truvada. And we were asking two questions. That is the primary objectives for this study. We were looking at the efficacy of injectable cabotegravir versus the oral Truvada. So this new injectable, is it going to work as good as the oral Truvada in preventing HIV? And we're also looking at safety. We're also looking at the safety. Okay. Thank you. Where do it? Okay. Thank you. So just this was the study title, HPTN 084. So it was a phase 3. So phase 3 studies usually look at a drug, whether it's able to do what it says it would do, so the efficacy of the drug. And it was a double-blind study, meaning that the study participants did not know the products that they were using, and we, the research staff, also did not know the products that they were using to remove that bias. I will explain further. And we were comparing safety and efficacy of the long-acting injectable cabotegravir, comparing it to the daily oral Truvada in the HIV uninfected women. I had talked about really the primary objectives. We are looking at the long-acting injectable and comparing it to the Truvada. Is it working and is it safe? Looking at the two products. So in HPTN, we recruited high-risk women, so women who are at higher risk than usual in acquiring HIV. That is the commercial sex workers, women who are in serodiscordant relationships, women who had more than one partner, or whose partners were known to have other partners, or women who reported they did not know the status of their partners. So these were the women that we were recruiting between the ages of 18 and 45. And the study took place in 3 sites in Uganda, but 20 sites overall in sub-Saharan Africa. So the 3 sites, we had Muju, and then Beila, Uganda, and also UVRI in Entebbe. So the 20 sites in Africa, we had some in Botswana, Eswatini, Kenya, Malawi, South Africa, and a total of all the participants we recruited were 3,224. Oh, sorry. So for the Muju site, we recruited 204 participants. So for the study design, just to go through very briefly, because I mentioned that it was a double-blind study, so we had 2 arms in the study. You were either randomized to receive Truvada or randomized to receive the injection. But because of the double-blind design of the study, every participant had to be on a pill and an injection so that the participant would not know which product they were using, and also the staff. One of your products would be a placebo. So I'll just give an example. If you are randomized to the cabotegravir arm, for example, you would receive an injection of cabotegravir, and then you'd receive the placebo of Truvada. When I say placebo, just to explain, for those who may not know, it looks like Truvada, the Truvada pill, but it does not have the active drug in it. So that even if 2 participants were discussing and both had pills, they would not be able to know that my pill is a placebo and yours is the real thing. So they look exactly the same, but one of them does not have active product in it, and that's what we call the placebo. And then if you are in arm B, that is the Truvada arm, you would get the oral Truvada, which was active, and then you'd get a placebo of the injection. So the same thing. The injection would look exactly like the cabotegravir, but it would not have active product in it, so that you would not know. And that was really to remove bias, so that within the study, the staff and the participants would not make conclusions before the results come out that I think this arm is doing better, or this product is working better, or the other one is safer, depending on how the participants were presenting. I'll use the pictorial presentation of it just to make it easier for everyone. So group A was the cabotegravir arm. As you can see, we had the first step in the study where everyone was receiving pills. So we called this the oral phase. The oral phase was put for safety purposes. I have mentioned that cabotegravir is a long-acting product. So when I say long-acting, when you receive the injection of cabotegravir, it takes a period of 48 to 52 weeks to get out of your system completely. However, in that time, the concentration of the drug keeps reducing. So you have to receive it every 2 months to maintain the optimal concentration for prevention. So you get it every 2 months to maintain the dose that can actually protect you from HIV. However, it remains in your system for 52 weeks, which is approximately 1 year. So because of that, the study design had an oral phase where they introduced an oral cabotegravir pill to these participants, so that in the event that a participant gets an adverse reaction, a bad reaction to the cabotegravir, we can retrieve the oral pill, because for it was short-lived. And for the injection, once you give it, if someone gets a bad reaction, you can't get it out of their system. They've already received it. So that's why we had the oral phase for 5 weeks. So that is the Group A. If you can look at Group A Step 1, that's what I'm talking about. You would receive an active cabotegravir pill and a Truvada placebo. And then if you were in Group B, which was the Truvada arm, you'd get a placebo of cabotegravir and an active pill of Truvada. After the oral phase, if you had no issues with the oral phase, then you would move on into the injection phase. In the injection phase, every participant had to receive an injection every 8 weeks. Depending on the arm you are randomized to, you would either get a placebo injection or an active injection. And then after the step 2, we had what we called the step 3, which was the open label. I mentioned that the concentration of cabotegravir takes about 1 year to get out of your system. So in the event that you stop taking an injection every 2 months, as the concentration of the drug reduces, if you're exposed to HIV in that time, there are chances that you could develop resistance to cabotegravir, and that would affect the drugs that you're going to get for treatment. So during the open label phase, that is after you're off the injection, you would get Truvada to beef up your concentrations of PrEP products in your system to cover for what we call the PK tail, the pharmacokinetic tail of cabotegravir. Just to share the results quickly, I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation that we had 2 questions. Is cabotegravir as effective as Truvada, or is it better? And then safety, are they both safe, or does cabotegravir have any issues for someone to use as a PrEP product? So in November 2020, the Data Safety Monitoring Board asked the sponsors of the study to stop the blinded phase of the study because they had done some analysis of the results. Now, in that time, they looked at a total of 3,127 participants, their data, and at that time we had, remember we had 2 arms, so one arm, the cabotegravir arm, had 1,566 participants in the cabotegravir arm and 1,561 participants in the Truvada arm. So it was a 1-to-1 distribution of participants. And when they were looking at the results, we looked at the demographics of the participants. So within the 20 sites, in the participants that were recruited, the average age, remember we were recruiting between 18 to 25 years. The average age was 26 years. 82% of the women reported were not living with their partners. 55% had 2 or more partners in the last month. And then 34% were having a primary partner who was reported to be living with HIV or having an unknown status. So this is the kind of population we recruited. Retention in the study was good at the different, so we started recruitment in Muju in September 2018, and these results came out in November 2020. So within the 2-year period, retention was generally good for the participants. I'll go straight to the results. So we are looking at the efficacy key points. The question is cabotegravir, this long-acting cabotegravir, does it work actually to prevent HIV? So at that time, there was a total of 40 HIV infections within all the 20 sites. Within the 3,224 participants, 40 of them had seroconverted. 4 of the infections were in the cabotegravir arm and 36 were in the Truvada arm. And these results showed that both of the products are actually very good at preventing HIV, but the injection was superior, mainly because Truvada requires you to take a daily pill every day for it to prevent HIV. And we already had issues with adherence to the oral pill. That's why the injectable product was introduced and is also was under investigation at the time. So in addition, we had a sister study called HP10083, which was not conducted in Uganda, but it was very similar in design, that was also looking at cabotegravir versus Truvada, but it was looking at it in cisgender men who have sex with men, or cisgender men or transgender women who have sex with men. So it was not in Uganda, it was in Argentina, Brazil, South Africa, Thailand, and they also, when they looked at their results, they were very similar to the HP10084 study. So they had 52 HIV infections, 13 in the Kabla arm and 39 in the Truvada arm. So still, there were more infections seen in the oral Truvada arm compared to the injectable Kabla arm. So just to, you might be wondering, for the participants who were in the injectable arm, how did they seroconvert? Because if someone comes to get the injection, you expect that they've received the injection, as opposed to the people on the Truvada arm, where it is up to them to take a pill every day for it to work. So 2 of the 4 participants in the cabotegravir arm, actually at the time of their incident HIV infection, they had no evidence of recent cabotegravir exposure. And these participants had not received any cabotegravir injection. Remember, I mentioned that we had 5 weeks of an oral phase at the beginning. So these 2 participants actually seroconverted within the oral phase. So they never received an injection, and they were not taking the oral carb as they should have. And then for the 3rd participant, during the retrospective analysis of their results, they found that this person had actually entered the study when they were already positive. However, it was not captured at the entry of the study. We used to do HIV testing at the entry of the study, but this person, the concentration of the HIV in their blood was too low to be detectable by the test that we were using. And then the 4th participant had delayed injections. I mentioned that for cabotegravir to work, you have to receive an injection every 8 weeks, that is every 2 months. So this particular participant had delayed time within their injections, which led to their seroconversion. I had mentioned about the PK tail of the study, and we were worried about resistance for these women who get HIV while they are on a PrEP product. So for 084, we did not see any resistance in the participants who seroconverted in the cabotegravir arm. However, we saw 9 women in the Truvada arm who had developed mutations to TDF or FTC. I talked about the adherence already in seroconverters. So adherence is very important for any of the products to work. For any drug to work, you should use it as has been recommended. So for safety, we found that both products are actually safe. The adverse events in the study were just mild to moderate. And looking at injection site reactions that we used to monitor, they were also very mild to moderate. So participants would be asked at every visit if they had any issues with the injection. And none of the participants discontinued injections because of any injection site reactions. And mainly it was just pain. So after the results were released, we unblinded all the participants. So we told each of them which arm they were randomized to, and we took them off the placebo products. So every participant remained with 1 active product, and they were given a choice to choose whether you want to continue in the Truvada arm or the cabotegravir arm. You switch. So most of our participants actually switched into cabotegravir arm, and we also added the RNA test to the HIV testing algorithm to be able to capture early any seroconversions to prevent that one participant whose HIV was detected later. So now in the study, at all visits, we do also HIV RNA. Previously, we were only doing a rapid test and the EIA combo test. So also looking at cabotegravir in pregnancy, at the inception of the study, all participants who were entering were required to be on a long-acting contraceptive pill because we do not have data that says cabotegravir is safe in breastfeeding or in pregnant women. However, looking at the population of participants that we recruited, we recruited very young girls, young women. Average age was 26 years, and the study has taken 5 years. So within those 5 years, status changed. Some of the participants who entered when they were single or had several partners now settled down, got one primary partner, and then there was the need now to conceive. So we actually had, within the study, we still had pregnancies that came up, even if it was a requirement to be on a reliable contraceptive method in the study. So of the 50 pregnancies that we saw in the study, at the time of these results, 27 had given outcomes and we had not seen any congenital anomalies. However, we are collecting more data. So right now there is a sub-study within HPTN that is still ongoing, where we are giving these women a chance to consent to continue receiving cabotegravir injection while they are pregnant and while they are breastfeeding, so that we can find out whether it is safe and efficacious in this population. Very fast, I'll just talk briefly about the sub-study that is long-acting injectable for teens. There was also a sub-study within HPTN which was looking at the adolescent population, and here we were recruiting girls between the age of 12 and 17 years, and we were trying to see if this injectable cabotegravir is safe, tolerable, and acceptable in this population. I'll just go straight to the results. So majority of our participants, the mean age was 16 years, that is for that sub-study, and they were all Africans. If you look at the STIs, we had actually 31% cases of chlamydia and 7% of gonorrhea. So you can see that as much as these were adolescents, they were actually sexually active and also at high risk of acquiring HIV. Also, looking at the safety for the -1 participants, we had no adverse events, and there were actually no incident HIV infections. So for all our adolescent participants, no one seroconverted. And for this particular study, it was not blinded or anything. Everyone was getting cabotegravir. So this really also shows how efficacious the long-acting cabotegravir is, even in this population. And then it was also noted to be very tolerable. There were no participants who discontinued the product because of pain or any adverse events. Then also looking at acceptability, after 3 injections, we would ask the participants what do they like about the injectable method. Majority said because it protects against HIV, and also it was easier to use in comparison to the daily Truvada. When we asked them about any concerns about the injectable method, majority had no concerns about the injectable method. So this long-acting cabotegravir is highly efficacious in the women, in the men we have seen in 083, and also in the adolescent population as per the sub-study. So as we are collecting more data in pregnancy and breastfeeding, at the time of rollout, hopefully, when the results are out in the pregnancy and breastfeeding sub-study, it can be also rolled out for the pregnant women. So conclusion for sub-study, it is very feasible. We've talked about how the studies in adolescents can be tricky, especially if they are below 18. You know, below 18 in Uganda, you're not considered an adult. However, they are very feasible if you have consent from the parents, which we're able to get. And we also saw that our adolescent participants were actually very interested in using this injectable cabotegravir. They found it acceptable, and they also expressed interest to use it in future. At the end of the -1 study, which ended, these adolescents were given a chance to choose whether to continue on Truvada or also to switch to, to continue with cabotegravir, and 92% actually chose the long-acting cabotegravir as a product of choice, and they are continuing to use it within the parent study. You may be wondering about availability of this long-acting cabotegravir for PrEP. So following the results that I've just shared with you from 084 and 083, the US Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, approved this cabotegravir for use in PrEP on 20th December 2021. And we are still waiting on approval from the National Drug Authority in Uganda for it to be now made available in the PrEP clinics in Uganda. So because the cabotegravir injection was found to be superior to the Truvada, the IRBs, the institutional review boards, ethically require that the participants that have participated in a study like this, and we find that a product is actually superior to what is available, they are required to keep giving the study participants the product until it's available in the country. So right now, the participants in 084 who chose to take the long-acting injectable are going to keep receiving it within a protocol that is called VIV protocol. So VIV is the pharmaceutical company that has actually manufactured the injectable cabotegravir, and they are going to continue providing this product to the women within HPTN study until it is available in the PrEP centers in the country. So for now, that protocol is going to last 3 years. Hopefully within the 3 years, we shall have the products available. And maybe I just wanted to touch on what we call the multipurpose technology. My last slide, sorry. So multipurpose technologies are products that do two or three things at once. So you have a product that prevents HIV, prevents STIs, and prevents pregnancy, or prevents STI and pregnancy. So that is something that the HPTN network is really looking at the moment. So we have a study in the pipeline called HPTN 1084. It has not yet started in the country, but Moju site has been selected, and we hope that it will start next year. And it's going to be looking at a dual prevention pill, which has both Truvada and the combined oral contraceptive in one pill. And then we shall be looking at another versus a 2-pill regimen. So some of the participants will be getting Truvada as one pill and another pill of the combined oral contraceptive, and then the other group will be receiving one pill which has all those things combined. But that is just in the pipeline. Otherwise, I would like to acknowledge our funders, our study participants as always. Without them, we would not have these very important findings. The study staff and the community that we always work with. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sheila. And thank you all for listening. I could tell from the nonverbals that people are very engaged, and we look forward to a 10-minute discussion about the presentations. So just to remind ourselves about the previous presentations, we could all now be thinking about cabotegravir. But we had an earlier presentation by Miska, where she talked about challenges affecting adolescent girls and young women within a PrEP trial, 084, HPTN 084-01, which Dr. Sheila again talked about in details. There was a very high retention rate, as you realized, 82.4%, despite all the challenges. And she called upon all of us to love these adolescents, understand them, and prevent them from going away to get married when they are not ready because of the harsh treatment that these girls receive from the adult populations at home. And then Mary talked about early infant diagnosis services at Chenjejo District. Very innovative, very interesting presentation. They got a lay person to facilitate quick turnover of DNA PCR results from 1 to 3 months to just 7 days. So we look forward to understanding whether this has been scaled up, Mary, to other Baylor clinics, because you manage a number of clinics, and also to other clinics for PEPFAR within the country. And that gentleman needed to be recognized at this meeting. I wish you had come with him. And then Chris talked about predictors of exclusive breastfeeding. You didn't define exclusive breastfeeding. We have some people who are not medical on the group. And as you answer the questions from the congregation, you elaborate more about what exclusive breastfeeding is. We do not make assumptions. But you stated that the proportion of women who are exclusively breastfeeding without adding any other foods was only 30%, which is quite low. And factors that were associated with this include non-disclosure, very low non-suppression, but also the level of facility. So here what we pick is there's a saying that how you do anything is how you do everything. So women who are not suppressing are the same women who are not exclusively breastfeeding, not following the instructions from the health workers. But we also do understand them because there are usually reasons behind what someone does. And then Dr. Sheila crowned the session with a number of studies. She comprehensively presented studies that we have done at Muju on HIV prevention using cabotegravir, which is an efficacious, safe, and acceptable injectable given only 2 monthly, 6 injections a year, and someone can prevent themselves from getting HIV. And to emphasize, CAB is not yet available countrywide. We are waiting for NDA approval, but we have it in the guidelines already. So are the dapivirine rings, which we haven't talked about here. And also we are conducting other studies that are looking at even longer acting formulations, like a 6-monthly injection. We shall soon be having some information about a 6-monthly injection for prevention of HIV, only 2 injections in a year. So I'm opening up the discussion. Questions for Miska, Sheila, on 084, Mary, and Peter. Where do we start from? Dr. Kapata, glad to see you. Someone give Dr. Kapata a mic.
Thank you, Flavia, for chairing, and the presenters have been introduced already. I wanted to find out from Miska how they managed to get ethical approval to do a study that is talking about sex in children who are below 18, given that for you to be part of the study, you should have had sex. And then I wanted to find out from Baylor, Mary, since these were lay workers, how were they taking off samples, and which kind of samples were these? And from Peter, I wanted to find out whether they found out why women are secretive. Only 16% told their husbands about their HIV status. I don't know what happens for us men. And for Sheila, my journalistic instinct came in when you said the 4 people who had HIV and were using Kabla, there was an explanation. Are you insinuating that Kabla is 99% protective? Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm not seeing the hands. Okay. And then Esther.
Okay, thank you for the presentations.
Oh, Dr. Rebecca.
Yes, one question goes to Dr. Sheila. How about were the partners on art? Did you try to find out whether there are some partners who are on art? Then also, and did it affect the study? Then another question to Babirie. Thank you for the presentation. My question was, how about those who became sexually inactive along the study? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rebecca. Esther Isingel, she's here.
Thank you. My name is Esther Isingel from Mojo. My question goes to Miska. You noted that parents were involved during the consent process, and yet they were the very people that led to the adolescents not coming for their visits later on. I would like to know if these parents knew about their children's risky behavior before consent, or it was incidentally disclosed at the point of consent. Could that have been the reason as to why they behaved that way thereafter? And what were your plans to engage the parents in hoping these adolescents continue coming for care? And then the second question goes to Dr. Sheila. I note that your retention was good, and yet recruitment occurred during the COVID lockdown. What measures did you put in place to ensure that you continued engaging parents, participants to come for the study, and yet there was a complete lockdown in the study in the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm John Maokole from Kabaramaito. I'm also a younger researcher. My question goes to Mary. Is she Mary? About the lay worker.
Okay.
Deployed. Did the lay worker replace the mentor mother? Because I believe the mentor mother's role is that. And how, do you recommend the lay work deployment for other places vis-a-vis the mentor mother? Then in the other last presentation, I was touched when there was a comment on one person who was enrolled yet underwent screening for HIV. I don't know whether the recruitment tool, I don't know how standard it was, and also the testing technique, was it an error from the personnel, from the machines? Did we follow back about the testing kits? Were they the real kits to be used, or they had issues?
Is that for Mary or for?
She has got it. But also,
okay.
That was a sensitive research, and I believe it required a more accurate testing mechanism or algorithm, since it is so sensitive. to avoid such errors.
Okay, thank you. There's someone here, and then at the back, and then in white.
Thank you so much, co-presenter. It was like she seems to know all the participant names except mine.
Except yours. You can
but
tell.
I'm not from Moju, it's okay.
You can tell me your name.
I'm Justin Faye Katwesge. Some of my concerns have already been aired out. It was mostly to Dr. Sheila when she said that some of the participants that seroconverted, one of them, it was found that she was already HIV positive. Yet for you to start PrEP, you must be confirmed HIV negative. So I'm wondering how could such a study go ahead to initiate someone on PrEP without confirming the HIV status. We need to look into the ethical considerations that you took place in the study. Then for Peter Chris, we appreciate your recommendations for improving PMTCT services. However, when I looked at your PMTCT percentages from the facility levels where you show health center tools having higher PMTCT service delivery in 2017 and up to 2019, when actually in the Ministry of Health leveling, service delivery leveling, health center tools don't even offer antenatal services. So where did all these randomly selected health center tools come from to be the ones that are offering prevention to mother than the health center falls? And three, it is raising a question on what is the data source. Is it a trustable data source? Because we don't offer antenatal services in health center tools in our country. When a mother is pregnant, they are supposed to be referred to a health center 3 and other levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The person at the back, then with a white scarf.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stella, and my question goes to Peter. I'm wondering, at what point were the viral loads for the mothers, the baseline viral load for the mothers taken? And then, and also for those mothers, at some point, I suspect someone maybe was initially suppressed, but maybe during the 6 months of breastfeeding, they became virally unsuppressed. So how did you document those? Because in your documentation, I saw someone was either suppressed or unsuppressed. So how did you document that? Thank you.
Yes. I'm Maria from Lago. My question goes to Mary from Chenjojo. We see that they sent the EID champions to support in the overwhelming number at Chenjojo. So my question is, were the existing staff also champions, or the people you sent, they are the ones which were champions? If not that they weren't champions, did you go ahead to impart the same championship knowledge in them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. One last question, and then the presenters will briefly respond. Yes, please.
Thank you, Session Chair. My question goes to the last presenter. Partially, the study you carried out with those under 18 years, the adolescents. What comes to my mind immediately is already my friend has talked about, my colleague, how you engage children who are under 18 to promote their promiscuity. My question is, did you deliberately guide them to be on family planning, or you are interested also to know how they behave on those different arms when they are pregnant? Or did you guide them to be on some form of family planning so that really as they are sexually active, they are not getting pregnant at that age because you know the risks associated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are going to have the prevention presenters, Ms. Kanshila, respond first, and then we shall go to the treatment group, the infant prevention group. So, Miska, you had about 3 questions. Can I repeat for you, or you can remember? So someone asked about how you manage to get ethical approval for children who are having sex to be in a study, and then those who became inactive, sexually inactive afterwards, what did you do to them? Did you discontinue them? And then you had mentioned that parents were involved in the informed consent process, and then later the same parents were not supportive of the children being in the studies and using PrEP. So what happened? You can explain that discrepancy.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Flavia, and to our audience, thank you so much for the questions that you have posed. About the children, this study had already been approved. Since I said it was already a sub-study, we went through the approvals, all the required approvals for this study, and it was allowed and accepted at all levels to be conducted. Dr. Sheila will throw more light about that.
Yeah.
And for the girls who had been engaged in sex, someone was asking, the question was, pardon?
Who later became sexually inactive.
Before that, someone asked how these girls, one of the requirements was that they should have been engaged in sex before recruitment into this study. Actually, these girls, it was really a requirement. You're introducing something in this age group. Talking to someone who is naive would really be very hard. At least we needed someone who have been engaged in sex at least for the last 1 year. So it was very important and key for us to have someone who had already been engaged in sex to continue exploring the facts that we needed to go through. And it was also accompanied by family planning. It was a requirement that all the adolescents that had to be enrolled had to be on family planning. And our country allows from 16 years to have family planning. So these girls had to be on family planning. So you had to be sexually active to engage in family planning. Then another question, for the girls who became sexually inactive, what happened? That was a very good point for us, a plus. How? I mentioned that we had risk reduction counseling for the girls who had multiple partners and risk behavior. So actually we had most of them who had multiple partners. After the counseling that was really intense and needed to be continuous, some of the girls stuck to one partner or really surely became inactive. But I want to warn you that these girls will become inactive today, the next day they will become active again. So let's take caution. We received them in our study, they became inactive, we were very happy. Some of them, after now changing the environment, surely they became active again. So let's take caution on that. Then for the parents, we engaged the parents in our study because these were young girls. People are concerned, why did we recruit children? We engaged the parents. The girls had assent and the parents consented. That was part of the design of the study. We included these parents. We engaged them after facing these, after the girls came back with their concerns. We now had engagement meetings with the parents. We called them in. At least every 2 weeks, we started engaging the parents at different levels. And the parents got to know all these concerns. And surely, by the end of it all, Dr. Sheila mentioned the girls were able to join the main study. So it was also a plus. The parents, after understanding what the girls go through, they changed. One particular parent was called in one-on-one, and surely confessed he didn't know all that was happening, but the girls reunited with the parents, and surely it increased on our retention. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Miska, for ably answering the questions. Sheila.
Thank you. Thank you all for the questions. Okay, I think the last question has been answered about contraception, so I won't repeat that again. So there was a question about the HIV testing protocol within the study. So for all the participants, because it's an HIV prevention study, we had an HIV testing algorithm that we were following. So every participant at every visit before they received a product, whether Truvada or cabotegravir, would have to have a rapid test done, which was the oral quick test, looking at antibodies for HIV type 1 and 2. And they also had the EIA ELISA test, which also looks at the HIV antibodies. It is a stronger test that detects HIV antibodies. So when these tests were found negative, that participant would be confirmed negative. So for this particular participant, the concentration of the antibodies in their blood was so low, below the level of detection at the time they entered the study, and so that's why it was not detected. But the actual HIV testing algorithm that we were using is, should I say, is even better than what is being followed at the ministry. So because it is a study, we had to make sure that we use very good and strong tests. And following that particular scenario, we added the RNA test, which now looks at the antigen for HIV. So before those results came out, we were only doing the RNA test at screening. So this participant, even at screening, the RNA test was actually negative. All these three tests were negative. For you to enter the study, your rapid had to be negative, your EIA test, and your RNA test. All three tests had to be negative. If there was any discrepancy, you'd automatically be disqualified for the study. So it's just one of those unique cases, but we also know that it is very important to confirm that someone is HIV positive before they enter the study, and we did make sure and confirm that she was negative. However, when they did the retrospective analysis of the results, we found that there was a certain percentage of detectable HIV at the point of enrollment. So it was, I don't know if I've answered the question.
Yeah, you have.
Then the person who asked about, there was something about retention. So we started recruitment in 2018, but we're still in follow-up during the actual lockdown period. So because transport was restricted, we had to make sure that our participants still get the injection, and we could not do off-site study visits because we had to do a lot of testing, and also the injection needs to be prepared in an aseptic environment free of infections and contamination. So we used to pick participants up. I remember we used to get these stickers that would allow us to move. We would pick participants from their homes and take them back. They come for their visits and we take them back. That's how we were able to maintain the good retention during the COVID periods. And then for the efficacy, I think there's someone who asked about the efficacy of Kabla. Just to enlighten the team, as part of the procedures within the study, we used to do risk reduction counseling. So these participants used to enter when they are high risk, having many partners, and they would receive risk reduction counseling at every visit, and we used to also offer condoms and actually encourage them to use the condoms. So it is, it's not like we'd tell them don't use anything else, just use the injection, because it's still under investigation. So I just looked at same data from the National Institute of Health that looked at the pooled relative risk. When they looked at all these efficacious studies, they put the efficacy of Kabla in comparison to oral PrEP at 79% reduction in HIV acquisition when they looked at all the different studies. Who haven't?
Yeah.
There was a
and then the
question
last one was about PrEP.
partners and
on ART.
Partners
was
on
some partners on ART, and did it affect your results?
Yes. So, as one of some of the participants who are taking to be high risk had their partners who were known to have HIV, and that's why they were considering themselves to be at high risk and accepted to participate in the study. But we did not have any issues from those partners. I don't know if maybe I didn't understand the question. Have I
Would
answered
being
your
on
question?
ART have contributed to the outcome, the ART of the partner? Your partner being on ART, yet you're on a PrEP program. Couldn't that have interfered with the...
I think for most of these studies, if you have disclosed, I think we also saw from one of the study about breastfeeding that it's always important, and we always encourage our participants who are taking part in any of these studies or getting products or getting any medication, it's important to disclose to your partner so that you're supported fully in coming for your visits, and it also avoids issues going forward.
Yeah, but we
So
also
I
know
think-
that, to supplement, we
Yeah.
also know that if the partner is living with HIV, has HIV, the risk to the other partner who is negative is not only from that partner. There are studies to show that most of the people who actually get infected and they're in discordant relationships, the HIV is from outside. And importantly for clinical trials, that's why we randomize, so that you control for all those differences. And you'll find that women whose partners were on ART are equally distributed, and therefore that is controlled for in the design of the study, so it shouldn't affect the results.
Is there anyone I've not answered?
I think she's done. Just to emphasize about the ethical bit of involving adolescents and children in studies for HIV prevention, we are not promoting promiscuity. We are addressing a real problem, because that's where most of the infections are. If we close our eyes and think that children are not having sex, I think COVID showed us a lot. Many of the children got pregnant, some got infected, others got infected and pregnant, and we cannot hide away from the fact that children are getting active very early. So the IRBs, the ethical bodies, they go ahead and approve these studies, and we are addressing a problem in this particular population. We've had parents who have had children in such studies, and then they will tell you, can I bring another one, please? Can I bring another one? Because these kids are getting helped when they join the studies. Like Miska said, they reduce their risk, and they should be supported. And we are looking for these interventions to address a big problem in adolescent girls and young women. Yeah, so the last two presenters, Peter.
Yes, thank you to the audience for the questions. They raise good insights into this study, some of which we have also been challenged with as we reasoned the findings. But to start with the definition, exclusive breastfeeding in this study was considered to be breastfeeding with no additional supplement, whether formula feed, water, any kind of food, up to 6 months. We also had exclusive replacement feeding, which was using a formula feed. Of course, that fits the AFAS criteria exclusively without adding any other supplement up to 6 months. Then we had mixed feeding, where a mother could do breastfeeding alongside other supplements, including formula feeds, water, and any other foods. However, when I say supplements, they still received vitamins. So, yes. Then, pardon? Oh, yes. Then from Dr. Kapwata, thank you for the question. As I said, this was a secondary data analysis from a national PMTCT evaluation, so we didn't have a chance to explore why women were secretive. That is the 16% disclosure. However, this also suggested that we need to do further studies, probably qualitative studies, to know why. Because in some other areas like South Africa, it has been found that some mothers actually fear the repercussions. Some could be discriminated, some could face violence. But the innovative approaches we need to put in place and are meant to help them disclose, but also keep them safe. From Justin Faith, thank you for the comment raised. I want to state that the data source, as I mentioned, was from a national PMTCT evaluation, so it is a trusted data source. However, the argument that you raise that health center tools do not offer antenatal care, I seem not to agree with that because they do offer, and some health center tools are actually PMTCT sites. So we can have discussions maybe after this for further enlightenment. Maybe I didn't get the question well.
So Peter, in the interest of
then
time.
Stella?
In the interest of time, Stella and someone else, they will come and ask you directly. Let's go to Mary. Answer 2 questions only. You had about 4. Answer 2 of them.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Flavia. I'll start with your concern. You wanted to know whether this intervention has been scaled up. I want to mention that we have scaled up this intervention to all our supported districts, looking at the hospitals being hubs, health center 4s, and some few high-volume facilities, which are health center 3s. They have received the MPMA machines, and they are doing point-of-care EID testing. Concern from Dr. Kapata, how were they taking off the samples, and which kind of samples were they using? I want to mention that we are using whole blood samples, therefore we are doing venous bleeding. Another concern from John from Kabera Maido, did the EID champions replace peer mothers? And do you recommend others to adopt lay workers? The answer is no. The EID champions did not replace the peer mothers. The peer mothers are still there. However, their role is mainly into health education, patient tracking, file retrieval, etc., whereas the EID champion is mainly looking at screening and identifying eligible infants for testing.
Thank you so much, Mary, and thank you so much, all panelists. Thank you, Dr. Dan, Head of Prevention Uganda AIDS Commission, and the audience for your attention. There's another group that's coming in, but we have... Okay. He's a senior colleague. I respectfully allow him to say one more.
Thank you. This goes to the last presenter when they identified that, yes, one of the client actually seroconverted or was already positive when they entered the study.
Yes.
That brings into question, it begs the sensitivity of the tests they are using. And she's already telling us they had 2 tests and then added on the RNA test. My question, when you add on the RNA test, does the sensitivity go to 100%? Because you don't want a repeat of that occurrence. What is the sensitivity of the first test? What's the sensitivity of the second one? When you do them in parallel and you add RNA, does it go to 100%?
Dr. Sheila, just in one sentence, can you respond?
Thank you for the question. So that the tests are all highly sensitive. When I do not want to use words, to say what I'm not very sure about regarding the lab bit, the sensitivity, and I would have to look at the data. I don't want to give figures off the top of my head. But what I can assure you is that this protocol and this algorithm are submitted to our institutional review boards, our ethical, and it goes through all the processes, the ethical review boards, the IRBs, the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, the National Drug Authority itself, and they review all these protocols and the tests, and they approve these studies before they are actually conducted. So it's not like we are doing things without having approval. And the approval comes because the algorithm itself is actually a very good algorithm where we use 3 different tests that are looking for antibodies and the antigen. And I can say that when the 3 are combined, they are actually highly effective in confirming that someone is HIV negative or positive.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. And
I just don't want to say figures out of my head, really.
And to allay your anxiety, we've been doing HIV prevention trials since 2007. I have not conducted an HIV prevention efficacy study where we've not gotten a baseline infection. Because of the nature of the populations we are working in, they are high risk. You can screen someone and then 2 weeks later they get infected, but then you may not be able to detect that they got infected. And you enroll them in the study. And then later on when you go back to the baseline samples, you realize that this person already had HIV. So that's one of the limitations, but when we combine with viral load and all those other tests, we increase our chances of picking the infection, but it can never be 100%. Thank you. So thank you so much, everyone. Important discussion, and let's continue working in our own fields, research, care, treatment, and let us make sure that we link those women or children and adolescents and men, key populations basically, to HIV prevention services. Thank you so much. Lunch is ready for the group.
Oh, wow.
We have known each other for quite a long time.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Flavia from Muju and your wonderful team. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the team that was before us here. And of course to ourselves for being patient. From morning we've been here. It means that we love our country, and again we are committed to ending AIDS by 2030. I want to apologize. We are behind schedule by 1 hour. We should be having a session on HIV financing, and we have our moderator, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, with us, and we do also have the online team. So it's lunchtime. I don't know if we've been able to get coupons from the ushers behind. Has everyone got a coupon? Yes, so we have our lunch right behind us. The ushers will be able to show us how to proceed. But I would request that I know the line is quite long. I would request that we use 20 minutes, if possible, a working lunch, because the session presenters are with us, and they've been waiting since almost an hour, if you would agree with me. 20 minutes, and then we can reconvene for the afternoon plenary session. So ushers, please give out coupons to our stakeholders. And I'm also calling upon other participants who were in the other sessions. The system strengthening team, I hope we have concluded with our session. And we also had the social support team. So ushers, please ensure every tent has a coupon, including our service providers who are the exhibition tents. Please ensure they have coupons and guide our visitors to the serving tent. Thank you.
glad to welcome you all, our dear key stakeholders, to this National HIV/AIDS Symposium. This year, the JA has been organized as a symposium that features the following: the National HIV/AIDS exhibition that will create an opportunity to showcase the country's achievement in addressing HIV and AIDS. The expected outcome will be an AIDS memoir with clear recommendations and undertakings for implementation during the 4th year of the National HIV/AIDS Strategic Plan.
When we developed the National Strategic Plan, our baseline was at 0.32%. And we set a target to reduce this to 0.2%. Our review for this year shows that we are at 0.22%, meaning that we are remaining with a 0.02% to hit our target.
Infecting someone intentionally with HIV and using a condom, of the two, what is a sin and what is a crime?
We tested more people, but even after testing more people, the positivity rate is slightly lower than what it was last financial year.
As we are designing these programs, we need to make sure that young people are at the forefront, telling you what we want.
Client satisfaction surveys on the different DSD approaches so that we can get feedback from the clients on what is working and what is not working better to improve service delivery.
To map HIV groups, specific incidences, and harvest the low-hanging fruit first, where benefits are highest. A few countries, especially small island states, are about to eliminate mother-to-child transmission.
What challenged me is how to inspire these children to be able to swallow their medicine and tell them that they can grow and be like any other child. I remember one child, when he saw me swallowing the medicine, asked me, can I also become a doctor? Of course, at that time it was difficult, but I told him, yeah, I believe if you can swallow your medicine well.
Together, we have the power to empower adolescent girls and young women. By working together, we can provide them with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed, advocate for what works, and be informed by the data to scale up our successful efforts efficiently.
And the U.S. will continue to be committed to serving all people in Uganda without discrimination. We will continue to ensure that principles of non-discrimination are upheld in all PEPFAR programs.
The government of Uganda has, since the outbreak of the HIV epidemic, recognized its role as the leader in this fight, and we will continue to actively support all interventions aimed at ending inequalities among adolescents, girls, and young women and boys, and to work to enhance our efforts in the battle against AIDS domestically. It's now my honor and privilege to declare this second National HIV and AIDS Symposium officially open.
Ugandans get HIV every week? Did you know that every week 500 people die of AIDS in Uganda? HIV is still with us. In 2017, President Museveni launched the First Track initiative to end AIDS by 2030. We must stop HIV. The best way for young people to avoid HIV is to abstain.
Why you had to have sex at 16, at 18, at 20, and then you die, or you start having problems, which you may live with all your life? Why don't you wait, hold on, you study, finish your degree, and then you look for a partner at the right time?
Protect yourself. Abstain from sex until you're ready. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
If you are pregnant,
Go for antenatal care services at a health facility. Take the HIV test with your partner. If you test positive, take ARVs to protect your baby.
Because if they take those medicines, then the baby is born HIV free.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today.
Fellow men, support your pregnant partner to go for antenatal care services.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
My husband,
Yes, my dear.
I have a problem.
What problem again? I told you I'm going to buy your phone tomorrow. Don't mind.
No, not that.
Then what?
My husband, I need a housemaid to help me the housework. Because you see, we are from work. I have to prepare supper, I have to wash clothes, I have to wash utensils. I get tired.
Yeah, that one is understandable. But how do you see? If I bring you Anne, the daughter to my late sister, because she's not at school.
Isn't Anne a daughter to your late sister Stella who has just died of HIV?
Yeah, it's the only way I can help those people.
Anne.
Yes, Aunt.
Thank you. Work well done. I can see you managing house affairs very well. However, as part of this form, you need to undergo some medical tests.
Like which tests, Aunt?
Just like malaria, readiness, and even HIV.
For malaria, it's fine, but for HIV, I came with my drugs.
Which drugs?
These.
Why are you so scared?
The girl must be chaste.
What? Give me a reason as to why you can kiss such a hard-working girl.
She's positive.
What?
The girl is HIV positive.
Oh, so that means Stella passed on the infection to her daughter.
She must go.
No. This is my sister's daughter. How will it look like?
Now, I'm going to set my own precautions. I don't want HIV in my house. I don't want AIDS in my house. And you? Mace. Never ever wear my clothes again.
Why?
Julie, you have changed. You think we don't know that you're HIV positive? From today onwards, this is your cup. Get it. And this is your plate. This is your mat. You will be sitting in the other corner. You see?
As usual.
Do you see? How is it? I know you love rice so much. Finish it, I add you.
All the darkness, the days are long,
What's wrong with you? Are you deaf or what? Didn't I give you your own things to use? I'm chasing away eggs from our house. All I need is love and understanding. Today is me. Tomorrow someone it's me and you. We gotta stand up and fight. We'll share a light in the fight against hate. Let's come on out, let's come together, fight AIDS.
My wife tested HIV positive. Does it mean that I'm also HIV positive?
My wife tested HIV negative. Does it mean that I'm also HIV negative?
Your partner's HIV status is not yours. In other words, your partner may be negative, but you may be positive. So everybody must test individually.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
Mirembe, are you okay? I don't know, but I'm not. Maybe it's malaria. I don't know. I feel like I'm dying. No appetite. No, we should go and see the doctor. I have no money. Don't worry about that. Let's go and prepare ourselves.
Define the health of a family. Mommy and dad, we the youth should close the tap. New infections, no more death. In Uganda, let's it to HIV. Together we win as youth in fighting HIV. Together we win as men. Everything we can do.
No, it can't be. Musa, is it true that I have HIV/AIDS?
Yes, this is what the results say.
Why me?
I can imagine what you feel about this. Just know, you're not alone. Accept your HIV status. You can live positively with it by adhering well to your treatment, have a balanced diet, have enough rest, and endeavor to seek for treatment wherever you feel sick.
How about these pregnancies? I mean, I can't be a mother now. I just want it out. I'm still young to give birth.
I can imagine what you feel about this. Have you thought about the complications of terminating this pregnancy? First of all, it's illegal. And you never know. This could be the only child that God gave you. Abortion can lead you to serious injuries, which can even lead you to death. I'm sorry to ask. How
How did this all start? It's a long story, Counselor. After my primary 7, my mother decided I should go to the city look for money. Therefore, she decided to get a lady who would take me to work as a housemaid. After reaching there, I started working. But one day I felt sick. I failed to do the housework. The lady chased me out of the house. After abusing me and beating me, I was chased and locked outside the gate. It was raining heavily and I had nowhere to go. There came a gentleman who I thought he was a good Samaritan. He decided to help me and took me to his home. That is where he went me from.
Now, do you still remember the man?
No, I can't remember the man, nor the home, because it was very dark at night.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, who are you? Where is Evelyn?
I don't know. It's almost a week without seeing them.
Hey, you mean you are here alone?
Yes, sir.
I want my money.
I don't have money. I'm very sick.
You are sick, eh? Sorry. Now, young guy, if you accept what I'm going to tell you, then I'll forgive you all the money that I demand for the rent. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Hey. Young girl, eh? I love you. Hey! You're screaming. You're screaming? Okay. I'm giving you only 2 hours. You either accept or I throw you out of my house. Stupid girl.
Are you sure that's what the landlord told you?
Yes, that's what the landlord told me.
That's not right. You know what? I'm going to refer you somewhere where you're going to get support, gain skills, so that you can live on your own. But men should stop taking advantage of vulnerable children.
Deaths every week. The estimated total number of people living with HIV is 1.4 million.
We had relaxed when it had come down, but I think we should go back. Because now we have a chance to completely defeat it. So we should talk more.
As a leader, I pledge to support the struggle against HIV/AIDS in Uganda.
I pledge support to ending HIV/AIDS by 2030.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. As a leader, play your part in the fight against HIV. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
HIV is still around, but HIV does not spread through casual contact.
AIDS, from the beginning, was a simple disease because it was not very infectious. You could shake somebody's hand, it wouldn't touch you. You could not get it through breathing, and in that way, that's why we have this target of an AIDS-free Uganda by 2030.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. love, and care for people living with HIV. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
Mwaka gwa 1994 we nategeerera nti n'akawuka ka mukenenya nalwala nnyo naye ate treatment yasooka nagifuna mu 1998 ku Mirembe Medical Center enajja nankumbya wa Dr. Kasule. Kyokka mu 1998 bwe ntandika treatment yange in 2000 ne failinga because of bad adherence. Bad adherence kitegeeza nti nalinga mmira bubi, sejjanjaba, engeri gye ndi musajja muyimbi, ebidongo mumanyi omuvinga eno nene eddagalo lyerabira. So in 2000 abasawo bantuuza ne baŋŋamba, Moses, your line is failing. We are switching you to the second line and it is the last option. Awe nzibukira amaaso n'okutandika okutegeera ne ntandika okutegeera nti olaba nze Moses, omusajja yasoma, omusajja akola ku radio, omusajja asoma empapula z'amawulire, omusajja alina access to internet. Bwe mbanga mbadde simanyi importance of adherence, ate olwo abantu baffe wansi eyo emmanga naddala abaana abato, awe ŋŋambira nti nina okuvaayo ntandika okuyamba abantu baffe bonna, mbategeeze nti omuntu yenna bw'avaayo ne yejjanjabisa ate bulungi ng'obudde bukyali, ebbanga ery'okuwangaalira ddala forever and ever weeriri. Nze kati emyaka 20 naye bwe ntambula mu kkubo osobola okumanya nti nkalina, tosobola okumanya. Era mbadde mpitawo abakyala nga bagamba nti olulenzi olulungi luno bwedda luli ludda wa, olulenzi olulungi luno bwedda luli ludda wa. Bankebeza amaaso. Obuzibu bwe tulina abantu baffe kebeza ki? Maaso. Abantu kondomu bazikozesa ne olumala ozikozesa omulundi gumu 2 3 nga batandika okukebeza amaaso. Naye resito ono kaka engeri gyanyirira kana akabina tekalina siriimu ng'agendera awo amukebeza maaso. So you cannot tell by your eyes that the person is living with HIV. You can only tell by taking him to Uganda Cares. Ne bamukola ki? Ne bamukebera.
Estimates the total number of people living with HIV is 1.4 million, and about 1.2 million are on treatment. People with HIV can still live a healthy life if they adhere to treatment.
Health is wealth. Help Uganda become prosperous by remaining healthy.
I take my ARVs every day. I am healthy and strong.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. If you are living with HIV, take ARVs daily as advised by your health worker. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
The Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. Young people should strive to get comprehensive knowledge about HIV/AIDS. Quite often, young people have been heard contemplating the choice between pregnancy and HIV.
This question of saying pregnancy is more dangerous than HIV, what is? There's no logic. They are all risks. They are all risky living, and this is something I don't recommend for the young people.
Young people, speak to a health worker near you about your sexual and reproductive health challenges. HIV is still here and has no cure. End AIDS in Uganda by 2030. The Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. From the late 1980s, the country managed to reduce the HIV prevalence by relying on the ABC strategy. A for abstinence, B for being faithful, and C for condom use.
To avoid catching HIV, abstain from sex. To avoid catching HIV, always use a condom in case you cannot abstain. Although the condom itself is not, it may protect you against HIV, but there are some other sicknesses like herpes,
Despite the presence of ARVs, they are still expensive and not sustainable. Let us prioritize the ABC strategy. End AIDS in Uganda by 2030. The Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. Currently, about 1,000 people acquire HIV every week. HIV is still a threat and may affect your ability to achieve your maximum potential.
Health is wealth. Help Uganda become prosperous by remaining healthy. Because when you are young, you should aim at prosperity, living a prosperous life. Prosperity, first and foremost, comes from health.
Remember, your HIV negative status expires every time you have unprotected sex with someone whose HIV status you do not know. Avoid HIV. Let us end AIDS by 2030. End AIDS in Uganda by 2030. The Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. Health workers are key to the struggle against HIV/AIDS. Confidentiality in testing is important because it encourages more people to test.
Those medical workers must adhere to the oath of that profession, which is what you know about people, you never reveal to any third party.
Health workers, remember, always keep people's test results confidential. End AIDS in Uganda by 2030.
Defining the health of a family. Mommy and daddy, we the youth should close the tap. New infections, no more death in Uganda related to HIV.
Together we win as youth in fighting HIV.
Together we win as men. Everything we can do.
Naomba tujipange, tuwasiliane, kwa mwisho tujiandae, huu ndio wakati. Hakuna utani, huu ndio wakati. Hakuna ukimwi, this is the time. Hakuna utani, this is the time. Hakuna ukimwi, this is the time. Jewali mzanyo.
The Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. Young people should strive to get comprehensive knowledge about HIV/AIDS. Quite often, young people have been heard contemplating the choice between pregnancy and HIV.
This question of saying pregnancy is more dangerous than HIV, there's no logic. They are all risks. They are all risky living. And this is something I don't recommend for the young people.
Young people, speak to a health worker near you about your sexual and reproductive health challenges. HIV is still here and has no cure.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to
The
you
Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. From the late 1980s, the country managed to reduce the HIV prevalence by relying on the ABC strategy. A for abstinence, B for being faithful, and C for condom use.
To avoid catching HIV, abstain from sex, To avoid catching HIV, always use a condom in case you cannot abstain. Although the condom itself is not, it may protect you against HIV, but there are some other sicknesses like herpes.
Despite the presence of ARVs, they are still expensive and not sustainable. Let us prioritize the ABC strategy.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is
The
brought to you by
Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. Currently, about 1,000 people acquire HIV every week. HIV is still a threat and may affect your ability to achieve your maximum potential.
Health is wealth. Help Uganda become prosperous by remaining healthy. Because when you are young, you should aim at prosperity, living a prosperous life. Prosperity, first and foremost, comes from health.
Remember, your HIV negative status expires every time you have unprotected sex with someone whose HIV status you do not know. Avoid HIV. Let us end AIDS by 2030.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office
The Presidential Fast Track Initiative to End AIDS by 2030. Health workers are key to the struggle against HIV/AIDS. Confidentiality in testing is important because it encourages more people to test.
Those medical workers must adhere to the oath of that profession, which is what you know about people, you never reveal to any third party.
Health workers, remember, always keep people's test results confidential.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the
Define the health of a family. Mommy and daddy, we the youth should close the tap on new infections. No more death in Uganda related to HIV.
Together we win as youth in fighting HIV.
Together we win as men. Everything we can do.
Naomba tujipange, tuwasiliane, kwa mwisho tujiandae, huu ndio wakati. Hakuna utani, huu ndio wakati. Hakuna ukimwi, this is the time. Hakuna utani, this is the time. Hakuna ukimwi, this is the time. Jewali mzanyo. Vision 2030.
I'm glad to welcome you all, our dear key stakeholders, to this National HIV/AIDS Symposium. This year, the JA has been organized as a symposium that features the following: the National HIV/AIDS exhibition that will create an opportunity to showcase the country's achievement in addressing HIV and AIDS. The expected outcome will be an AIDS memoir with clear recommendations and undertakings for implementation during the 4th year of the National HIV/AIDS Strategic Plan.
When we developed the National Strategic Plan, our baseline was at 0.32%. And we set a target to reduce this to 0.2%. Our review for this year shows that we are at 0.22%, meaning that we are remaining with a 0.02% to hit our target.
Infecting someone intentionally with HIV and using a condom, of the two, what is a sin and what is a crime?
We tested more people, but even after testing more people, the positivity rate is slightly lower than what it was last financial year.
As we are designing these programs, we need to make sure that young people are at the forefront, telling you what we want.
Client satisfaction surveys on the different DSD approaches so that we can get feedback from the clients on what is working and what is not working better to improve service delivery.
To map HIV groups, specific incidences, and harvest the low-hanging fruit first, where benefits are highest. A few countries, especially small island states, are about to eliminate mother-to-child transmission.
What challenged me is how to inspire these children to be able to swallow their medicine and tell them that they can grow and be like any other child. I remember one child, when he saw me swallowing the medicine, asked me, can I also become a doctor? Of course, at that time it was difficult, but I told him, yeah, I believe if you can swallow your medicine well.
Together, we have the power to empower adolescent girls and young women. By working together, we can provide them with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed, advocate for what works, and be informed by the data to scale up our successful efforts efficiently.
And the U.S. will continue to be committed to serving all people in Uganda without discrimination. We will continue to ensure that principles of non-discrimination are upheld in all PEPFAR programs.
The government of Uganda has, since the outbreak of the HIV epidemic, recognized its role as the leader in this fight, and we will continue to actively support all interventions aimed at ending inequalities among adolescents, girls, and young women and boys, and to work to enhance our efforts in the battle against AIDS domestically. It's now my honor and privilege to declare this second National HIV and AIDS Symposium officially open.
Ugandans get HIV every week? Did you know that every week 500 people die of AIDS in Uganda? HIV is still with us. In 2017, President Museveni launched the First Track initiative to end AIDS by 2030. We must stop HIV. The best way for young people to avoid HIV is to abstain.
Why you had to have sex at 16, at 18, at 20, and then you die, or you start having problems, which you may live with all your life? Why don't you wait, hold on, you study, finish your degree, and then you look for a partner at the right time?
Protect yourself. Abstain from sex until you're ready. For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
If you are pregnant, go for antenatal care services at a health facility. Take the HIV test with your partner.
If you test positive, take ARVs to protect your baby.
Because if they take those medicines, then the baby is born HIV free.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030. Take the HIV test with your partner today.
Fellow men, support your pregnant partner to go for antenatal care services.
For advice and more information, please call our toll-free line on 0800 200 600 or 0800 100 066. This message is brought to you by the Office of the President.
My husband,
Yes, my dear.
I have a problem.
What problem again? I told you I'm going to buy your phone tomorrow. Don't mind.
No, not that.
Then what?
My husband, I need a housemaid to help me the housework. Because you see, we are from work. I have to prepare supper, I have to wash clothes, I have to wash utensils. I get tired.
Yeah, that one is understandable. But how do you see? If I bring you Anne, the daughter of my late sister, because she's not at school.
Isn't Anne a daughter to your late sister Stella who has just died of HIV?
Yeah, it's the only way I can help those people.
Anne.
Yes, Aunt.
Thank you. Work well done. I can see you managing house affairs very well. However, as part of this form, you need to undergo some medical tests.
Like which tests, Aunt?
Just like malaria, readiness, and even HIV.
For malaria, it's fine, but for HIV, I came with my drugs.
Which drugs?
Here are these.
Why are you so scared?
The girl must be chaste.
What? Give me a reason as to why you can kiss such a hard-working girl.
She's positive.
What?
The girl is HIV positive.
Oh, sorry. That means Stella passed on the infection to her daughter. Wanda.
She must go.
No. This is my sister's daughter. How will it look like?
Now, I'm going to set my own precautions. I don't want HIV in my house. I don't want AIDS in my house. And you? Mace.
Life been hiding, now my making will come.
Never ever wear my clothes again.
Why?
June, you have changed. You think we don't know that you're HIV positive? From today onwards, this is your cup. Get it. And this is your plate. This is your mat. You will be sitting in the other corner. You see?
As usual.
Can you see? How is it? I know you love rice so much. Finish it, I add you.
All the darkness, the days are long. Life been hiding.
What's wrong with you? Are you deaf or what? Didn't I give your own things to use? I'm chasing away eggs from our home. All I need is love and understanding. Today is me, tomorrow somewhere. It's me and you, we got us love. Now I'm fine. We share a life in the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all participants. We are back and in a sea, sort of. So I just want to encourage you and advise that you find some island in the tent and settle there. Islanders don't usually move a lot. So once you settle, just capture that space. Okay? I want to take this opportunity to invite participants who are in the exhibition tents and those who are in the tents for lunch, kindly return to the presentation tent so that we can move, because we have an elaborate lineup of presentations that we are starting on shortly. We already have our presenters here, and they are just waiting to see you all so that we can start. So I want to give 3 minutes for everybody who is out of the tent to slowly find their way back. Someone earlier joked that if you meet a society where rain stops life or activity, then you know that the members of that society form part of the 39%. Who knows the 39% that we talk about in Uganda? There is a certain 39% that major plans are directed at. Who knows? The economists, planners. Who knows the 39%? The who? Nomad. Yes, sir. Those are the people who are outside the money economy. Aha. Thank you very much. In other words, they are the most vulnerable. And that is really, to use some euphemism, but otherwise someone, Muchiga said those are the most backward. You know, Bachiga don't know how to use euphemism and be diplomatic. They go direct. So, and I really know that all of us gathered here are not in that category of the 39%. So I want to invite all of us back to the tent. This afternoon, we are going to have very interesting discussions. Yesterday, if you followed the discussions yesterday, when Aloysius, you remember the presentation, the drama by Aloysius Matovu, when he was winding up his presentation on the excuses we have for financing HIV activities. He said, nae Ugandans, mulemwa. Meaning you really cause wonder. You said this is a very important activity, a priority, but you can't give money to it. And then you say this is an unfunded priority. Now, this afternoon, we are going to be taking that analysis and to ask ourselves what must be done right, what is the challenge, and we have a very, very able, relevant team that is lined up for that discussion. I am not worthy of introducing the entire panel, save for me to invite Professor Augustus Nwagaba, a renowned poverty expert, anti-poverty expert, so to speak, an economist, a development planner, a Ugandan, and a great one at that. Professor has been a lecturer for many years at Makerere University and is a businessman, a very successful businessman who runs a successful consultancy business called Riv Consult, and that is headquartered in Wandegea. So I want to take this humble privilege to invite Professor to come and introduce himself better, and then invite his panel, which is lined up for the discussion this afternoon. Let's put our hands together and invite and welcome Professor to talk to us. You're most welcome, Professor.
Thank you. Financing.
Up to here. And then there is this one is online from Geneva. This
Zaman.
Dr. Zaman. And then this one don't read because he's unwell. So
Oh,
he
not
can't
read.
yes,
He hasn't made
Professor
it.
Winand, yes, so just cancel it. But the rest are all there.
Yeah. Not there. Not there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, my brother Odongtho. We are in the second session, as I've already been told, and this session is on financing of HIV, AIDS, and generally financing health. The primary objective of this session, ladies and gentlemen, to delineate it from other sessions, is, of course, we all know that the healthy mind comes from a healthy body. And for us now in economic management, of course, productivity derives from investing in a population. All countries that have transformed their economies, those which have become household names, China, the East Asian tigers, and so on, have done something on investing in health and, of course, education. So this afternoon, we are going to look at the sustainable financing of HIV programs. And, of course, we shall look at we shall do a little bit of review of both short-term and long-term sustainable financing of these programs. We shall look at the experiences that we have had from our own domestic financing. And I'm very glad our brothers are here, led by the Commissioner for the Minister of Finance is going to be here. So we are going to identify the experiences from domestic financing from the Minister of Finance. Then we shall look at the partnership. How have we moved with development partners and our brothers and sisters in developed nations, and these are the ones who have been helping us. And I want to take advantage to explain it to you that I'm also the one in charge of developing what we call JAF, the Joint Accountability and Results Framework. I'm doing it for government, and we are doing it under the auspices of UNDP, and we are trying to work out a document to revive how government can again work very well with the development partners. We are very, very much appreciative of the work of development partners and how we have moved with the development partners. And we have not done badly, I think, in terms especially of ensuring that we can have impactful programs. Then lastly, we are going to, this afternoon, to look at the recommendations, look at the experiences we have had, and then what can we do that we have not been doing. These days we have a new conceptual framework. Instead of looking at you are familiar, most of you are familiar with the SWOT analysis. SWOT is of 1960s. We are no longer looking at SWOT the analysis. The new SWOT, if you are talking about SWOT, then you are in the 1960s. Just listen to our current SWOT these days. It is looking at what is it that you have done and you should stop doing. Possibly it has not worked or it has not had any offshoots, things that are unintended, which are positive. 2, what are those things that you have never done and you need to start doing? And then 3, what are those things that you have been doing and you need to stop doing? So what you have been doing and you need to stop. What you have never done and you need to start doing. And what you have been doing and you need to stop doing. Those are the 3 things I want us to look at. So I have here expert panel of distinguished personalities whom I want to recognize now. We have got our keynote speaker, whom we need to invite here now. We have Miss Mary Bogman, who is our country coordinator for PEPFAR. We are very, very glad to see you. Can have and take your seat. A very big round of applause. These are people who have been helping us in the management of HIV from time immemorial almost. And as we can see, we are going to listen to what has happened. Very welcome, my sister Mary. We have got Dr. Zaman is going to speak to us, but he's going to speak from Geneva. He has been working on health systems financing and, of course, making sure that everyone gets there, that no one is left behind. And, of course, he's representing the Global Fund, and all Ugandans, you know what Global Fund has done here. Very, very grateful. Very big round of applause to Zaman. Ah, okay.
The person from Henry Magdalene.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Uganda Cares. We have Minister of Finance, our Minister of Finance, and we are very grateful for government. There have been a number of reforms. And of course, financing of health has been one of the major activities and one of the major reforms in the Minister of Finance, which I'll be requesting. Mohamed, please come and take your seat. Commissioner Mohamed Kabale is in charge of expenditure of government. This is the man who, if you don't get money, your money, this is the man whom you need a very big round of applause to. My brother Mohamed is going to be talking to us on public finance management, especially the appropriation of the national budget in terms of health financing, and also specifically, Mohamed, in terms of financing of HIV. That's what we're interested in this afternoon, not necessarily the whole financing of health. We have now my brother Ajay Kumar is the chairman, is the chief executive officer of Supla Quality Chemicals. And those who are Rotarians is a Rotarian. Rotarian Ajay. Thank you very much. Where's your badge? Don't walk. He forgot his lapel pin. But those who are Rotarians is a Rotarian in very good standing. He comes from the Rotary Club of Chigo, 7 Lakes, Golf. And I'm very happy to be his assistant governor. I'm his assistant governor in that regard. The chief executive officer of Supra Quality Chemicals Limited. And it's going to talk to us on opportunities which the private sector can leverage on in terms of government programs, development partners, and how the private sector can leverage on those programs. This is what we want to listen to our brother Ajay. Then we have our sister Flavia. Flavia Chomokam is executive director for AHF Uganda. Uganda is No, AGHA, Uganda. And this is the civil society organization. It has done a lot of work from civil society side in terms of what are the benefits of the people from these programs which government has implemented and also development partners. Very big round of applause to our sister Flavia Chomukam, Executive Director for AGHA. Most welcome. Aga, thank you very much. She's going to educate us on especially on the response from the side of the beneficiaries, from the side of us, the people who have benefited from these programs. Last but not least, we have HA Cares, and we have Henry, our brother Henry Magara, who is representing HF, Uganda Cares. He's going to, very big round of applause for Henry. He's going to talk to us on the viability, what the rationality, what is the justification for continuation. Thank you very much, Henry, for continuation of focusing on prevention of this HIV. And as you are going to realize, we have had shocks which we are not being able to handle very well. And at this juncture, allow me to call upon our keynote speaker, Mary Bogman from PEPFAR. She's our keynote speaker. She's going to talk for 10 minutes, Mary, and then we see what to do. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to Mary. I can sit here.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that kind introduction. So as said, I'll just frame a few points for us to discuss today and then turn it over to this distinguished panel. So distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, all protocols observed, thank you for bringing us together today and for coming out despite the weather. So since 2005, the US government has invested close to $5 billion to address the HIV epidemic in Uganda. And this is primarily through PEPFAR, which is the US President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, the program that I have the pleasure of coordinating here in the country. And we are dedicated, and we remain dedicated to working collaboratively across all sectors and partners in order to move this forward. And this is for our shared goal to attain epidemic control and end HIV/AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. In fiscal year 2023 to 24, although the government's overall budget increased by 9.5%, there was not a corresponding growth in the allocation for the health sector, which remained relatively stagnant at 7.7% of the overall budget. This lack of proportionate growth in health sector allocation is a matter of concern that we want to discuss, of course, today and continue to discuss the overall sustainability of delivering HIV/AIDS and TB programming, as well as broader health services. And this also speaks to integration of HIV programming, of course, into the broader health sector. Our joint efforts are only possible when there is unwavering commitment and support of political and administrative leadership at all levels. And I'm pleased to see colleagues here today from the Ministry of Finance, as well as the private sector, civil society, as it truly is a collaborative approach. So we must match dedicated support and collaboration with domestic investment, and that's how Uganda will achieve its goal of controlling the HIV/AIDS epidemic. Related to PEPFAR's 5-year strategy, it calls for sustaining the response, and sustainability, I should say, requires considering the political, programmatic, and financial aspects of the HIV response. Global political and financial circumstances have changed, and it's generated an urgency to co-create a path to 2030 and beyond, and that we do that together so that we can sustain epidemic control long term. So our shared investments have led to notable achievements, with 1.3 million people living with HIV enrolled on HIV treatment. And about 95% of these are virally suppressed. So this is a significant accomplishment, but our work is not done. Maintaining these achievements and identifying the remaining people living with HIV, enrolling them into care, and maintaining them in care requires significant financial resources. So we must plan now and together to ensure Uganda meets the goal of ending HIV as a public health threat by 2030, and then that we sustain that achievement going forward. HIV donor financing has flattened and dwindling. I think we all know that. And we're witnessing this trend where funding previously earmarked for HIV and AIDS has been shifting towards broader global issues. And this shift poses a challenge to us all. So we must look at the long-term sustainability of the HIV and AIDS response, particularly in countries like Uganda, which has a high HIV burden as well as limited financial resources. So those efficiencies are something that we have to identify together. Uganda's HIV/AIDS response continues to rely significantly on partner support, with about 80% of expenses relating to HIV and AIDS covered by development partners, and a majority of this is through PEPFAR, where we do need to collaborate and ensure that we're all aligned on the country's goals. So there's a need for the government to increase the amount and degree of HIV mainstreaming, with a corresponding commitment of funds as the national capacity for resilient and sustainable health systems is strengthened. In recent years, the government of Uganda has increased funding for essential HIV and AIDS commodities, particularly for antiretroviral drugs and laboratory commodities. And this is notable. It's imperative that this trajectory be maintained to ensure progress at a rate that can reach set targets by 2030. Additionally, the GOU efforts to increase health worker wages in recent years is also notable. Approval of the new MOH staffing establishment, the Human Resources for Health, will require more wage allocation to facilitate the recruitment of additional staff to meet the high demand of services required to meet patients where they are, needing treatment for HIV and AIDS and other diseases, as well as ongoing prevention. There's also a need to strengthen collaboration with the private not-for-profit sector, the business sector, and civil society as the government considers additional innovative financing approaches for HIV. And by harnessing the innovative potential, resources, and expertise of these key stakeholders, we can enhance our collective efforts to combat HIV, ensuring that we reach our goals more efficiently and effectively. So a bit more about really the US government PEPFAR plan around health financing, resilience, and sustainability is that we are supporting ongoing efforts to improve domestic revenue and increase budget allocation to the health sector through support for expanding the National Health Insurance Scheme to include HIV in its essential benefits package, as well as promoting HIV mainstreaming by all governments, ministries, departments, and agencies. We're also establishing innovative interventions or in collaboration, such as the $1 initiative, which I know we've already heard about, while strengthening resource tracking to enhance the efficient allocation and use of resources. And PEPFAR is committed to continue to work with all stakeholders, as well as the Uganda AIDS Commission, in a UNAIDS and WHO guided process to develop a country-led HIV sustainability plan. And this, we hope, will transform the HIV response to be more efficient and affordable, and that it be a functional public and community health systems, that they're integrated with those systems. PEPFAR will transform its own partnerships, processes, and programs in support of increased local leadership and responsibility. And we've seen some of these shifts over the last years as well, as we have more local partners coming on board. And we appreciate the Uganda AIDS Commission and the leadership it's taken, especially around the sustainability listening sessions, which I hope some of you have participated in, so that we can discuss this multi-sectoral coordination. And we want to bring many voices to the table and respect those voices to support global, regional, and country leaders in their oversight and management of a sustainable national HIV response. We'll also continue to honor civil society and community stakeholders dedicated to equitable, sustainable HIV services, solutions, and outcomes. The community is key as we move forward. So as we strengthen well-functioning country health systems to allow HIV services to be integrated in domestic health and community-based services, we'll also rely on the HIV sustainability roadmap to guide some of our future COP investments, and COP is a PEPFAR-specific term for country operational plan. And these investment decisions, while adhering to U.S. law, policy, and requirements that govern U.S. funding, will intentionally transition away from parallel HIV systems, as well as programs and services where we duplicate or substitute for the national and local solutions that are very strong here in Uganda. So we must collectively support country monitoring and surveillance efforts to proactively track HIV programs and outcomes, as well as impact to support rapid course correction into the future. We invest to strengthen institutions and systems which are essential to sustain HIV outcomes and address other public health threats. PEPFAR, as I'm sure you all know, has an enduring commitment to working hand in hand with all of you. So HIV outcomes are achieved and sustained through country systems, and that inequalities that drive HIV epidemics are reduced, especially among populations that continue to experience equity gaps, such as children, adolescent girls and young women, and key populations which continue to be criminalized. In conclusion, our collaborative efforts in the fight against HIV and AIDS has yielded substantial results. However, we continue to face challenges, including shifts in funding priorities, as well as reliance on partner support. So it's crucial for all stakeholders to work together to secure sustainable financing, efficiently use resources, harmonize plans to ensure that long-term resilience and sustainability of HIV and TB services in Uganda is ongoing, and improve our legal environment so that all have access to healthcare services. The U.S. government remains committed to the vital cause of supporting equitable and high-quality HIV, TB, and other health services to the Ugandan people. So thank you for your time today, and I look forward to hearing from the panel.
A very big round of applause to Mary. Thank you very much for those insights. She has very well elaborated on the intensity of the financing, up to $5 billion, as we have already seen. And of course, she has warned us that there has been a flattening of now financing. And now our brother, Mohammed, that's why I want to bring you in before we go to Geneva. Since there's a flattening, of course, now you need to wake up and see how you can sustain that. Mary has also talked about the issue of technical staff, the need for technical staff to meet demand for treatment, both treatment and prevention. She has talked about the multi-sector approach. This is the approach which the president here, President Museveni and the NRM government picked and has helped us. It is a best practice internationally. Uganda has done wonders in that regard for multi-sector approach, where we never denied. For us, we said everybody must know that HIV is here. Or, for example, Southern Africa, we are saying let's hide. Kenya was saying we have tourism. We don't want to disturb our tourism. For us, we said a spade, HIV is here, and we must prevent it, and it has helped us a lot. Mary also talked about HIV outcomes must be ingrained within country systems, that we must own them within our own systems, which is really very, very insightful. And of course, she ended with the issue of efficiency, creating efficiency in terms of resource allocation, resource use, and not wasting money, especially the issue of wastage. And she ended by, again, reminding us that American government is in partnership with this activity. We are very grateful. A very big round of applause to American government support. They are not about, I think I didn't hear that they are about, that they are about to leave us. We are very grateful for that. Mary Bogman, our keynote speaker. I'm now going to Geneva. I don't know whether we are ready. We are going to, because I want to come down until we come to the community level. We are going to listen, and I'm going to ask in the form of a question. Are we ready?
Yes, please, Chair, I can hear you, but my video is not working. Apologies for that.
It's not working as... Are we ready for... I was the one speaking. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zaman. Dr. Zaman is in Geneva and is head of, as you've already seen, is the head of he's going to talk about health systems governance. And I want to understand from the Global Fund perspective, what is the issue with, if you can understand clearly the issue from the Global Fund perspective, why should we focus on health systems governance in the financing process? Why should countries focus on health systems governance? The floor to you, Dr. Zaman.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Apologies, I couldn't be with you in person, and now my video is not working, but we are not missing anything. Apologies. We are delighted to be part of this discussion, and I sincerely welcome this initiative and appreciate all close collaboration with stakeholders, government of Uganda, civil society organization, partners, all stakeholders. All protocol observed, and I'm very keen to learn from my colleagues, panelists today. I really do not want to repeat what our PEPFAR coordinator highlighted. Quite important points. Ms. Borgman reminded us from the Global Fund perspective. As you all know, we do support national systems, and we had the honor to be with government of Uganda and civil society and community from long, and we have seen impressive progress in HIV response as well as in other diseases. We surely do not want to underestimate the challenges in front of us, in particular with restrictive policies this year, but we are aware of the all response and maintaining a strong partnership we all together established since long ago in addressing the need of our communities and populations. From Global Fund side, we really appreciate the increasing investment by CCM and government implementer as well as civil society organization implementer in health system, where we call them RSSH, resilient and sustainable system for health. And this round of Global Fund grant application, we warmly welcome CCM requests increased allocation and funding for RSSH. At the same time, we are really impressed by the close collaboration between both principal recipient and sub-recipient, as well as broader community actors. We do see more investment in HIV prevention, and we believe that this is the right balance. As Chair highlighted, from partner perspective, again, we all have learned from excellent response of Uganda to HIV/AIDS since decades ago. And one key factor in our response, the Uganda response to HIV, was inclusivity and minding everyone's health and well-being. So again, the universal health coverage should be on top of our financial planning and execution, not leaving anyone behind. And that's been the cornerstone of response in Uganda. We're also very pleased with the Ministry of Finance increased commitment to resilient and sustainable system for health. We do believe that the integrated approach of financing for HIV with other health priorities can benefit both and make our HIV response more sustainable in future. While we, from the Global Fund, compliment efforts and investment by government and other partners, including PEPFAR, we would like to see increased, of course, contribution allocation by government, and in particular for HIV prevention and community interventions. At Global Fund, we are thrilled with the new ambition government of Uganda and Ministry of Health has put front as community health extension workers. We believe that this is a programmatic efficiency priority that can help not only HIV response at community level, but we can see burden of many diseases reduce over long term when we address the need of our population at community level. So CHOOS rollout is quite welcome, and we really want to be as supportive as needed for successful CHOOS implementation. For short term, I would really appreciate and see more of government contribution toward more balanced investment in HIV response. But as Chair reminded us, it's always welcome increased contribution funding. But as equally important, the efficient use of existing resources is very, very critical. As the epidemic evolves in our country, Uganda, our health financing and approaches should also evolve and adapt to new challenges. And I think we can be more catalytic in unblocking any new health financing for HIV response in Uganda when government and stakeholder want to progress making response more efficient. It's critically important that Ministry of Health, Uganda is Commission, Ministry of Finance, and all the decision makers constantly checking this efficiency approach. Value for money so that we don't allow our HIV response become more expensive. I'm aware of excellent national planning in Uganda. It's always impressive to see our national strategic plans as extension of health sector development plan. Uganda is one of our partners. Carefully follow the national cycles and develop excellent plans. We wish to be more supporting execution of those excellent plans, by having more operational elements into the national planning. I think for health financing is extremely important to have those NSPs costed, and then we all together, along with partner and government, as well as private sector, to look at how best those ambitious targets can be supported. So we would be more than happy to support any of the initiatives, and importantly, looking to more operationalizing the health strategic documents. I think these are the points I wanted to share with you, colleagues, and again, with our young population in Uganda, we do believe that any investment in our young population is the right investment going forward. Thanks, and back to you, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to us.
Thank you very much. Dr. Zaman is from Global Fund, and we have heard how grateful also they are in terms of appreciating our performance. Now, let's come now here to Uganda. That was our development partners, Global Fund. So we want to know from our brother here, Mohammed, is in charge of appropriation of the national budget. And our national budget, for your information, is 52.7 trillion shillings for this financial year. So let's get from our brother Mohammed just a quick answer for 3 questions. They are all the same. The first question is, out of the 52.7 trillion shillings in this financial year, how much money has been allocated to, first of all, to Minister of Health? And when the money reaches in the Minister of Health, how much money has been allocated to HIV programs as domestic financing? Then number 2, which is also linked, is that there have been a lot of reforms in the Ministry of Finance. We have had a lot of financial management reforms, financing reforms. So with these reforms, which ones are aligned? Which ones can we comfortably say are aligned to HIV AIDS control programs? And what is the evidence of that alignment? And of course, lastly is how sustainable are these reforms and this financing going to be? And if those answers can be found, then we shall be very happy. We have here Mohammed Kabari is in charge of the Commissioner for Ministry of Finance, and he can comfortably answer these questions. Thank you very much. You can even remain there or come here where you want to.
Thank you, Professor, for this dialogue. To go straight to the issues, I would like, first of all, to thank the development partners who have supported government in health financing and investments. But to go straight to the issues which have been raised, how much is allocated out of the 52 trillion? Out of the 52 trillion which we have in government, is what we call discretionary funds, which are really allocated to government's expenditure. That is, if you remove debt. So the actual figure which we should speak about, Professor, is 25 trillion, which we normally spend on government expenses. And out of those 25 trillion, we spend 3 trillion on health. In fact, to be actual is that last year or this year, we are spending 3 trillion 120 on health alone. And out of this, in fact, even before even going to health alone, government is now operating what we call the program-based budgeting. Under this program-based budgeting, there are a number of agencies which deliver health-related outputs. For example, when you are looking at health, there's an institution like Ministry of Education where we have teachers around the country. Teachers are doing preventive care or preventive expenditures directed by teaching children how to wash hands after toilets. So when you look at the expenses which go on health, which go on education, which go on community development and the means of gender. All these ones all together, the government allocated 9 trillion. This is a program we call Human Capital Development. Under this program, we have about 28 agencies. But the lead one is means of education and means of health. So means of health alone got 3 trillion shillings. And out of those 3 trillion shillings, government spent 600 billion on medical products. These funds are spent under national medical stores. And to be specific, we spent about 186 billion shillings on HIV. That's answer to question 1. And in terms of the alignment, we are currently using the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended. And under this, we have a cycle in which we engage the public to budget and achieve results. So in this, government, together with the Uganda AIDS Commission, have instituted what we call a program, an output code for budgeting for HIV. And under this, in our circular of 2021, the Permanent Secretary has instructed all government agencies to ensure that 0.1% of the budgets of all ministries are allocated on the HIV/AIDS program. And under this, a number of agencies have allocated those funds. Some of those funds are used spent on the staff and also related expenses. 2, in terms of alignment of our budget, as I've already mentioned, the PBB does that. In terms of sustainability, government starting financial 2021-22 has been spending 50 billion shillings additional for health commodities. This year, as we speak, this money has already been released, and it's available, and it's being used. And next year, there's even a proposal to provide up to 100 billion to ensure that there's sustainability on spending on health, on HIV and the other health commodities. I think, Professor, that those are the responses I was supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner from Finance. As you have heard, government is also financing health to the extent possible which we can manage. But the gap, of course, is still very big, as you can see. The 3 trillion shillings which we have is approximately 6-point-something%. But of course, we know that from those who are in international and also national planning, we know that the Abuja Declaration, of course, tells us of 15% of the national budget to health. Every country agreed in Nigeria some time back that each national government in Africa, the 54 countries which we had at that time, South Sudan had not come, 15% of the national budget should be on health. But as we can see, Mohammed, we are still very far to reach even half of that percentage. But the government is trying, as you have heard. We are going to give you also space for you to discuss and ask them questions separately. But we are grateful that the government is realizing the need for putting money, not leaving it to development partners. So let's now we have come from the global picture. You have now seen the national picture. Now we want to see the private sector. The private sector, you have heard, Mr. Kuma, that government doesn't have enough money. The development partners have been helping us, and the curve has flattened. They are not going to continue helping you. We need sustainable financing. So I have only just a few questions for you, which you can answer to go or so. Question number 1 is that Ajay is as you have heard, is the Chief Executive Officer of Cipla Quality Chemicals, just a manufacturer of drugs, and most of those drugs are HIV and malaria. So what do you see really as the role of private sector in financing of especially HIV, AIDS, not programs, but I think this time essential commodities, and if you can, also if you can come to programs, well and good. But what do you see as the role of private sector in the financing part of this? And then two, which is linked also with that, what do you see as a private sector operator, private sector practitioner, and the good one at that in the manufacturing sector? What can you leverage on, especially from both development partners and government? What leverage can you tap? And also in this case, what do you think is the gap, which also linked to that? What do you think are the major gaps from government, which they are not also exploiting in the private sector? So what is that partnership that each person can symbiotically leverage on? Ajay, you can come, feel free to come here and a big round of applause to Ajay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you to all the fellow panelists as well. I think with the discussions happened with the fellow panelists already, I don't need to answer why. I think the answer has to go to what and how. I will allude on what Professor asked as a question, that what role of private sector in financing, and specifically in the space of HIV and AIDS. And I'm talking as a private sector, not necessarily a pharmaceutical manufacturer, but entirely as a private sector, what they can do in making sure that HIV/AIDS financing is sustained. So across the world, private sector funds a lot of these funding agencies as well in different countries. So there's a lot of work which is done by private sector as a part of philanthropy, or the founders of those private sector as a part of philanthropy. There are a lot of work the founders run as a foundation, which also contributes to these funds. And then obviously there's a fund which comes from private companies itself. I think if those could all be collaborated together and they would be directed and looked into towards HIV funding, probably is one of the options. Second is CSR initiatives, and it also comes in many other countries. CSR is a compulsory initiative, and as a percentage of the total profit you make, you have to contribute toward the CSR. I think that's another area of potential opportunities which we can be leveraged to fund towards sustainable HIV programs. Third one is in-kind contributions, and I think most of the companies, they do, and we have seen that significantly during COVID as well, where the companies come and beside finances, they donate goods, they donate products, they donate services, they donate expertise as well. Fourth one is public-private partnership. I think as a company which has worked on public-private partnership across last 15 years, we can say it does work and can show resources and expertise from each other to maximize impact and sustainability. And I'm proud to say that today in Uganda and across Africa, we have almost 500,000 patients who consume and take QCL's medicine to keep their viral load suppressed. Fifth one is innovation and research, investment and private companies, specifically in terms of bringing newer treatments and newer products to the market, specifically in the space of HIV. That is the area of collaboration as well. Sixth one, advocacy and policy influencing. I think their private companies do play a role as they create the biggest impact in economy. They do have a voice, and I think that could further be leveraged in terms of the role of private sector. And then seventh one is the social impact investment. So some private companies do engage in impact investing, allocating funds to businesses that aim to generate positive and social impact. So there is such things also available. So this is purely to talk about what and how private companies can play a role in sustaining the HIV financing over coming years. Now, how this HIV program can leverage specifically from private sector in terms of experience and knowledge. So there are a couple of areas where I believe the private sector is much more agile and much more current as compared to the sectors like supply chain, marketing, business competencies, developing programs which could be run, technology and innovation, how that could be leveraged in the areas, building training and capacity, financial management. I think that's again area private sector much more remain current because they need to remain efficient to remain relevant in future. Obviously, what is in for private sector? If they were to participate in this. So what is the incentive? And this is an appeal to all the private sector people, not only in Uganda, but across the world as well. They do get market expansion and access. Like for QCIL, we do have a market presence. We supply to 13 countries, so that does come if you contribute towards these areas. There is a risk mitigation, because if your workforce is not healthy, it does impact what you can produce. And I think the most important one for private sector, that's the long-term sustainability. And if we don't support HIV intervention, contribute to long-term sustainability of communities and economic stability and health, communities are more devised to sustain business operations. So what will happen that if we don't support this, there will be no communities available which consumes your product or services. And what does happen because of that? And it's a moral responsibility also to partner in these areas and work towards sustainable finance. Now, last one is how we can mobilize private sector and to come and partner. I think in this, it requires engaging the private sector in various ways. And number one is PPP. I think it's very well established. It needs just the boost to work with private sector and foster the collaboration as well as funding plus resource sharing. So those three aspects could be considered. CSR, encouraging company to integrate HIV/AIDS initiative in their CSR program. I think that could also be made as an initiative, that how all the private sector company, doesn't matter you are a bank or you are a pharmaceutical manufacturer or you are a service provider in IT and tech, how you build a compulsory CSR response for HIV and AIDS in your policies. I think the third one is advocacy. I mean, how we can engage advocacy efforts in the areas of common and mutual interest. Fourth one is incentives and rewards. So how we recognize those who contribute to this as private sector. I think everyone wants some kind of recognition. So if there is some kind of reward, recognition and award to the people or the organization which contribute in private sector, that can go in a long way as well. Fifth one is innovative financing model. Again, I have shared in previous part on the impact investing and the social entrepreneurship, where the private sector companies can come and can be reached to invest in strategic projects, which does generate profit, because the private sector has to generate profit, but does create an impact towards the HIV/AIDS response. Private sector has huge expertise. We very much focused on keeping the expertise current and even always looking for future technology and innovation. So that could be also accessed through the discussions. Capability building, I have already discussed. Research and development collaboration opportunities are there. That could be worked on. Then the last one probably could be measuring impact and reviewing the progress. There also private sector could be mobilized and their expertise could be used to make an impact. In the end, I will say that by employing these mechanisms, it is possible to engage and mobilize the private sector for a sustainable and impactful response, fostering long-term commitment and support for HIV/AIDS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajay. And as we have heard, the health care, if you very well know those who have been in the health care, is in 3 categories. You can only receive health care from government, which is a public service. You can also receive health care from what we call PNFPs. These are private, not for profit. That's why most of you run to Zambia, run to Mengo, and for us Rotarians, we have built for you a Rotary blood bank in Mengo, which is almost the same size with the government. We spent quite a number of billions there as Rotarians. We also worked with the government. That is now Mengo, Rubaga, Chibuli hospitals. Those are the hospitals we call private, not for profit, PNFPs. Of course, the money charged there, I don't work there, I don't invest there, but you know, you are the ones who know if you go in Mengo, if you go in Rubaga, relate it with when you go to Mulago And also when you go to any other government hospital at the lower level, either Chirudu or Health Center 4, Health Center 3, up to Health Center 2. But also, we have private services, healthcare services, private clinics. And also you know how you can compare the services from the private clinic, the whole private, not for profit facility, and also the government facility. You are the ones who know, we are the ones who know who go there. And we can tell the differences. Now, Aja, for him, he is really in the private sector, and he has told you that the private motive incentive, of course, for private sector, is a businessman. They are business people. But, of course, they have a social face also. They are not very happy that every day you are coming to buy medicine, for example. I don't think that he's very happy that you come buy medicine, it doesn't cure you, then you come and he's making profit. But, of course, they would want that one to be another person, not that they are the one who is coming again. So I think he's saying that, therefore, the private sector is important in bridging that gap. And now, what I want to bring in now is that we have Flavia here. She's representing the action group for HIV and human rights, A, G, H, A. And we want to know, Flavia, first of all, what is that burden that we have in health financing and also health economics? We call it out of pocket. When you go to Mengo to pay, the money you pay it's called out of pocket. For us, that's the way we understand it in economic modeling, finance, and so on. So the burden of out of pocket, what is that burden, Flavia? Then two, we also want you to come here and tell us what are those experiences that you have passed through and also you see and you have felt in the communities, and what can these communities therefore respond? How can these communities basically respond to these burdens and also these opportunities, because they're also opportunities. We have got what you call VHTs. These are village health teams. We also have community responses, just in the same way. We used to have a community response for children who are not going to school. Our old mothers, you know very well, they would even cane you if you are just in football in the morning at 7. And this was the role of the community. So the community has a big role also in health. So what is the burden that we currently have for us who are paying out of pocket to these health facilities? As a result, to remember of the gap between the government and the private sector. 2, what is it that is there, out there in these communities that we can also leverage on? We can tap. What role can also the community play in making sure that people can access this quality health care, which is extremely expensive, is not cheap. The floor is for you, Flavia. Thank you. A very big round of applause to Flavia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, our key speaker and the panelists with me today. I am Flavia Chomkam. I work for Action Group for Health, Human Rights and HIV, and I coordinate the Women at 40 campaign. And I will first say that I will speak as a person and a woman living with HIV. And I would like to raise what we feel in terms of the expenditures, but also what is our role in the HIV response. It is now 40 years since the HIV epidemic hit Uganda, and therefore it's actually important that we discuss, we get back on the drawing board to see where the money is going. So projections on out-of-pocket expenditure, like Dr. Nwagaba has asked, is at 42%. If it was out of 100, an individual person spends 42%, the development partner invests 42%, and government is putting in 15%. And we do know that the World Health guidance says that out-of-pocket expenditure should be at least 10%, but in Uganda, we are running catastrophically high and picking money from our pockets to save ourselves from diseases, including HIV. So it means that we are in red. We are in shock. In fact, if it was we are in ICU in terms of getting money from our pockets to pay for health services in this country. We do know that also the guidance from UNAIDS is that we look at how to prevent HIV, and that we should direct 30% of the resources to HIV prevention. And then when we go to HIV prevention, we should direct 80% of the resources to those who are mostly at risk, the women and girls. And I think lately the key populations or the communities that are highly at risk. But also they are saying that as we direct the interventions at these communities at high risk, we spend 60% of the resources to enable communities perform, and this money should be going to community-led organizations. Because I think as we go to end AIDS by 2030, the last mile is in the community systems strengthening. We have the medications with our health facilities, we have done all we can, but what has been the missing link and what is the weak link is the communities. And so we'd like to see more of the communities at the fore and ensure that the last 200,000 people who are HIV positive, who are not in care, are brought to care. But also that we ensure that the 63,000 to 80,000 who are virally unsuppressed are followed up and returned into care. And so what is our role? What is our investments as communities? You have already showed you that us as persons with diseases, as patients in this country, we are already investing in this government. And we know health is supposed to be a primary role of government. As we take our responsibility to access resources, we imagine and we believe, and the figures are here, that government should be spending more in health and in HIV besides whatever they are doing now. We appreciate the role of government, and I, for one, I thank the government, but I also want to thank the US government for the pills, the ARVs I take for the last 20 years. And I want to say I'm still on first line, and many of us are still on first line. So we are still taking a little bit of this budget to ensure that we don't get a heightened cost, because we are trying to make sure that we reach out to the communities. So our role as communities, we have 6 levels where we can be involved and where we believe investments should go. We are the target communities and beneficiaries of your services. We would like to see resources directly coming to facilitate medicines, the logistical needs of the labs for testing, for viral testing, CD4 testing, for malaria, for TB, to ensure that we are able to access these in time and ensure that we get the services. And I would like to say, as we age, I, for one, I tested when I was 20, around 25. That's when I knew I was HIV positive. I'm now 54. But in the last 2 years, I underwent cervical cancer surgery. But how many can afford? I got out of my pocket about $8,000. And, you know, you would imagine that a government would be able to do this at no cost. But many of us are running to India, we are running to the high-profile hospitals, and a number of us are dying in the homes because we cannot even afford to leave Kabale to go to Mbarara to get the basics of cancer treatment. And we do know that HIV positives, we get more exposed to other non-communicable diseases as we age. And some of the other resultant effects of the treatment we are taking are also debilitating us. And Maxensia has been here. You can see she's in a wheelchair. The cost of maintaining her, caring for her in a wheelchair, and also taking her around in a wheelchair is so high. So as beneficiaries, we look forward to investments in human resources for health who are looking at the efficacy of the treatment, but how safe it is for us, so that we don't even worsen an already difficult situation. The second level is that we are contributors and we are speakers. I am here speaking, and what I'm speaking is from our experiences and should be able to help us direct the resources where they are supposed to be. Our coming here is voluntary. A number of us are coming here because we have been facilitated to come. We have the vehicles, we have the fuel, we have the, those resources. And many of us from the community agencies are coming here because we are volunteering to put a face to this epidemic, to ensure that people know people can live long, but also would like to make sure that those who are lost to follow up can come back. So we are contributors. On World AIDS Day, you call us, we speak. We are doing home-based care. We are doing home visits. Some of these things free. But if you costed the care giving we are giving, it is still high. In fact, even 42% out of pocket is not sufficient to indicate what we are spending in this in this response. We are implementers. We do have organizations, and organizations of people living with HIV are there. We don't have resources, and no wonder the HIV the HIV infection among the young people, the 15,000 young adolescents and young women who have been recently infected in the last year, is because the people with HIV, institutions, networks, and communities have been put aside because we thought ARVs are the magic bullet. They are not. Social support is the fountain. Allow us to implement and support each other, and then we shall reduce. These last people you are looking for, we are going to find them. And we are sure we know where they are. We can touch them. We can do our snowball and bring them quietly and confidentially, and we bring them to the table. The other level is we are experts. I am an expert at health financing. I am an expert at my lived experience. I am an expert. I can talk and we listen and we can hear what I am saying, where the gap is, what we have done in the past to bring each other together and ensure that we break the cycle of HIV infection. This year, last year alone, we had 5,094 babies born of HIV. It is unacceptable at this time. Look for us, Mama's Club. Look for us, Nakola. Look for us, the Women at 40. We are concerned that we delivered children HIV negative. They are acquiring HIV and delivering HIV positive children. It's a pain. Some of you think that we are coming to make noise, but we are concerned as mothers. The God gave us the role to be mothers and to care. And even when we had moved out of the limelight to give others the space, we see that what we fought for is not being achieved. Having babies in this year, 2023, 6,000 children born with HIV in this year is unacceptable, quite unacceptable. And we want to say we are back. We want to see that we reduce this number. We need to see half of it and in fact eliminate it, because if we are at the fore as communities, we shall break this cycle of having babies born to HIV. The final one is decision making. We sit on various committees of government, and many times we come on foot. We do a lot of downloading documents which are big. We have been in the Global Fund writing, and we were being given a little monies, and in fact we were fighting to be in the space because we had to create a case that we are civil society and we have to be part of this writing and put people living with HIV and communities at the center of this Global Fund. Right now, we are grappling with the National Community Health Department in the Ministry of Health. Each time they invite people to the teams to work, they are saying we shall give government officers money, we shall pay their transport and accommodation, but everyone else, including civil society, cater for yourself. Is it possible that as partners, as governments, as development partners, when you are planning to have a Ministry of Health, planning, programming, and policy development, please include a slot for communities, because we have a lot to offer. And we have done it voluntarily for so long. 40 years is too much. I don't know how many of you can volunteer for 40 years and still continue to volunteer to date. We would like to be seen to be part of the people that count, that have made a difference in the HIV response in this country, and we are here to serve, and we would like to be served on the table like all of us. And we are saying, Dr. Niwagawa, that how you can leverage us is ensure that you support the community systems. Can we bring back those community groups of AIC, of TASO, that mobilized Fidel Retire initiative, that went to the communities? Give us the water, give us just the vehicle to go to the communities, and we do that drama, and you'll see how many people are going to come. Give our face to this epidemic once more, and you see if we won't end AIDS by 2030. Allow us and support us to strengthen our community health insurance schemes. We have our small groups. We used to call them barrio. In fact, in my village, they call it twezike. But we need to turn them around and make them twedwaze, because we need to get treatment for these opportunistic infections. I think we can still offer a lot of investment in terms of our small groups contributing to each other and ensuring that we have livelihoods that are sustainable. We had the memory project at Nakola that used to help us to develop project plans to ensure that we have an income to be able to live longer. We had home yard gardens. Give us a little push to organize ourselves. We have put in the Global Fund community system strengthening plan, and we are saying we want to see coordination. We want to see ourselves coordinated at the national, at the regional, and at the district level, so that we are able to look for those people who are virally unsuppressed. And what we are asking for is not much. We are asking just for monies to have us support our communities to get organized, support us to reach the communities, so that we are able to refer, to collaborate with you, and ensure that those who are lost to follow up are back in the system. We also have those of us who are on private health insurance. We are actually supporting and sustaining the HIV response, because when we are in our organizations and provide health insurance to the communities and members, then we are preventing further infection. And so our demand, our call to action is that we see a little bit more of money is invested in community systems. We are doing a lot of monitoring, we have community-led monitoring, and we want to do a lot of pharmacovigilance, because the ARVs and the other treatment options we are having, the polypharmacy that comes, we need to have money to follow up. If you are taking medication, who is the first person they come to? It is me. And you should be able to say, go to this hospital and seek more support, without allowing the church to say we are healing you. Jesus heals, but he did not heal everybody. The miracles were not every day. They were rare, and he would pick one or two in a congregation like this to heal. So the church, which is on the TV, our leadership here, saying they heal HIV, the herbalists who are saying they heal HIV, we think investment does not have to come to us in kind, but please invest in regulating and ensuring that those people who are lying to our people, who are making us fall off our treatment, are brought to book. Because we cannot entirely, as persons with HIV, be responsible for others who are not protecting themselves. And we want to say the HIV law, the AHA, are a retrogression in this response. And we believe that we can look at the morality aside from the public health. We think that we need to do away with these laws that are stigmatizing, that are discriminating, and you have invested a lot in making these laws. Can we look at laws and programs that bring people to the fore to access services? And we are here to support, touch each person to come here. And we are saying government invest in community health workers, including the VHTs. We need a little bit more of funding. We have volunteered enough, and we think 40 years later, we need to see investments directly in the community health workers. We thank you, and we believe that our prayer is to ensure that we have more investments in HIV prevention. And right now we are at 13%, but 13% never includes the positive health, dignity, and prevention with positives. We need to have it central, because we are only 1.3 million people. Talking to us is very easy, and therefore it is easy to close the tap. If we are looking at prevention in totality, we are looking at services as an integral role, looking at a person with HIV as an integral person, and ensuring that human resources for health are able to meet the efficacy of the treatment, but also ensure safety of the treatment and ensure that there is no stigma against people with HIV. We had stigma as young people, and it is coming to us now as older persons. But we would like to pray that we have more investment in communities, in community systems, if we want to end AIDS by 2030. I rest my case. Thank you.
Very big round of applause to Flavia. And of course, for the benefit of people who are not Ugandans, and those of you who are Ugandans as well, but maybe we have not been paying much attention, is that it is really people like Flavia who have made us what we are as a country in terms really of HIV. You remember around 1991, you can Google it just even now, HIV was towards over 18%. Then we brought it down through only one policy, which was the multi-sector policy, I think which our keynote speaker talked about. This policy started here around 1994. And it is this policy which percolated to the lowest level of government, and we were able to tackle HIV head-on. You all remember. But now, we have problems now. you Ugandans, I think Ugandans, we have two major problems now. We have been suffering from two diseases. Let me begin with the first things we have been taking for granted. One of them is inflation. You have been seeing the work we have been doing in economic management, especially in the Bank of Uganda and the Minister of Finance, to make sure we control inflation. You go to buy your bag of cement, it is 34,000, 33, 34, 32,000. It never changes from there. And we have been doing a lot of work in that regard. So to the level which you took it for granted. So you have been taking inflation control. Currently now it is 2.4% inflation. In America, inflation is over 5%. In the UK, it was 10.1% around just a few months ago. We have done extremely well. The Muganda says, akana kakatana ita. Kekalawooza nti mama we afumba obulungi. Furasi nruchiga runyankole. Akana kataratamba, umwana utaratamba tambura. Arateekateeka ngu nyina ni warateeka ki kusinga abandi bono. If you are Muchiga here and you are original like me, not a borrowed one, or a mixed one with the others. Although some of you have been mixing with us and teaching us very bad behaviors like stealing. But if you find them Muchiga stealing, like me, Professor Nwagabe, Muchiga stealing, Muchiga telling the lies, and Muchiga who is not serious and not hardworking. You know his mother is a mixed blood, is not a original Muchiga. A very big round of applause to Muchiga also. But you have been spoiling us. So we are learning very bad behavior from you guys. So if you see us also now getting astray, it is you who are spoiling us. But we have been doing well, especially in controlling the economy. So the other day you were telling us when we had problems in Russia in problems in Russia and the supply chain disruptions, especially in the global chain of petrol. All of you were saying that the president is not doing anything with you people. Why can't we advise the president? We are the ones who advised the president not to do anything on prices, not to do anything on tax. We said URA should continue charging the same tax. We are not going to allow any tax cut. We are also not going to allow anybody in the Minister of Finance or the president to remove or to pump prime or to put a subsidy on petrol. Now we have done very well. You see how so don't panic. We told the president there's no need for panicking. And you know what happened in Britain, where our fellow Muchiga, who became a Minister of Finance for the first time, Kwatenga was in the Minister of Finance in Britain for 42 days. And the Prime Minister herself was in the Prime Minister in number 10, those who know London, for 48 days. She's the Prime Minister who made record because of panic. So never panic. That's why the president here said, marriage sector what? Approach. AIDS came here, never panic. And he said from the office of the president up to LC1, tell everybody there is HIV here. Very big round of applause to Flavia. That's how we survived. In Botswana, I think it went up to almost 60%. In Southern Africa countries, it went to almost 50%. Everybody had HIV almost there. And everybody is coming to Uganda here as consultants, how we managed it. That's how we manage. Actually, for us, the Bachiga, we have infected all of you to tell you the truth, tell you what you want, to take a spade is a spade. I don't know why you hide things. Who told you to hide things? Especially mothers, tell your children not to hide things. The second one is HIV, and I want to invite Mr. Magara now. We did very well, 18% in 1990. Then we brought it down up to 7.2. Now we are, can you imagine what Flavia told us, over 6,000 babies being born with HIV. We have 52,000 new infections. Mr. Magara, question number one for you. And it's a very simple question. What is not happening? What is not happening that used to happen before? For us in economic management, we are continuing to make sure we are going to continue controlling inflation. We are not going to allow price instability. That one we shall not allow. We want price stability. We want you to buy a bag of cement at that money and finish your house. Reach home, buy bread, at that price. If there is a reason for the bread going up on the cement, we shall solve it. But there is no need for panic. Henry, Mr. Magara, number one, what is not happening? Question number two, which is linked to that one. What is holding us back? We are moving 2 steps and then 3 backwards. What is holding us back? That we used to do very well. And then number 3, because of time, and I want these people also they are also eager to contribute so that we can finish. This is the last one, just for your indulgence. What is necessary in terms of the new investments, which we are not doing? I think you have got them. Number 1, what is not happening that used to happen before? Number 2, what is the exactly? And then 3, what is that new area of investment that is required to sustain that curve? We don't even want flattening, as you have heard from our keynote speaker. We want the gradient which is going down. We want a y is equal to mx plus c that is going down. We don't want the gradient which is going up. Very big round of applause to Mr. Magisi from Chaos Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. And thank you so much, Flavia, for bringing to us the real life experience.
6 minutes.
Okay. What is it that is not happening? I recognize that one of the things that's not happening is the fact that we are not providing much information as we used to do. Yesterday, Dr. Watiti said that was able to survive and get right to HIV care and treatment because of the information that he got. So I recognize that what's not happening is that we're not giving out as much information as possible. We are told that yesterday the report came out that 56% of our young people have full knowledge about how to prevent and manage HIV. So that means that basic information, facts about HIV and AIDS is not moving out as it used to be. As a country, I think we began so well. We had the PSA program, where in schools, children are told about, HIV, how to protect, what is it that you should do and should not do. Right now, as a country, we have not developed consensus on what we should constitute, sexuality education in schools. And I think no wonder men are getting pregnant, men are dropping out of school. 25% pregnancy is one of the statistics that we have. So information is not going out. Sexual based communication about HIV, I think, as I mentioned, is inadequate. Treatment as prevention, thank you so much, Flavia. You have really elaborated. But I think sometimes is when development becomes a victim. We become victim of our success. There are those that have begun on treatment, and perhaps they are not taking it religiously as Flavia. So we have had many, getting off, and you find that treatment as a prevention, as Flavia said, may not be working. It's not a magic bullet. And that's the reason 6,000 new cases happening, which would have been prevented using mother-to-child transmission. We have had so many innovative ways to prevent HIV. But again, when you look at the scale of rollout, it's not as it used to be. We have heard about PrEP, which is a new, approach. But statistics yesterday, the report came out that it's only 702 health facilities out of the 1,500 that have access to PrEP. And again, when you look at it, PrEP is concentrated around health facilities. Somebody will correct me. And whom are we targeting for PrEP? It is a key vulnerable population. So when you center it around the health facility, I think we are losing it. So innovative ways like ABC need to be rolled out the way it was done previously. Circumcision came around, and I think it's one of the ways we can prevent HIV. But what do we see when you look at, the level at which we are uptaking circumcision is inadequate. We are noting that 37% of men are utilizing circumcision. So that's a gap, and that means that we are not doing right. We are not doing it to the level we should do it. Condom came around. Yes, we have made progress, but I think there are still gaps in that area. There's a target of having 75% utilization of condom, but what do we see? It's quite less than that. So going to the second question, what is it that is holding us back? I think as the US President highlighted, yes, Ambassador, not President, highlighted the fact that our commitment to act at all levels, individual, society, and government, is lacking. We came out with a presidential fast track initiative that had critical goals, and one of them was achieving sustainability, financial sustainability. But looking through, I think we have not done quite a lot. It's of recent that I'm hearing that we are mainstreaming HIV intervention in MDAs, and government ministries. And I think this is coming after a long time. So, commitment to act on what we have said can work. 2014, the act came out, the law, and the AIDS Trust Fund was one of the things that we were pronounced on. But now it looks like we are backtracking, as if we need to go back, to the parliament and say, I think we need to, cross out that provision that there will be an AIDS Trust Fund. So I think that, in a way, is holding us back. Yes, it's time like this that, statistics about how we are not performing comes out, kind of during events, during World AIDS Day. And I believe that this should be a sustained, effort, continuously updating ourselves how we are doing. So this kind of, time that, issues about HIV are coming out should not be event-based. I think those of us who were there before, HIV issues, risks, and all that would be a continuous issue. Yes, I think there's a lot of jump into, not a lot of jump, but their focus on, treatment as prevention is very good. But we're also hearing, the burden of living with HIV. And so a lot of focus was done to care and treatment, leaving out the traditional, convention methods. The condom, very effective. Circumcision, very effective. But looks like we are pulling back as far as the emphasis on that is concerned. And we have information that indicates that, even the donors are reducing, commitment to procure supplies related to condom and voluntary medical male circumcision. Which means that when that one is happening, government and other non-state actors, we need to up our game and ensure that the gaps that are being experienced as our donors reduce funding are addressed. I have statistics from National Ministry of Health quantification report that indicates that for 2020-2023, and going over to the next 3 years up to 2026. In the first year, we need $13,500,000 US to meet the voluntary medical circumcision need. And out of this commitment from mainly donors, we have $10,900,000 US, leaving a gap of $2,660,000 US. So that's a gap of about 19%. So looking through the end of the year, the donors will provide $1,150,000 US compared to $10,900,000 at the beginning. And so that raises a gap of 97% gap that has to be raised. I think it's the same story with the condom. I need to emphasize the fact that investment in prevention intervention pays more dividends in the long run. There's a modeling study that was done, and we find that when you have an increment of 10% intake of utilization of condom, you are able to avert 61,000 infections. And when you invest, when you circumcise between 13 and 15, men in this case, you find that you spend $43,000, and that's around 160, 1,000 Uganda shillings. Now, over 30 years, you find that if you don't avert infection using, the circumcision, you are bound to spend $4,225 US on treatment. That's around 15, million Uganda shillings. Meaning, when you compare the cost, what is the saving? You find that you save 15 million Uganda shillings if you invest in one, circumcision that gives you the results that we need. So, as I end, what is it that we need to do? Enhancing community participation, as ably given out by Flavia, will pay dividends, because you find that some of the resources that we need are they can be within the community. And then what is it that we can do? When funding is not increasing, I think we need to do more of coordination of partners to leverage, to create more efficiency of the resources that we have. There's a lot of duplication, not a lot, observed duplication of services. And so I want to thank the US government. I think, you are scaling down on some of the expenditure is helping us to, look through the resources that we have. We happen as Uganda Cares to support, some of the human resource within the facility that we support. And so we see some, human resource being pulled out, but we had an opportunity to, engage with one of the implementing partners, and we find that some of the resources that you said you no longer provide, the Uganda Cares can be able to provide. So that kind of getting together will help. Finally, I think we need to act on the commitment, all of us, in terms of resources, in terms of committing human resource. I think we are happy that, ministries, MDs, are increasingly making that commitment. I think it will go a long way to address some of the resources that are needed. So we'll continue to do advocacy, raising, the gaps, and where different partners can be able to come in and support. So integration is very key. So as civil society, we are looking forward to the national HIV insurance policy, where we want to see more prevention activities, being incorporated. So I think the national health insurance is one way as a government, as a country, where we can raise more resources for health, but also for HIV response. So it's cheaper to invest in prevention, because in the long run, you are able to avert some of the treatment costs that might arise. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you very much, Henry, and thank you very much for being a very good audience. We now want to give a very big round of applause to our panelists. And we want to give you a few minutes. If you have a question, you can raise your hand or write it down. I want to get a class monitor. Let's get one class monitor. Yeah, Winnie, you can be class monitor. Yeah, you be class monitor. You can write down your question, and then you can give it to us. It will be answered. Oh, put up your hand. We shall give you a mic. Do you have another microphone? Yeah, we have a microphone, and you ask your question. This is your time now. But I was very happy that the issue of national health insurance has come up. And we know we are having a trouble with the Parliament to come it to second reading and for debate. Tell us your name and also possibly where you are coming from.
Thank you very much, the presenters. Emmanuel Pius Okello is my name, working with the Uganda Women's Effort to Save Orphans. That is currently implementing, you said, OVC Northeast activity with funds from PEFA. I would urge the previous presenter to add on to the list on what could have gone wrong. Would say that a lot of focus has been put on the health aspect, care, treatment, and less attention has been paid to socioeconomic aspect. And situations where the house was not empowered economically, there's a direct linkage also to food insecurity at the household level. And now if a household is food insecure, how do you take drugs? How do you adhere to treatment? No wonder that could be a reason why we're having high levels of non-suppression because of that aspect. So if some attention could also be paid on socioeconomic aspect so that we're able to sustainably contribute to the response. So I think basically that.
Thank you so much. My name is Shilimi Richard Charles. Coming from Mali, I work with Eldoa. Eldoa is Elgon Zone, Dwaga Shop Operators Association from Mali. My inquiry goes to Madam from Flavia. Yes. You have talked about community involvement and participation. So my question is, how and what do you plan to go about with this community involvement? Because we see it is a very good idea that can bring up and we'll be able to suppress this people living with HIV to get the treatment, to access the services. So how do you plan and what do you plan to do about that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Alphonse Quizera. I come from the USAID Local Partner Health Services implemented by TASO in Ankole region. And I rise to seek some clarification from the Ministry of Finance. I appreciate the efforts taken to produce a circular in 2021 about HIV mainstreaming and allocation of 0.1%. I think we had spent some good time crying for that because I happened to be supporting districts at one time and the complaint was there is no guidance from Ministry of Finance, we cannot allocate funds. When that circular came through, still we could not see districts allocating money in that line. I wanted to know whether there is something being done to ensure that MDAs actually allocate this money, and this money have codes, and it is a known government expenditure. Number two, I know there is no problem, nobody from Uganda AIDS Commission on the panel there, but maybe if you can also respond to whether there is guidance given to these MDAs, guiding them on which activities, because it is possible to allocate that 0.1% and it is actually not being put to priority areas. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michael Senyonga, and I'm a CCM youth representative for Uganda. The first one, Mr. Alfonso already took it. But secondly, this goes to Mary. And Mary was talking about sustainability and resilience. Uganda has one of the highest, youngest population across the continent and in the world. But I realized we did COP. We had COP writings. We had a number of writings under PEPFAR. But my question comes back. Who is that young person that sat? Who is that young person that looked into issues of young people? Tomorrow, who is that young person we are going to hold accountable 10 years, 20 years ahead to say, hey, look, what did you plan? Or what didn't you bring on board? So if we are talking about resilience and sustainability, how about we trust the next generation? Thank you so much.
I'm called Innocent Nwamanya, working with Beira, Uganda, and Mubende HSS project. I have a question to Professor. He mentioned about the Abuja Declaration. My concern is, what has failed? Why is it that Uganda, at least, you have even not achieved the half of that declaration? And another concern, I have submission. I have 3 points to make. For HIV control program, at least we need to have these 3. Let us have the discipline of public finance. We have discipline of financial management. Then again, we need to think about the health insurance plan. Parliament is trying to pass the bill that each individual at least contributes 15,000 annually for health. I think that one can work to get our domestic finances to help in HIV control program. Thanks.
Thank you. We need ladies. Have we had any lady ones? No, let's get ladies.
Amy Hammer, then we get a lady. Thank you very much. Mine is a concern direct to the government, but also an attention also to the funders and the implementers. The Abuja Declaration of 15% puts into consideration for health, and it is universal health coverage. And there are areas that I think government of Uganda is not putting the eye to. I am a palliative care specialist. In HIV area, we are doing cancer screening. We are linking for treatment, but you realize there is limited fund to the identifying cancer patients, but also palliative care is required to ensure dignity and comfort for those, especially who are undergoing severe illness like advanced HIV/AIDS, cancer cases. We are seeing in HIV, we are coming up with NCDs, which also pushes them to palliative care. So for complete healthcare package, let us study more about palliative care. And also the government, in allocation of funds to health, let us give guidelines so that the whole healthcare coverage is considered, even at the lower level. The other question is, what steps are we taking to reach the 15%?
Sure.
As declared by the Abuja member states.
The man is here. Let's get two ladies. Very good. This and that.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Kebirongi Diana from AIDS Information Center. I'm the condom coordinator. So I just wanted to comment about the low condom uptake. We've put so many interventions in place to increase the condom uptake. However, it is not up to the expected standards. So the challenge we are facing, recently we got dispensers. It is desired, but the fact that there's no cost attached, that people have to drill them by themselves in the wall, they do not want to do that themselves. So whoever asks for a dispenser and I tell them the cost is on you, they don't want to do that. And yet there are those really areas that you see they need the dispensers. So I've been able to distribute maybe like 70 dispensers for those who are willing to drill and incur the cost. But however, because most people, even hostel owners don't want to incur the cost, chairmen of those hotspots don't want to incur the cost. So that's the challenge as to why the uptake of condoms is still low alongside other challenges.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Katsim Jackie from Top Note, CDI. Yeah, my issue is, it is like a contribution. Like we were asking ourselves what is not being done. Like for example, we are in an environment where we have the challenge of children born out of sexual exploitation, and most of them, they are getting those problems because of their fathers. And also, like for example, where children are witnessing violence, sexual violence is leading these children also to the hands of the perpetrators because we are not doing our part. So as we are trying to end HIV by 2030, we should also, I'm requesting the development partners, we should look for those interventions that are targeting these children, because even if we do MTCTA, however much we do it, children are going to be born. We try to prevent them when they're still inside their mothers, but when they get out, again they meet the perpetrators, because as parents, we are not providing this environmental free with our children. Children are not friendly to their parents, so because of the gap between the parent and the children, still we shall not end this HIV if we don't create that environment with the children. So as I conclude, I will request the development partners to look for those interventions that are going to help us that we end this HIV AIDS, mostly targeting these young children who are moving outside because they don't have the support from the parents. Mostly they are, like for example, as I talked of gender-based violence, children witnessing violence. Parents, they are fighting inside the houses, but children are facing. So like, if like a child wants an advice from the parent, says, but my parent is like this, how can I get the child an advice? So we give a chance of perpetrators to exploit our children, and we shall not end this HIV by 2030 if we don't create that environment with these children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have another lady here. Hey, there's a lady, okay. She will be the last, and then we come back to the...
Thank you very much. This one goes to the gentleman from Ministry of Finance. We have a problem as MDAs. I'm from Ministry of Justice. Sorry, I need to introduce myself. I'm the focal point person for HIV. When we go to the ministry, will allocate the money, but it will allocate it under another vote like welfare. And then the accountant will pay everything else on welfare, and HIV is within the welfare. So then when you do your HIV activity, you go to access the funds, the accountant will tell you we've paid out, there's no more money, and we cannot do your HIV AIDS activity. So please, Minister of Finance, this is a call to you to emphasize it with our PSS that the HIV AIDS money should be encumbered under that. They told us that there's a code in finance which has not yet been activated. So then the accountants can encumber on HIV AIDS money.
If you miss.
Yeah, please, help us, please.
Thank you. The last, our last good lady is here. So panelists, please be prepared. You are going to have 3 minutes each to wind up.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Nakabira Nashiba, and I work with the African Youth Development Link. And we are implementing a project called Promoting Good Health and Well-Being of Adolescent Mothers Living with HIV in Bujeri and Busia. And as part of that project, we advocated for the representation of adolescent mothers on district AIDS committees and sub-county AIDS committees, and we successfully did that. But now the challenge is these committees are not functional, and they always want to depend on us to sit for meetings and discuss the issues from the grassroots. And yet we do not have that in our budget. All we wanted is to have a representation of the adolescent mothers. So I want to ask the government to have these committees, sub-county committee and district AIDS committees, at least budgeted for, so that us having the presence of adolescent mothers makes meaning, because they will be able to sit periodically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Just for clarity, I don't work in government, and therefore I'm going to transfer this question to Bwana Commissioner. Please, why are we not reaching Abuja Declaration? Please write it down, that's yours, not me. And please feel free with democracy. You practice democracy, and you can appoint yourself who's going to begin and who should be next. This is only up to you. Whoever wants to begin, please do.
Thank you, Professor. I have a number of questions, some from Pius, like the first one. He mentioned an issue of a missing link in terms of economic empowerment, in terms of nutrition and food security. So under this, government has set up funds directly being sent to parishes, and for the last 2 years, we have about 2 trillion shillings which have been budgeted, and as we speak, most of these funds have been dispersed to the parishes. Each parish gets 100 million shillings, and this money is for the vulnerable people. So you can imagine if our people can get this money, it will be a long way to help them. Secondly, there was also an issue of the circular, which has 2 questions, one from Ezra and from the staff of Ministry of Justice, on issues of what efforts are being done to ensure that the circular on the budget output for HIV is prioritized. This is always emphasized in our budget called circulars, which are sent to the accounting officers. Now that I've even got this, I'm going to ensure that the Accountant General emphasizes to accountants that these funds for HIV staff are really budgeted for. But I would encourage the staff first and foremost to have a work plan filed to the accounting officer. So ensure that you have a work plan which you share with the accounting officer, and it is approved. Once the work plan is approved, then resources will always be availed. On the issue of Abuja Declaration, it is true we have resource constraints, but as I said earlier, government has committed to provide 50 billion shillings in addition to what it has been providing for health sector. This is in addition to using the program approach. This year, 50 billion was added. Next year, we're expecting 100 billion shillings until the gap will be reduced. We also had an issue on cancer, what is being done. And what I can say here is that the government is seriously resourcing funds As you may be aware, there's already construction going on for a bunker in Mulago Hospital, Cancer Institute. And as we speak, government is in high levels of getting a PET machine. I'm told there's a PET machine which is supposed to do testing for individuals where someone just moves in and is able to be identified, whether one has a cancer cell or something like that. So government is seeking for these funds and is in high levels of achieving this. As I've already mentioned most of the things, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Michael, for the question. And this was, again, related to looking at sustainability and resilience, and how do youth voices come into that, and how is PEPFAR specifically elevating voices of youth in both planning, but also in monitoring and accountability. So I believe, Michael, yourself are part of COP planning. And as we move forward, we have youth voices at the table at every point. So as we plan the country operational plan, as in the past, we've gone to international meetings, having youth representatives with us, and as we come back also having those quarterly reviews to ensure that we are delivering on what we've promised or what we've planned, that we identify the barriers if things are not going the way that we thought, and how do we then shift, and how do we course correct together, and that it's a co-planning process. I think the days of a development partner dictating everything that is happening are very much gone. That doesn't work. We need to be at the table together. We need to listen to the voices of young people that are in need of prevention as well as care and treatment. That within this population we can reduce stigma. This is truly our most valuable resource as we look at long-term sustainability, as we look at the growing youth population that is aging into the period where they will start to be sexually active and start relationships, that they are well informed, that they are able to negotiate safe sex practices and make choices around sex, which often is not the case. The rates of gender-based violence and sexual assault are very high. And so we need to shift these norms around those vulnerability factors so that long-term we can have that sustainability. But back to the accountability, PEPFAR itself is transparent with both the resources that are planned as well as where we're moving. So we have the strategic direction summary that details what is the plan, where are we going, what did we agree on. We then have a whole system called Panorama Spotlight that includes all of the data, the results that we're seeing quarter on quarter. That's available to everyone, and I think the youth may be the most adept at using those systems, seeing where we're going, and seeing where the gaps continue to be. So as we've mentioned, pediatrics, adolescent girls and young women continue to be at high risk, as well as key populations. And we need to really work with youth in order to stop new infections as we move forward. So thank you for raising that question and raising the voices of youth. This is where we need to focus into the future.
Thank you.
Is it on?
Okay.
Okay.
It's on.
Okay. Yeah, the issue of community not being willing to do some part of what it takes to have condoms, put in place. I think she mentioned the dispenser, and the bartender were not willing to install the condom. I think the issue goes back to what I mentioned, that we need to create as much awareness about HIV, to the fact that the community can willingly come in and make a contribution. And I think that lines well with our theme, my responsibility. Yeah, if the community recognizes the importance of using a condom, you are fighting infections, you are averting treatment in the future, I think everybody will be, around, come around and be able to make a contribution. So I think we need to do much sensitization. And okay, there was an organization that was talking about, issues to do with children and parents. I think, again, as I said, as a country, family values and, parenting are some of the challenges that we have. But I'm glad that Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development, I think they are making a good step. They have come out with what we call health education and then life skills, especially for young people, for youth, young people out of school. It has guidelines, and those guidelines, it stipulates what's the role of the parents, what's the role of the community, and then also the children. So it's being rolled out, but again, what we hear from the ministry is, funds to make it roll out and reach every part of the community. So I think with such guidelines, the issues that we are having, children and parents, can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'm on. Thank you. I have one question from Charles Murray, and you're asking how community involvement will be done. I think the basic is that what we have been having is that in the districts, IPs are delivering, are working with community groups and district networks, but we don't have, we have not been having purposely for people living with HIV strong community coordination structures. So our call for investment is that we strengthen the national level coordination, then we are able to build the capacity of the national level people living with HIV networks, and then we are able to go to the regions and form and support formation of regional people living with HIV. Even other CSOs, I think they will be supported to do that. We have regional coordination structures that the regions will be able to support and build capacities of the districts, and then the districts will strengthen the district coordination structures that have been existing. And I think earlier on, Uganda AIDS Commission was supporting us to even form similar structures at sub-county level, because once we are organized in that way, we are able to put the IPs to task to implement as they are supposed to do, and to ensure that they are not calling us, they are people, my patient, my client, that they should understand they are doing it generally. We are all people with HIV, we are getting services, and we don't have anyone who is privy to us as individuals, but they are serving us as in totality as communities, and also that the people who require services. So once we are coordinated very well, we believe that we shall have a lot of community involvement, because we are also looking at ensuring that all the governance structures in this process of coordination, we have representatives within the Ministry of Health, within the regional referral hospitals, within the facility health management units, within the regional coordination teams. I think we have the community health department at the region, at the district. We want to be part of this so that we can inform the community perspective. But also we have our community-led monitoring arm. We are able to effectively relay back information coming from the facility, coming from communities, about the limited involvement or about the involvement that is not sufficient, so that we are able to get involved and inform the processes of ensuring that we have better services, and we are able to bring on board and bring back those people who are not virus suppressed, and we say they are about 63 to 80,000, and also ensure that the 200,000 who are not in care are brought to care. So once we are coordinated, we shall be able to reach out to those people, including the key populations. For instance, Women at 40 is already looking to mobilize the OBQT women living with HIV that we have not been thinking about, but we know they are HIV positive, in hiding, and even worse now with the AHA in place. We thank you for the question, and I think I've responded effectively.
Thank you very much. Our last panelist is Aja. I have a question for you also, plus the ones that came. My question which I have for you is how can we mobilize the private sector more effectively to this positive response?
I think the first step of that is to engage with private sector. I don't know if there is opportunities where we can bring private sector to such forum and actively engage on how they can contribute. And I'm talking private sector again, not from point of view as a pharmaceutical company, but Uganda have a private sector, which includes banks, which includes many other institutions and companies which operate. If we bring them together and we channel a portion of their CSR towards HIV/AIDS, I think it's a good beginning given the size of the private sector in Uganda. So it is all about bringing them to table and engaging them actively on how they can participate towards the market which they serve. And we need people, we need healthy people, we need people who can live longer so that the services and goods what they produce is consumed. So it's a part of and their own survival. If they don't come and party to it, it is a risk in the long term. So I think it's just from my point of view is purely bring them to table and have an active engagement on how they can be on board.
Thank you very much, my panelists. This is what we had for you this evening, so you can give us a very round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for moderating.
Some partners don't declare the
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the panelists for a wonderful discussion, but a discussion which is more technical, and they eased the understanding with, breaking down the issues for us to understand better. Let's give a bigger clap to Professor Nwagaba Augustus for leading the team and for enriching all of us with, more knowledge on financing to HIV/AIDS. This is the end of today, and we are going to be back here tomorrow, and at 9. We will be starting with a plenary session which will be chaired by Stella Kentusi and Dr. Stephen Watiti. Dr. Stephen is here, so I want to thank you and to say hi to you and to inform you that tomorrow you will be the first, your panel will be the first. So we see you again tomorrow. It's a wet evening, and we wish you. Which one? The code for HIV/AIDS mainstreaming is 000013. From the gentleman from Ministry of Finance. Yes, someone had asked for it. So it's 000013. That's the code for the HIV/AIDS mainstreaming. Tomorrow we will have a half day, and we expect to end by lunchtime if we start early enough. So let's try to keep time tomorrow, and let's not have the excuse of the other 39%. It's raining. Let's ensure that we come in time. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening, and God bless you all. Bye-bye.